Please explain to me why that you care so much about January 6th with there's absolutely nothing in your social media history in your time as a creator just talking about it. And but
Sparky, you don't know who you're talking to. I don't post on X all that much. My YouTube channel was started on J6 debates. There's a reason that when this went to trial, when Donald Trump was before the Supreme Court in Trump v. US, he didn't say, I didn't do this. He didn't say this wasn't anti-democracy. He didn't say this was legal. What he said was, I'm the president. I should get presidential immunity.
The police were literally opening up the doors and waving people in.
That's not true.
That is true.
I think you know that's not true. So you put the paper ballots in the tabulator, and the tabulator counts those paper ballots, right?
I think you need to read more into this, man. I mean,
wait, am I correct? That's a yes or no question. That's a yes or no question. That's what the tabulator does, right? He has to go look up because he doesn't even know what he read, right? He needs to go make sure that that's what the tabulators do. Can you tell me what the Eastman memo is?
No, you tell me.
Quite frankly, you need to subscribe to Rinyald.
Okay, well, so the context of this is that I chatted to you, or I chatted with you the other day on somebody else's panel, and I got kicked pretty quickly. So I wanted to see if you wanted to continue the conversation, because obviously, I mean, I don't know if you looked at any of my stuff, but we have some pretty big disagreements on a lot of stuff. So if I know that you're promoting a book right now, right? That is right, right?
Oh, he's the ghostwriter on it. But he's the ghostwriter on it.
So it sounds like your mic's cutting out a lot.
Oh, sorry about that.
You're good.
So I'm just letting out my dog.
Yep.
So the first book, it's going to be a 4-part series. The first book stops at basically my arrest.
Okay.
So it talks about January 6th, why it happened, what happened, what actually happened on that day. From, the pipe guy who they still, for 4 years, they never knew who it was.
Sure.
Or just didn't care about knowing who it was. It didn't fit the narrative. And then to, them paying the sedition hunters and everything else just to basically bring up shit all over the internet. To having 5,000, FBI agents basically stop what they're doing and then start directing them towards J6 stuff because they created this narrative of insurrection, where there wasn't, right? Like they stormed the Capitol building 3 times, pro-Palestinian people did, 3 times after J6. I mean, there's another protest at the Capitol building for, every month or 2 weeks, there's another protest. So they created a narrative because that's what they had to go with, and then they purposely, whether it be BBC News or MSNBC or CNN, they specifically put a narrative out there that, oh, this is the worst day since, I mean, they literally compare it to 9/11. Like, it's ridiculous. They lied about, and I mean, it's constant, right? So they lied about, police being unalived. There was one cop, I forget his name, but there was one cop who was unalived, and it was of natural causes, right? Something happened. They said basically the toxicity report, and then also the report that the coroner's report came back, and the coroner basically said, hey, listen, this was just basically crappy timing. Like if
Sure.
J6 never even happened, this dude would have dropped in the next day or two from this aneurysm that he had. Now, does that day maybe have brought it up? And then they lied on top of that and then said, oh well, you know, there was 5 cops who were unalived that day and this and that. It's complete bullshit. Completely bullshit.
Okay, so I kind of want to stick on, you say that they made a narrative, right? Because this isn't a separation from anything that's happened normally. You know, we've had other riots at the Capitol. I feel like it's pretty understandable as to why people were looking into this, because the scale of which happened, the violence that happened, and the direction that happened, right? So
what violence?
I mean, like, there were people fighting with Capitol police officers to break into the Capitol. Okay. There was a bunch of people trying to push through secured areas. There was like a gallows erected supposedly for Mike Pence.
Let's talk about the gallows at first, right? The gallows was erected at 6 o'clock in the morning by unknown members. There was about 6 or 7 different men, all military-age men, right? 40 years, give or take 40 years old.
Sure.
And they erected this gallows that would never have worked anyway. But they erected this thing at 6 o'clock in the morning and never had any cops get any ID off them. But then they made a huge thing about it, right?
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, like, nobody's going to erect a gallows for something that isn't intended to be like a show of force, right? The whole point of the actual protest at the Capitol was to basically put pressure on Mike Pence to go through with the electors plot. So this is just more, you know.
No, actually, it wasn't. It was there was supposed to be a protest, and there was always supposed to be a march to the Capitol. It was getting thrown away around there for 2.5 months. It was getting thrown around. Hey, we're going to all march to the Capitol. This is what's going to happen.
Sure, but like, why do you think it was happening on January 6th?
Memes flying around on it, right? So it was always going to happen.
Sure, but it was happening on January 6th for a reason, right? That's the election certification.
Well, of course. So, but there's a the feds knew that there was always going to be a march to the Capitol. So what did they specifically do?
I feel like you're getting ahead of what I'm saying here. So I'm not getting into like the Fed's reaction stuff yet. What I'm getting into is saying that there's a reason why they were assembled on January 6th, particularly, and why this protest was arranged. And it was to, you know, pressure Mike Pence to go through with the thing that Donald Trump had been asking him to do for the months leading up to it, right? Like, it was to protest the certification of the election, to pressure Mike Pence into acting, right?
Well, it wasn't to pressure Mike Pence into it. It was to pressure, and what was actually going to happen was, you know, a couple of the states were going to say, hold on, wait, we need to do a full forensic audit on this. We're going to need to hold off for a little bit. And then that didn't happen because it was canceled or postponed and then done in the middle of the night, you know, under cloak and dagger, or, you know, under the, you know, darkness of night. They just did it in the middle of the night, and they all just came in and they were in and out in, you know, 20 minutes.
Regardless, even if that's the case, it was done to pause the certification or stop the certification of the election, right? So the reason that we look into this more than anything else is because the aim was to stop the certification of the election. That's a huge deal, right?
So there's a First Amendment right to be there. So it's not a huge deal.
Well,
right?
There's a First Amendment right to be in D.C. There's not a First Amendment right to be on restricted ground.
Oh, absolutely there is.
Do you have a First Amendment right to be on restricted grounds?
Absolutely.
That's not true.
And if you look, the police were literally opening up the doors and waving people in.
That's not true.
That is true.
I think you know that's not true. Really? Wait, was that it? Was that it? Really? There's no way. I didn't kick him. You can see, okay, so just to be clear, there's a side of my TikTok studio on YouTube. I didn't kick him. He left. Holy shit. Okay. To be clear, okay, the reason that he knows that that's not true is because he was one of the people pushing against the Capitol Police officers, pushing down the barricades, pushing against the Capitol Police officers. He knows that they weren't letting him in. Really? That guy? Yes, that guy. Well, you know, LOL. What's going on, Michael?
Nothing much. So is this how you spend an afternoon on the Tuesday?
Yeah, I was talking to somebody who was at the Capitol riot. He had a book to promote, and I think that he's lying to the people, so I wanted to actually push him on a little bit of stuff, and he...
well, no, it wasn't about that. I'm just saying this whole live. I mean, this is kind of a little pathetic, don't you think?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I talk about politics. I think that the country's heading in a really bad direction. If you don't think it's important, then I don't know why you came onto my live. It seems like you're wasting your time way more than I am, because I actually think that this is important.
I mean, I'm literally just waiting for the bus right now, so...
Yeah, why are you
Might as
here?
well kill some time for a few minutes, but, you know, it's just... I mean, come on, man. I mean, are you employed? Or... do you have anything better in your life? Do you have a hobby besides this? Like,
yeah, your mom pays me about $30 an hour to come over every night. Okay. LOL. So just to be clear, okay. Let's go through exactly what happened there, okay? So I had a conversation with him the other day, right? And he was spreading a bunch of misinformation about January 6th. I thought, who better to go to than the source, okay? Because he's promoting a book about how the J6ers were mistreated and everything. So I look at him, okay, and I look into who he is, and I find out exactly who he is, and he doesn't lead with that kind of information, right? Which is super weird, okay, because this guy who's claiming that the police was letting these people in was convicted of trying to push his way in to restricted grounds by putting a Capitol Police officer in a chokehold. Okay, like this is who this person was. Okay, so the fact that he claims that the police were letting him in, maybe after you started choking him, maybe. Just to be clear, he said he was planning. Okay, he said show source. Go look up his case. That person's username is J6 Tour. You could go look up his account. You could go look into everything that he's been accused of, everything that he has done. Show your source on how he choked somebody. It's an affidavit that was submitted as a part of his case to get probable cause to arrest him. There's video of him doing it. So super silly. Okay, but that's basically all this TikTok live was for. So if there's any conservatives who disagree with me on anything, then they could come up. But if not, then what's going on,
boss.
Toby Keith?
How you doing?
Just hanging out.
Yeah, I basically just came up just because no one else was joining, but I don't really care too much about politics, but I did vote for Trump.
Okay.
It just kind of the reason I voted for Trump, it just kind of seemed like Kamala didn't really like run a good campaign. So like I don't know, she didn't like really do any like interviews or anything. Like all her interviews were like edited. So like I didn't really know what I was getting, honestly.
Sure. So if you stick around, I think there's somebody who has something to confront me on. So if you stick around, I'll let you back up. But I want to let this guy up because I have a feeling like he wants to stick up for the guy that I'm talking about. So I don't want to have him move away. So I love you, buddy. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me invite him up. Because he was requesting and then he retracted their request. So I don't know if he's willing to do that or not. By the way, keep in mind, the Hoff is asking questions in the chat. He didn't, he was sent an invite to join up and he denied it. Just keep that in mind. What's up, TT Sucks? What's going on, buddy?
Oh, hey, buddy. Yeah, I didn't catch too much of your conversation with him, but, you know, that guy's a good dude. I don't know what his case was about, but, you know, the fact of the matter is that most of these cases were they were exaggerated. You know, most of those people were trespassing. That's the charge. It's not insurrection. I'm glad that you said it, a capital riot. So, you know, that's good for you for saying that and not saying attack, because the entire attack thing, in my opinion, is just a load of shit.
I mean, you could say so. My biggest problem is that this person is going around and spreading misinformation about January 6th when he was convicted of assault on a peace officer, like attacking them, choking them, and spraying chemical irritants. The reason that I'm not giving you more details
is bullshit.
Well, no, I'm telling you explicitly what he is saying. Right? Yeah. Like,
right, and I don't believe that you have any better authority than he does to talk about this. And in fact, you know, the amount of lies about J6 is something that we need to confront, because
hold on.
They drove people to suicide over this. Do you know that?
Don't you think it's kind of strange?
Suicide around this?
Don't you think it's kind of strange that this person is claiming that the police let them in when he was in fact on the line where the police were keeping them out, choking people out, and stealing riot shields?
Well, you're like turning one thing into multiple things. Like one guy smears shit, and then
no. I'm talking about the guy who was just up here who said that the police were letting people in. What am I misrepresenting? This is from his court case.
Your entire take on J6 is just bogus from the start. So you guys have a.
So I just want you to answer my question, okay? He said that the police were letting him in. Do you think it's fair for him to claim that if he was choking Capitol police officers out in order to break their line that were keeping them out?
Well, sort of the fact is that many people were let in. There's video of police at certain entrances letting people in.
I'm not asking you about many people. I'm asking you about him. I'm asking you about him.
Hey, shut up, dude.
You're not answering my question.
Most people that went in were charged with trespassing because they didn't even know what they were doing. There was no plan.
Do you think this guy didn't know? Do you think this guy didn't know that stealing a riot shield from a police officer was bad? Like, I'm asking you about this particular case.
Do you understand that the Biden administration lied about this?
Why are you not answering any of my questions?
Fomented hate in the country.
Why are you not answering any of my questions?
Because you're a loser and you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, buddy.
I mean, the better questions are on the acting Secretary of Defense and Mark Milley not having the National Guard there that day.
Why did Trump not tell him to have the National Guard there that day? Why did he wait so long?
They testified that January 3rd they were told, and that they didn't do it. Yep, January 3rd, they were told to have at least 10,000 troops, active duty, National Guard Reserve, didn't matter. But they said they didn't want to because they felt he was going to overthrow the government.
Between Donald Trump leaving the ellipse and going back to the White House kitchen and watching it all unfold on the news to, I think, 5 p.m. when the National Guard were actually approved unilaterally by Miller, what was stopping Donald Trump from making that request?
The National Guard was staged too far away, according to Christopher Miller. He did it on purpose so that if Trump did call him on that day, that they wouldn't be able to get there in time to do anything.
So why didn't he make the call earlier? If you're saying they were staged too far away, they couldn't have got there. Why wouldn't he make the request? He never made the request.
He made the request on January 3rd. Why does he have to make another request?
Because there weren't rioters in the Capitol trying to steal the election on January 3rd. After the rioters were in the building, why didn't Donald Trump make a call?
Because they told him they had it covered. They said they had a plan because he delegated the duties of it to Christopher Miller.
You're saying that they had it under you think Donald Trump said they had it under control between him leaving the ellipse and 5 p.m. You think they had it under control?
Christopher Miller assured him, according to his own testimony in Congress, that they had it all planned out
on the 3rd.
And Trump went with that, and then when he saw they didn't, that's when he finally was like, oh shit, we got to intervene.
That's not true. Okay, so on the 3rd, they said we have it under control because they weren't counting on everybody marching over to the Capitol. So on the 3rd, they thought they had it under control. They didn't. The people break in after Donald Trump's ellipse speech. What is stopping Donald Trump from saying, hey, he's watching it all unfold in the White House? What's stopping him from calling? Correct. What is stopping him from calling Miller and saying, hey, this isn't under control?
They knew that something was going to happen. And they purposely didn't want National Guard to be anywhere near, or any military of any kind.
Yes, because they thought they had it under control. Yes, on the 3rd, they thought they had it under control.
No. Christopher Milley and Mark Milley testified that they thought Trump was going to end up using the military to overthrow the government.
Okay.
That's what their testimony was. Not that they thought it was all under control. It does.
No, they told Trump that they thought they had it under control on the 3rd.
Yeah, they told Trump that they had a plan and everything was good to go, but they told Congress their plan was to stage the military far away and not listen to Trump because they felt he was going to use the military against Congress.
Because they thought the Capitol Police had it under control. They didn't expect an insurrection.
They didn't.
Can you show me evidence of that?
That's not what their testimony.
What did they testify?
The transcripts.
When did they testify that they didn't think it was under control? That they expected the Capitol Police to be overwhelmed?
I don't remember the exact dates, but it was in their testimony.
No, you're telling me that Christopher Miller said that we expect the Capitol Police officers to be overwhelmed by the protesters.
Trump told them that there's going to be a lot of people there and they should have them there.
See how you're not answering the question that I asked? Why are you pivoting off to something else? I'm saying you said it's in the testimony. You're saying that Miller said that the Capitol Police officers would be overwhelmed, that they weren't prepared for that, for anything, that they knew they were going to be overwhelmed. That's what you're telling me.
That's what Trump told them. Yes, there was going to be a lot of people there.
No, that's not what Trump told them. You're saying that Christopher Miller didn't think they had it under control. Can you show me any evidence of that?
So here's how it went down. Trump told them to have 10,000 troops there because there was going to be a bunch of people there. And they told Congress that they weren't going to listen to him because they felt he would overthrow the government, and told him that they had it all under control with a plan. And they told Congress their plan was to stage the military far away. So if Trump did call them, that it wouldn't be able to overthrow the government in a timely manner. They were too far away.
So are you telling me that he believed that the Capitol Police officers would be overwhelmed and that he purposefully avoided having the National Guard on hand, even though he thought it was necessary because he thought Donald Trump would do a military coup?
Yeah, they didn't say.
No. That's a yes or no question.
They didn't say anything about it being overwhelming.
Okay, so they thought they were prepared.
No, they didn't. They didn't say that they thought everything was. Their testimony did not say whether they knew that they were going to be overwhelmed.
So why the fuck did you bring up the testimony then? So the point is that they thought that they were prepared
and told them that they would be overwhelmed with the amount of people.
Right? Miller thought they were prepared, right?
No, Milley did not testify they thought they were prepared. Milley testified that his only concern was Trump trying to overthrow the government.
So what that means is that he wasn't concerned about the amount of people there, right?
No, that's not what it means.
Oh, oops.
He did not testify anything about the concern for Congress.
He said that was his only concern.
Donald Trump overthrowing the government.
If you're accurately characterizing it, if you're accurately characterizing it, saying this is my only concern, that means he's not concerned about anything else. He's not concerned about the amount of people that are going to be at the Capitol because they knew there was going to be a protest. They didn't think that the Proud Boys were going to lead an insurrection.
Trump literally told them that stuff was going to happen according to their intelligence.
Donald Trump said there was going to be a lot of people. Okay, that doesn't mean that there's going to be an insurrection and that he's going to lead people to walk over to the Capitol.
They had credible intel to suggest they needed all this, and they testified, no, we don't.
So, by the way, all of this was a pivot.
Because
after Donald Trump saw all of his supporters breaking into the Capitol to find Mike Pence, why didn't he call Christopher Miller, say, hey, you clearly don't have this under control? Why didn't he tweet out, hey, you guys need to go home until 5 hours after?
Because they originally told him they had it covered and they had a plan.
And
they
he
told
didn't
all this
believe
to
them.
Congress.
Wait, hold on. And he didn't believe them, right? He told them, hey, I think there's going to be a lot of people, right? So why didn't he call Miller, say, hey, you clearly don't have this figured out, so we need to federalize the National Guard? Why didn't he do that?
He eventually did.
Why didn't he do it sooner? He saw all of his people in the Capitol looking
for
Mike Pence.
I don't know why he
was
didn't
told
do
that
it
Mike
sooner.
Pence, it's because he delegated. Doesn't care. It's because he doesn't
delegated,
care.
And you're not holding Christopher Miller and Mark Milley to what they didn't do and the
you
shit they
didn't reelect
did.
him. You didn't reelect Christopher Miller. You reelected Donald Trump. So I'm holding you to account. You reelected this person who is derelict of his duty.
Someone that did better for the economy than the Biden administration.
Derelict of his duty, who has the authority under what he's arguing now that he can federalize the National Guard, but didn't do it when all of his supporters were breaking into the Capitol.
He did.
Listen. Wait, no, wait, hold on.
He called for it on the 3rd.
You lied. You're lying.
He called for it on the 3rd.
Donald Trump never federalized the National Guard. It was Christopher Miller 5 hours after. So
no,
Donald Trump
he called for it on the 3rd.
If Donald Trump, before the riot.
Yes.
So my question is, So my question is, after he saw the people were in the Capitol, why didn't he call Miller and say, hey, you clearly don't have this under control?
He did eventually make call.
Why did he not? Why did he wait 5 hours?
I don't know what happened exactly when it came to the waiting.
You don't know. That's
and
fine.
Why he waited.
You don't know. That's fine. You don't know. That's fine.
To have everything in place.
That's fine.
And you're
you don't
glazing
know.
over
That's
that.
okay. You don't know. So why is it after he saw the people on TV breaking into the Capitol that he didn't tweet out, hey, you guys need to go home?
There was a tweet sent out.
5 hours later. Why did he wait so long?
He didn't wait 5 hours to send a tweet out.
Yes, it was 5 hours. Yes, it was.
It was 5 hours later.
Yes. His first tweet is that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to stand up for his country after he saw somebody on TV talking bad about Mike Pence. That was his first correspondence to the crowd. So my question is, why did he do that?
Well, and also when he did finally tweet out, they got rid of his Twitter account.
Stop. Not also. Why did he wait so long?
Why did they not have the National Guard there? This whole thing would have been
pivot. Oh my God! Make sure you don't
control
break your ankles,
if they
buddy.
fucking
Make sure you don't break your ankles on those pivots, buddy. Make sure you don't break your ankles on those pivots.
Why did he wait so long? The people accountable
because you reelected Donald Trump. You didn't reelect Christopher Miller. You didn't reelect Christopher Miller. You reelected Donald Trump. So I'm asking you, why was he derelict of his duty? Why did he wait 5 hours? Why did he wait 5 hours?
Trump held them accountable for not doing their fucking job. That's why.
And you didn't hold him accountable. So why is it that we know now through White House aides testifying he was sitting in the White House kitchen the White House dining room the entire fucking time watching it unfold on TV? Why didn't he send a tweet? Hey, you guys need to go home.
He did send a tweet out
5 hours
you think
later.
All these people are fucking
why
watching
did he
on their
wait
Twitter
so long?
Account? No.
Yes, there was a person on
TVs over there that they're watching.
Are you aware that there was a person? There was a person on a megaphone, like literally shouting out the entirety of Donald Trump's correspondence to them.
There was a person shouting out the correspondence of Trump?
Yes, on a megaphone. He was tweeting out he was shouting out the Donald Trump tweets. Yes.
So everyone could hear someone on a megaphone shouting out the stuff.
Do you think if they're there on behalf of Donald Trump and they hear that Donald Trump doesn't want them there, they're going to stay?
People entered the Capitol before Trump was even done with his speech.
Why are you such a weasel? Answer my questions.
Why are you pivoting away from the fact that if the National Guard would have been there in the first place,
I've been asking you the same exact question over and over again, and you're running away from it. Why did you reelect Donald Trump, who was derelict of his duty, who waited 4 hours?
I reelected a person who gave us a better economy than the Biden and Harris administration.
Yeah, you're a fucking weasel, big dog. I can't believe that you have the platform that you do. It's actually disgusting. The amount of fucking dick sucking that you do for this person who's derelict of his duty.
I don't suck any dick like you guys do. Your fucking gag reflex is non-existent.
Just to be clear, when I asked you, why did Donald Trump wait to do the thing that you say he had the authority to, that you said that he thought was necessary, why did he wait 3 hours? You said, or 4 hours. You said, I don't know. And I'm the one sucking dick? Really?
You literally are, because you can't admit that Donald Trump called for the National Guard.
Who afterward, why did Donald Trump pardon all of them, by the way? Why did Donald Trump pardon all of the people who attacked the police officers?
I don't like the pardons.
Why do you think he did it?
If you want to talk pardons, why did the Biden family
Why do you think he did it? Why do you think he did it? Why do you think he did it?
Because that's what he promised them because of the people that were mostly trespassing.
Why do you think he promised?
Yeah,
No,
most of the people had trespassed.
So why did he pardon somebody like Chris Quaglin, who you came up here to defend, who was choking out a Capitol police officer for keeping him out?
I didn't come up here to defend a single fucking person
so
other
why did
than
Donald
the
Trump
president
pardon
of the
that guy?
United States.
Why did Donald Trump pardon that guy?
More than likely, Trump felt that they were all unjust with their prosecutions because some of them were held even longer than a person gets for punching an officer.
So let's recap
like, come
here.
on.
Let's recap
a regular
here, okay?
officer gets punched. It's like
let's
3
recap,
years.
Hoff. Let's recap, Hoff. So Donald Trump waits 4 hours to federalize the National Guard, which he now argues he has the unquestionable power to do. He waits 4 hours. He waits 4 hours to tell them to go home. He pardons all of the people that were even attacking police officers. And you say it's just because he feels like they were treated unfairly. Or do you think it's possible that he waited to tell them to go home, he waited to federalize the National Guard, and then he pardoned them all after because he didn't give a fuck? Because he didn't give a fuck about the violence, right? Well, if he did, why did he pardon everybody? Why did he pardon seditious conspirators?
Not everyone got a
why
pardon.
Did he why did he pardon seditious conspirators and people who attacked police officers?
Some people got a commuted sentence, not a pardon. Not everyone got a pardon.
Why did he pardon people who were seditious conspirators and people who attacked police officers, including Dominic Pizzola, who stole a riot shield and broke the window to gain first entrance into the Capitol? Why did he pardon all those people?
He kept his promise on it. I don't like the power of the pardon.
Why do
if
you
you're gonna
think
argue
he
pardons,
did?
why did the Biden family get a pardon?
So this is the biggest problem, right? The right always justifies Donald Trump in the outer extent of what he can do, but you never talk about why he did it. Why do you think he pardoned these people?
Because he promised for their support that he was going to give them pardons. Because the majority of them were supporting him.
Don't you think that's corrupt to pardon people who are attacking police officers to steal the election for you because you're going to get them to vote for you? Isn't that corrupt?
It's more corrupt to pardon your family with no crimes that you know they committed.
I'm not asking what's more corrupt, by the way. I said, isn't
that
corrupt?
I know. You don't want to talk about your own fucking party.
Yeah, I know. I don't want you.
Listen,
I'm just concerned about your ankles, all right? I'm just concerned about your ankles. You're going to break them if you pivot too hard, all right?
I'm not breaking no fucking ankles.
Why do you think he did that? I can slow it down even more if you want me to.
I've already told you. He promised that he would because they were supporters.
Is that corrupt? Is that corrupt?
It's not.
Why?
It's not.
So, Hoff, you are telling me with your full heart that pardoning people who you don't support, who attack Capitol police officers to steal the election for you because they're going to vote for you in the next election, that's not corrupt?
It's not corrupt.
You're a joke. Okay.
I'm not a joke.
I just can't believe that these are like these are the MAGA strongest soldiers. Jesus Christ. I have a J6er who comes up here who fucking runs after the slightest bit of pushback. And then I have his white knight over here who probably killed the horse after sitting on it. Come up here and just constantly pivot. Dude, like genuinely go to the doctor. I'm afraid for your Achilles, big dog. What a shame. Oh, since there's nobody else in the request box, all right, I guess we'll just let up all my buddies. Okay, what's up?
Okay,
what's up, guys?
Holy bait, you've absolutely cooked.
Brutal for him. Holy fuck.
Holy shit. Goddamn.
Yeah, by the way, Rinyald, I debated off a lot about this specific topic. I don't know why he changed his position. His original position that I made him admit was they deserved it. People at the Capitol deserved the insurrection.
Holy. I mean, I wouldn't. No, actually, I'm not surprised by that at all. That's actually perfectly in line with what I think Hoff believes.
By the way, these are like Hoff is like one of the biggest right-wing debaters. Okay,
yeah,
that's the best that he had to offer. What about Hunter Biden? True.
Literally.
Wait, Real. Where did Yellow Diamond look like PPs for all your wonderful gifts?
Oh shit! Yeah, my bad. Okay, Frito.
I need the yellow diamonds.
Frito gave me a hat and a mustache, which I think is a lot of money, and then what? 20, 30. It's 81 roses. God damn, buddy.
Yellow diamonds look like PP. Holy.
Thank you, Frito. You'll get a second one for that too.
Diamonds look like PP.
And I'll give you a round of applause too. Hold on. Once I find it. Yeah, buddy. Okay. LMM debater, thank you for the 18 roses. Love
Yellow
you.
diamonds look like PP.
Donovan sent 3 roses to 3 roses to Hoff. I can't believe that you would encourage him humiliating himself like that. Liberal sent a cake, 2 cupcakes, fire, ice cream, fire again, a heart meat, like a fuck ton of stuff. So I love you, Liberal Hawk.
Yellow diamonds look like PP.
Yeah, that's I guess that's just how it is.
Oh.
That was a little more loud than I was expecting it to be. I can't believe that J6er, like, how the fuck are you so brave that you try to choke out
a bitch.
I was excited.
So brave that he tried to choke out a Capitol Police officer, but afraid of like a 200-pound like liberal guy on TikTok. What a pussy.
I guess I owe you a membership.
Wait, he did show up. Wait, hold on, Rinyald, how tall are
He
you?
did show up. I'm not 200 pounds. Okay, I'm 5'10".
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, there's no way.
I'm 5'10".
Okay.
This little twink is not 200 pounds. That was my first.
Bro, what the fuck? Scratch.
That's so fire. That's so fire.
Yep.
Bro, I fucking hate this game so much. Why did you guys make me buy this?
No one made you buy shit.
It's free.
You chose
It's free. What are you talking about?
Millie would cook you. Oh
Would
my
you guys
god!
make me buy a free game?
This is literally this is my favorite
This is
cope in the
such
world.
cope.
Okay, whenever
Yeah,
people request
true.
onto my live and get absolutely flamethrowered, they're like, "Well, a good debater would beat you." Which, by the way, I've cooked Millie before. All right, Millie isn't gonna be able to cook shit. All right, she just comes up with her own fucking law manual. All right, that's not a good debate. But regardless, like it's such cope. Like, are you conceding that I just absolutely eviscerated Hoff? Like,
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it wasn't even close.
Oh my
like,
god.
Which
yeah,
we expected that.
Hoff might be a little slow, all right? But Millie then. Millie.
What's up, boy?
How are you doing?
We're doing, man. We'll wait for your buddy. Oh, what's up, is it Rinyald?
Rinyald. How's it going?
Rinyald. What's up, man?
Hanging around.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Well, Bear.
Welcome. This is going to be a nice debate tonight. Let's see. They got 20 minutes on each category. I think it's going to be January 6th, the committee, and the alternate electors. Each one is going to be 20 minutes long. Do not talk over each other. Let's have a cordial. This is not TikTok. You could use whatever language you need. Okay. Y'all ready?
Y'all let me know when you guys are ready, and I'll start the timer. Just 20 minutes, and we'll open it up. When you guys are ready, let me know, and I'll start the timer.
Exactly.
Are we still doing anything for openings, or?
You can do, I don't know,
No,
Truth.
y'all know what y'all going to talk about. Basically, it's
Just
the whole
delay it
January.
delay it for 1 second, guys. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Opening is
Yeah, this
going to
whole
be
thing
like, you guys
is
are
like-
talking about the same thing, January 6th.
This
So-
whole thing is super scuffed. I don't know the topic. I don't know.
Y'all started off the
for
way y'all want
I'm still going for like opening statement stuff, because before, at least in the original message, we were told for like nearly 5 minutes or so for opening statements, and then like a 2v2 style format.
Well, it is going to be a 2v2 style. You and your partner, and Truth and Gingy. You guys are gonna have 20 minutes. There's not gonna be no in between times because it's only y'all two. It's 2v2. You understand? You know your partner. You're not gonna open up
If
over
we
your
could
partner.
scratch the openings, gentlemen, that would be better. It's just, you know what we're debating about, man. It's fucking January 6th.
Okay.
Like, we'll just get into it, and we'll just open it up.
If you have anything that any receipts that you want to bring, anything that you want to prove, or anything like that, we will stop the timer and give you 2 minutes to bring up the proof.
All right. Sorry about that.
All right. Whenever y'all ready, y'all can start it off.
Okay, what do you guys want to start with?
All right. Well, you guys are the guests. Who wants
All
to
right,
open
here we
up?
go. Starting time.
Who wants to open up?
So
Here, I'll open up.
Okay.
Just
Jesus.
this is how it's gonna end with you two.
Okay. All right. So what are we starting with?
Is it? Yeah. What's happening?
I don't know what happened there. I think Gingy's mic went out. All right, so is just to get the name yet? Is that pronounced Rinyald?
Yeah, Rinyald. Yep, you got it.
Okay, Rinyald. And I'm probably still gonna. Okay, cool. All right, who's gonna open up with you guys? Who wants to start?
Ray, would you like to start? Go for it.
Yeah. Do you want me to read off the like a long opening, or do you want me to just throw out a topic?
What is it that you want to start off and talk with? Do you want to start off with Jan 6, the actual... I heard earlier today you want to talk about stuff that came up to that date.
Yeah, so the main topic that I was interested in talking about is if we believe that Trump and his campaign acted reasonably and illegally surrounding January 6th or the 2020 election. That I was planning on going in the direction of the Capitol riot, on the direction of the certification of the false electors, in the DOJ letter, et cetera, et cetera.
Alternate electors.
Okay. Well, fake alternate electors, yeah.
So, well, I mean, if that's... I don't know why you're calling them fake. I mean...
Well, there's a process for
Isn't it like really technical term for them are conditional and unconditional alternate electors? Isn't that what the correct terminology for them are?
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
I just don't want to go out and just like come out with some like fake type rhetoric, you know.
Yeah. No fake news.
Media crap, dude. That we'll just leave it at that. But guys, what do you want to? How do you want to bring it up, man? What do you want to talk about first? Leading up to January 6th. Go ahead. What do you think?
So, do you think it was appropriate for them to suggest to Mike Pence to decertify electors and choose Trump's instead?
Well, I mean, considering that you can't, I mean, Mike Pence doesn't dictate anything, right? His job is clearly just to read them off. So, I mean, I know they said it, but I don't think it mattered. It's not like it could have happened anyways. I mean, he's just a messenger.
Do you think it was inappropriate for John Eastman and Donald Trump to engage in pressure campaigns where they were asking Mike Pence to do the right thing, referring to decertifying electors? Do you think that was appropriate for Donald Trump and John Eastman to do?
Is this an interrogation or a debate?
Yeah, I could
listen,
agree
I don't know
with
where to
you.
start. Okay, I'm asking questions.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, I mean, I'll agree with you. I don't really find it to be appropriate, but was it illegal?
Yes.
How is it illegal?
Because the Electoral Count Act lays out the process by which you submit electors, the process by which electors are certified. Nowhere in there does it says that the vice president can just usurp congressional debate and certify or decertify electors like they were asking Mike Pence to do.
I think we already agreed to the fact that he's just the messenger and that he couldn't do that anyways. I think the question on the floor is you asked, do you think it's right that Trump and Eastman actually came out with their rhetoric and said it? That's where I said I could agree with you that it's inappropriate, but what Trump and Eastman said, is that illegal?
Well, them trying to pressure Mike Pence to do illegal activity would be illegal, yes.
But like I'll say it one more time. Regardless if they asked him to do it, even if on the floor he tried to do it, he could not do it, right? We can agree with that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's not prescribed in the law, but the argument that I would make is that it's similar to, pressuring somebody to murder somebody. I mean, if you keep saying, hey, you should kill this guy, hey, you should kill this guy, hey, should kill this guy, that's not a legal thing for you to do. If Trump is coming to Mike Pence and saying, hey, you should decertify electors, hey, you should decertify electors, hey, you should decertify electors, that is trying to pressure the vice president to engage in illegal activity.
Sure.
You have proof?
Like I said, and like I said it again, is he cannot actually send the electors back. All he can do is read them out.
I agree, but
right?
I think you're walking off of the important question here of was it appropriate for Donald Trump to pressure was it appropriate for Donald Trump to pressure the vice president to break the law on January 6th to give the election to him?
Right, and I told you that I agree where it wasn't appropriate, but for him to say those words, that's not illegal, because the legal action that Pence can take only is to read the actual certified electors that came in, right? It's still delivered by Wells Fargo, I believe, according to the Constitution.
Well, if we want to walk back and say, yeah, it was highly inappropriate for Donald Trump to ask Mike Pence to throw out the election results and certify his, but I don't think it was illegal for him to propose it, then, I mean, yeah, that's fine. But that's not, you're not, like, meaningfully disagreeing that Donald Trump engaged in a pressure campaign to try and decertify electors, throw out election results, and state himself as the president, even though these 7 swing states didn't vote for him. If the technical, like, disagreement we have is that it was inappropriate of Trump to suggest it, but it wasn't technically illegal, then I mean, I'm fine with that concession. I mean, I don't even know if this conversation even goes anywhere. You gave me the whole cake. That's the whole topic.
All right. Well, I mean, honestly, can you show me where's the smoking gun? Where did Donald Trump actually pressure anybody to?
Show me the proof.
We have testimony from.
Can you show me that? Because, I mean, I'll agree with you. I mean, Eastman, Rudy Giuliani, I mean, these people actually, there is proof between emails, memos, text messages, phone calls, but where do you have anything with Donald Trump?
So at 1 a.m., Trump tweets, "If the vice president, Mike Pence, comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistakes they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by the state legislators. Mike can send it back." 1 p.m., this is Mike Pence literally pressuring Mike Pence to decertify electors.
Let's start with the first one. Where in the first tweet does he tell the electors to send in fake electors? I missed that part where you read it.
We're talking. Well, wait, hold on. We're talking about pressuring Mike Pence.
Yeah, talking about a tweet.
If we want
talking about a tweet pressuring Mike Pence again with Mike Pence, but now we're moving on to Donald Trump ordering or giving a direct command, or however you want to word it, by telling these legislators or electors to actually place fake electors, right? So where does he give the direct order for these electors to give?
If you're looking for something explicit, like, hey, can you guys please take these fake electors and give them to Mike Pence?
That's the exact extent where you guys come out and say that he's actually the one that told these people to hand out alternate electors. That's the whole case.
Well, no, that's not the. Hold on, that's not the case because Trump's not the.
Are you telling me that you're okay with the fact that Donald Trump never told anybody at any time to actually hand out an alternative elector?
Excuse me?
Are you saying?
Are you guys admitting to the fact that Donald Trump at no time told any elector to hand in an alternative elector?
Okay, on December 6th, 2020, Trump and John Eastman called Ronna McDaniel, the chairwoman of the RNC, to help the campaign assemble the electors in the states where they had legal challenges or litigation that was ongoing. In case of any litigation that changed the result of the state, so that it would meet the constitutional requirement of
and when McDaniel was called in front of the committee, what was her testimony? Donald Trump called, and what did he do?
What did he do?
He handed the phone to John Eastman, and it was John Eastman that told her or asked her what they could do to help them coordinate alternative electors.
So we're agreeing.
So once again, I ask you, even in her testimony, right? Her testimony, straight from the gift horse's mouth, Donald Trump never told the chairman what to do. It was John Eastman. So again, I ask you, where's the smoking gun that Donald Trump gave the order?
If your entire claim here is that like there's supposed to be some sort of explicit statement coming from Donald Trump himself in order to
well, that would be absolute guilt, sir. That would be the absolute guilt.
First off, if that's what you're looking for, this doesn't make any sense because even still, he was well aware of the things that were happening, right? So this still makes
he was well aware.
Yes.
Okay. Wait, do you have proof of the fact that he was well aware?
Wait, he handed the phone off to Eastman.
Yeah, exactly.
What if he walked away? I mean, there's allegations, but guys, hold on. Listen, I'm not going to spend an hour here and be your therapist and talk about your feelings on the case. I'm here for the facts. All right, you guys told me the other. Well, I'm sorry, Rinyald, not you, but Coy told us in a live the other night that you guys did in fact have the facts, and yet I'm not hearing the facts. I'm hearing allegations of the fact that he could have or he is potentially involved in having knowing, but at the same point you can't give me any factual information that he actually told or directed anybody to hand an alternative elector at any time.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you want to say that, yeah, he was trying to pressure Mike Pence If you want to say, yeah, he was trying to pressure Mike Pence to decertify electors. He hired John Eastman to be the head of the election challenges. So I mean, that's kind of direct involvement. That he called Ron McDaniel and then handed the phone off to Eastman. If that's not involvement from Donald Trump, what does involvement from Donald Trump look like other than him saying, "I want to steal the election"? What grounds can we even prove other than
that would be Donald Trump single-handedly telling people to do something that is illegal?
Even though he hired a lawyer,
that would be the whole case.
Even though he hired a lawyer that was advising people to do things that are illegal, he was having meetings with Mike Pence, pressuring him to do things that were illegal. Even though he called the head of the RNC and then handed off the phone to his lawyer, who was advising him on election challenges, and who ended up. No.
Excuse me. Wait,
So,
hold on.
wait, you just said
Are we gonna go by
audio.
Yeah, we're gonna go by the
Hold on,
testimony.
Tree. So you have no audio proof of the phone call at all.
Yeah, gotcha. We have testimony from McDaniel.
So,
I mean,
Well, yeah. Wait, hold on. We have testimony. Yeah, we have testimony under oath with threats of like contempt in court. Like what?
And the testimony clearly states.
No, this sounds like he said, she said.
It's not a he said, she said.
Under oath.
It's he testified, they testified. With like threats of criminal conviction if they do something wrong.
Yeah, but guess what? What happened? Did anything come of it? Of that testimony? Did anything come of that?
Yeah, the disbarment of Eastman and Giuliani. An indictment, and then federal cases for conspiracy to defraud the United States. So, yeah, things came out of it.
Wait, hold on. Where these are all allegations, right? Do you have anything solid proof? Was he ever convicted of something?
I'm so sorry. What was the question you just asked me? Wait, hold on. What was the question? The question you asked me beforehand was whether or not this went somewhere, and it did go somewhere, and I explained that to you. Now you're asking me for even more.
Sure, allegations happen all the time. Indictments happen all the time. People get accused.
The jury can indict a hand sandwich.
Allegations that you fucked your mom last night.
Okay.
Now, guys, to be honest with you, we do still believe in the Constitution, right? Innocent until proven guilty. Isn't that still the way that our land stands?
Yes, but
I haven't heard you guys give any. I haven't heard you guys give anything at all that says that he is guilty. So these are all alleged, and you guys are running off of your feelings because you feel that he was guilty, but yet you cannot prove that he did anything of wrongdoing.
Listen, you guys already.
You can say maybe perhaps he had insight, or maybe perhaps he knew what was going on, but you can't present. Just give me something.
So to be clear, we've already walked back onto the thing that Donald Trump did hire a lawyer that was pressuring the vice president to decertify the election results illegally. He hired the lawyer that pressured the vice president to do it, and sat in on meetings with Eastman to pressure Mike Pence to do this, and was poking and prodding at him through Twitter and through this J6 speech. If we already walked back to all of this but said, oh, well, Donald Trump didn't literally come out and say, I want to steal the election, or I want these electors to be sent, even though he hired all of the lawyers that coordinated the sending and handed the phone off to Ron McDaniel in order to get the electors coordinated, you've already conceded the whole thing. Other than like Donald Trump being proven guilty in a court of law, you already proved that the Trump campaign was trying to illegally decertify the election results. I don't even know what we're debating anymore.
Oh, actually, that's definitely not what happened. I mean, these are just your opinions. I'm asking you to. I'm saying besides the phone call, right?
Wait,
besides
you did concede.
So throughout the evidence, yeah.
Real quick. You do concede that what Eastman. Real quick. You do concede that what Eastman was pressuring Mike Pence to do is illegal, right?
I will actually tell you that it's not illegal, but it can't happen. So it's not like it could, like if he did have the ability to do said things, and then they were pressuring him to do that, like that would be illegal. So what? But wherefore, like for example, right? For example, like blowing up the moon is illegal. Okay, you cannot have explosives in space. Mm-hmm. But meaning you don't have any ability of getting that done. So if I asked you to do that, you would never be able to do it. Therefore, it's not illegal, right?
Okay, but
I haven't done anything illegal.
But the
point is you're trying to throw out some false narrative by saying just because they said to him, "Hey, throw them back," he literally had no opportunity or chance of doing that.
So I phrased my question very specifically. We agree that Eastman was asking Mike Pence to do something illegal, right?
No, they were asking him to do something that he can't do.
Which was
how is that illegal?
The Electoral
Wait, that
Count
would be
Act.
illegal.
The Electoral
yeah,
Count
exactly.
Act is
That's
how it's
breaking
illegal.
In
the
order
act.
to be illegal, that means you'd have to break the law. What
The
law
Electoral
has
Count
in
Act.
that
The
says
Electoral
Yeah,
Count
the
Act.
Electoral Count Act.
Electoral
Quite
Count
literally,
Act.
after this proposition being posed to Mike Pence, he immediately went to his head counsel, Greg Jacobs, and we still have his testimony as well, saying that this is very likely illegal, right?
And in the
And
Eastman
now
memo,
even-
it literally describes how we cannot let the Electoral Count Act follow through as prescribed in law. Like, that's literally in the Eastman memo. Did you guys read it?
Can you give me a law? I want you to give me a law or anywhere in the Constitution that says that the vice president, or basically the president of the Senate, can send electors back to the state.
Not
under any circumstance or under any
not
type
there.
of.
That's why.
real quick.
That's why Eastman is illegal.
That is not in any law. That's why he was
Thank
trying
you.
to ask him.
There's
stop,
no
stop,
law
stop,
to
stop.
break,
I don't
and there's
know.
no
Moderator.
way for
Moderator. Can I finish my response?
Moderator.
Can I finish my response? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
the
go ahead. Go ahead.
The Electoral Count Act outlays that in order to object to a certificate, you have to pass it off to Congress, and they have to split into both chambers and debate the objection for about 2 hours, and then come back and then certify or decertify the electors. What Eastman was asking them to do, what Eastman was asking Mike Pence to do is not send it off to Congress and just make the determination unilaterally. That's what's in the Eastman memo.
Yep.
So if Eastman was asking him to buck something that is in the Electoral Count Act, that is asking Mike Pence to break the law.
All right, I would agree with you on the fact if there was a law to be broken, but Pence.
The Electoral Count Act.
It's the Electoral Count Act. Bring up the
it.
quote from the Eastman memo real quick, so we can.
He does not have the chance or the opportunity to even do what you're saying.
But Eastman is asking Pence to
Why does
violate
it
that.
matter what he tells him to do?
Because Trump was literally pressuring the vice president to break the law in order to instate him as the president.
There's no law to break.
The Electoral
Guys,
Count Act.
there is
Tommy
no
Thompson allowed to
law.
say
There
it.
is
The
no
Electoral
law
Count
to
Act.
break.
The Electoral Count Act.
We have here in
And the
print, so when he
Electoral
gets-
Count Act says
yeah.
that you have to go with the electors that are given to you, correct?
Well, no, it does with the
It
reform.
outlines the process by which you object to electors, which Eastman was asking Mike Pence to buck.
Exactly. We have it here for 2. When he gets to Arizona, he announces that he has multiple slates of electors, and so he's going to defer the decision until after the other states. This would be the first break from the procedure set out in the act. This is verbatim from the memos himself. Like.
So wait, this is the memo that you're trying to bring up.
Yes, the Eastman memo.
Right?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Go down. Wait, scroll down real quick.
This court case right here.
This
right?
is not the scroll down real quick, because the memos that I have here were the privileged and confidential ones. I can send them in chat if you want.
Okay. Under this act, it says this is the
so
role.
stupid.
This is the role of the vice president. Okay. Vice president's job is limited. His role is to just open and count the votes, not to choose, reject, or send them back. The law is clear. The vice president doesn't have decision-making power over the results.
Yes. Okay.
So
Yes.
even in your own.
Hold on. Let Truth explain.
The job of the vice president doesn't even state that he has the opportunity to do what they're asking him to do.
Okay, Truth. I agree. So why was Eastman saying that he has power outside of the Electoral Count Act?
Maybe he's stupid and doesn't know what the Electoral Count Act is. I don't know, but you're arguing something that Pence could never do.
If you're telling Pence that he has power outside of the power that is prescribed to him through law, what does that do to the law? It breaks it. It breaks that law.
Sure, but if he stood up on the stage and said, "I'm going to do this," everybody would have looked at him and been like, "What?"
So
wait, that's why he didn't say it on the.
That's not even within your powers to do. Now, listen, if you did have the powers, the powers to do that, right, under certain circumstances or whatnot, and broke the law by doing it on his own will instead of under what the law states that he can do it, then yes, absolutely, that would be illegal. He would have broke the law. They would have been conspirators to have him to break a law. Okay, but because his job is to count the votes, right, where he cannot reject or send them back. Therefore, he doesn't even have the power or ability to break any law at all.
So we can't agree,
So
though.
even with them asking him to do something, he doesn't have those powers.
We can't agree, though, that
Gentlemen.
Eastman was asking Mike Pence to break that law, though, right?
Hey,
There's
Ren,
no law
I
to break.
apologize. Hey,
There's
guys,
no law to
I
break.
apologize. You know what? We're not going to do time. Y'all guys are cooking. Just keep it going, okay?
Okay, we're ready. So yeah, we're literally saying that Eastman was pressuring Mike Pence to, use power that was outside of the power delegated to him through the Electoral Count Act, which would break the Electoral Count Act, obviously, but somehow this doesn't constitute Eastman telling Mike Pence to break the law. I don't know, like, this is mind melting. I don't know, like, there's nothing to even engage here with.
That's fine. That's your opinion. We're all entitled to it. And you know what? For the record, I'll state mine. Eastman asked for Pence to do something that he doesn't have the powers to do in the first place. If Pence had the ability to do anything about it, then yes. If it was under certain circumstances, and he went again and just chose to do it on his own will instead of doing it by how it's stated, then yes, he would have broke a law. But his job is to stand up at the chair and read. That's it.
Okay,
he cannot reject. He cannot send anything back. His job is to read.
Okay.
So what they're asking him to do doesn't even exist. You cannot break a law that does not exist.
So if his job is explicitly outlined to only read, right? And Eastman is asking him to do things like either throw out electors or certify something that's incorrect, and you would agree that this would be in violation of the duties adhered to him as president of the Senate. But
No.
since there's no law that outlines this specifically, it's not illegal.
No, guys, listen. You can try to reword this. You can put whipped cream and a cherry on it all you want. The bottom line is, there's no law to break here. He doesn't have any powers when it comes to doing anything that they asked him to even attempt to break.
Okay.
Therefore, I don't know if we just say that Eastman needs to get educated. Maybe he's stupid. I don't know. But he asked him to do something of which he can't do. Therefore, by saying that they asked him to break any law, the Electoral Count Act, whatever it is, that's just a bullshit argument. He doesn't have the powers to break any law.
So if we can just agree that Eastman was stupid to ask Mike Pence to do that, can we agree that?
I'll agree with that. Eastman is stupid to ask him to do something which he cannot do.
Then can we agree that on January 5th, 2021, when Trump tweets the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors, that Trump was acting just as stupid and just as undemocratic?
Sure, sometimes Trump does say some stupid stuff. I'll agree with you with that.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's about the only thing we can agree about. But is a tweet, breaking the law?
So can we? Okay.
So now that we took care of the Mike Pence, let's talk about the alternate electors.
Well,
right?
I don't want to move on from this quite yet. Because I don't think that this is
come on.
consistent. I don't think you're being consistent.
It's a dead horse. Stop beating it.
Can we agree?
All right, go ahead.
It's a dead horse.
Can we agree
Just
that
move
if
on.
a lawyer acting under Joe Biden was telling Vice President Harris that she had the right to claim that she won the swing states despite nobody concurring that she did, and she ended up decertifying, and the lawyer was telling Harris to decertify electors in the 2025 election in order for Harris to certify herself as the winner, do you agree that that would be an attack on democracy?
Retard.
And also, why are we just letting this person cut me off like so much? You have added absolutely nothing to the conversation, dog.
Guys, I would say once again, Harris does not have the powers or ability set inside to do such things. So therefore, it would never happen. Listen, I'm not going to keep living this Narnia fucking dream with you guys, okay? Stop beating the dead horse. It's over.
Step through the closet, all right? So...
Thank you. What a valuable addition to this conversation. Do you agree that it would have been anti-democratic for that to happen?
I do. It just.
Why do you want to keep going on the fact, man? All right, so they asked Pence to do something.
Why do we want to keep going on the fact?
There is no breaking any law. There is no breaking any law.
Can we agree that
they asked him to do something that he cannot do?
Okay, let's go off the law. Can we agree that it's probably anti-democratic to have the vice president choose the results of electors?
What?
That's it. That's his job. He reads them.
Okay, can we agree that it would be anti-democratic for the vice president to choose the certified electors? Can we agree that that would be an anti-democratic thing for the vice president to do?
Unilateral.
I mean, the Republic, right?
Wow.
This is why I wanted to put time on
the silence is stunning. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
We're putting different analogies on the same thing, dude. I don't care. Put lipstick on a pig. It's still a fucking pig. All right.
Different analogies.
The end. The total end of this day here. All right. You're talking about somebody doing something that they don't have the powers to do in the first place. So it's not that it's illegal or whatnot. His job is to read them.
Completely walking off
and
the
by
culpability
reading them,
of
he
Trump
certifies
asking
them in the
him
house.
to do it. You're completely walking off the culpability of Trump asking
I'm
him
not
to do
walking
it.
off, sir. He can ask him to do it all he wants. The point is he can't do it.
Can you ask somebody to murder your friend like 5 times in a row? Is that legal?
Oh my god. How many more fucking times do we have to fucking say it? Like,
you haven't said anything.
Jesus
You've just been
Christ.
calling me retarded.
No matter
You
how
haven't
many
said
fucking
anything.
times you reword the question or reword the scenario,
The beginning of the crash, man.
I mean, it's just, we're going circles here.
Yeah, because you guys
like
won't
Jim
answer a
Saki.
question. Because you guys won't answer a question.
We have.
Guys, we have
he
answered the
has.
question, man.
But it just, you don't like the fucking answer because you're in your fifis.
No, I don't like the answer because you guys are advocating for the death of our democracy. That's why. Because if we went through with what Donald Trump was if we went through with what Donald Trump was asking Mike Pence to do, it would be the death of our democratic system, and the vice president would choose. Oh wow, good one. The vice president would choose the outcome of the elections.
Oh, yeah, good one.
All right, Rinyald. It is Rinyald, right? Rinyald, real quick.
Yeah.
Rinyald, real quick, sir.
Yep.
Let's say Pence stood up on that podium and he said, Pennsylvania's electors, I'm sending them back to the state. What would have happened? What would have happened?
Violated the Electoral Count Act.
No, it wouldn't have. Because,
yes, it would.
No, because everybody
in
that Senate hall, would have said, "Sir, your job is to read them. Stay within your lane."
Hey, you realize that even Eastman conceded that it's against the Electoral Count Act, right?
Wait. This is also explicitly stated in the memos. Wait, like you understand that this is explicitly stated in the memos. There would be some sort of uproar from people. And then the proceeding would be to throw it down to the House, which is Republican controlled. This entire thing was laid out. This process was. Did you read the memos?
No. There was 2 states that got questioned, right? One had 6 senators and 127 Republican House members, and the other one had 7 senators and 100.
Truth, we can't hear you, bud.
We can barely hear.
You're muffled.
How about now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So you had 2 states that were contested, right?
7.
No.
No. From the House, that actually stood up. There was only 2.
The legal contestants, before the rioters broke in, yeah.
Right. That's the legal way to do it, right? We can agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
And that's how it went.
Yes, but they were advocating for the vice president to do illegal action. And
they were advocating to do something that's not within his powers. It's not that it would have been illegal, because there has to be a law of which for him to. They never would have been sent back. His job is to read them. That's it.
Is it illegal for a president to do something outside of his powers?
It's a horrible analogy, man.
It's a horrible analogy. This maps on perfectly. Can you engage with that?
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna play this Narnia bullshit, guys. We're staying on topic. We're staying on what we're talking. Okay.
It's also not a whataboutism.
We're not gonna keep doing these analogies in order to try to make a point. Okay. The point is I'm strong on my feeling regarding it. You're strong on your feeling. Let's move forward. We're beating a dead horse right now. We've literally wasted about maybe an extra 15-20 minutes talking about something that's completely nonsense.
Okay. I got it. We've gone for 28 minutes. So guys, move on to another topic.
Well, can we do like closing statements on a particular topic?
No.
Sure, we'll give you what, a minute? You need a minute, 2 minutes? What do you want?
Yeah, I'll take a minute.
Is there another topic you want to go to?
2 minutes per team.
There, bud?
2 minutes per team, not per person. Is that all right with you, Coy?
That's fine.
All right, just let me know when the timer starts.
Cool. 2 minutes per team. Yeah, go ahead right now.
Okay, so obviously, if the Electoral Count Act lays out the process by which you object to certifications, and they were asking Mike Pence to do something that's not laid out in that piece of legislation, it's against the legislation. It's against the law, which was passed by Congress. It violates the law. If it didn't violate the law, then why would John Eastman email Rudy Giuliani to be asked to be put on a pardon list? Why would Eastman openly admit in the Eastman memo that it breaks the Electoral Count Act? These people are arguing for things that Trump's campaign aren't even arguing for themselves.
Nope.
Yeah. Coy?
We can, I don't know, we can look at all the testimony. I mean, everything out here has been outlined pretty severely. I don't even know if you guys have read the actual Eastman memos itself, because not even Eastman disagrees with anything that we're currently putting up right now. So I don't know, ignorance is bliss. You guys can have your 2 minutes.
All right, time.
I wouldn't really call it ignorance is bliss. I call it on the fact that there is rules and regulations and people have specific jobs. Mike Pence's job that day was to read the electors. That's it. That's his job. Okay. He doesn't have the powers and he doesn't have the means to send anything back. Therefore, if he did try to send it back, it would just be denied because he doesn't stand with that right. I don't believe that there is a law broken because there has to be a law set in order for him to break. Okay, you can't break something that doesn't exist. You throw out there the Electoral Count Act, which is fine, but in the Electoral Count Act, it does actually give the vice president's job specific. Read the electors. That's it. You do not have the powers to send back. You do not have the powers to contest or deny. And that's it.
That's true.
You want to say something, Jen?
And who has that power, Truth? Oh, I know. It's Congress.
Correct. Congress has the only power to reject anything.
If Congress were to send it back to the states, then it would have been an issue. But it didn't get sent back to the states. So,
by the way, that's not even true. Congress can't send it back to the states. It goes to a contingent election if the objections are upheld.
Mom, I need fucking meatloaf, fucking Ritalin, crack, cocaine, bullshit. Yeah. You just wasted everybody's time.
Okay. So,
actually not ready.
Okay. Hey, look, I know it's got a brain there, guys. Is there one more thing, Truth, Nate, freaking y'all guys down there? Anything you want to talk about? Another 30 minutes, or?
I'd like to move on to the actual January 6th and the riots. Are you guys good with that?
The date?
Yeah, that works.
Sure. Let's say
that. Okay. How about this, gentlemen? I'll do 20 minutes, and if it's doing like before, I will interrupt. I'm just trying to make sure. I'm trying to respect your time too, man. I appreciate you taking the time to debate us tonight, man. Thank you, guys. Go ahead, 20 minutes. Go.
Ready, set, go.
Are we going first? Okay, go, Coy.
I always let the visitors open up. Go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, when we want to look at the actual riot itself or any of the actions that were committed by Donald Trump and his team during that day, I think it's pretty clear that Donald Trump took advantage of the actual violence that was happening that day. Regardless of whoever was in charge of security that day, Donald Trump at that time had the ability to deploy the National Guard when he knew that things were violent and things were unruly. When people were doing things like chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," for example, there's absolutely, it's like a failure on his part for sitting there for 154 minutes or so, doing absolutely nothing and just watching there. And then random claims of Antifa and all that nonsense. And he doesn't really care about the violence, as we saw. He pardoned people who beat up police. He pardoned people who were convicted of seditious conspiracy. He did. I mean, we can look at the indictments, we can look at the people who've been convicted, and we can look at the people on the pardon list. So, I mean, why is Enrique Tarrio currently a free man? Wait, actually,
currently he's actually in jail. He got arrested a couple weeks ago.
Wait, he got arrested again for something completely different. Why is it that Enrique Tarrio, originally after being sentenced to 20 years, was free?
Mind, and then guess what?
No, because it wasn't for speaking his mind.
Wait. Are we going into open, or are we doing?
I think we're good.
I mean, yeah, sure. If you just let me real quick, I'd just like to say something to Coy. If you would like to know why Enrique is actually was pardoned and released. So when they actually prosecuted him, they went largely against what the committee actually came out and said. And in their findings, they said that between text messages, phone calls, emails, whatnot, just communication. The ultimate plan was for the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys to overtake a CNN headquarter in Washington D.C., of which they did not do. To overtake the Senate Hall, of which they did not do. To overtake the House, which they did not do, and to overtake the Supreme Court, of which they did not do.
Okay, perfect.
The only other thing. The only other thing that they did was they actually did in fact help coordinate the riots that came on the Capitol, the actual Capitol itself. That was one of 5 things. So of one of 5 things that, and there wasn't even an attempt. It wasn't even an attempt for the other 4.
Wait,
so
real quick.
they went to court and they said these are the things that say what?
Can I make a point real quick?
Go on, yeah, go on.
Okay.
These are the things on the seditious conspiracy. These were the seditious conspiracy.
I don't think you've read the indictment. On January 3rd, 2021, a member of the MOSD says, I mean, the main operating theater should be out front of the House of Representatives. It should be out front of the Capitol building. That's where the vote is taking place and all objections. So we can just ignore the rest of the stages and all that shit and plan operations around the front entrance. They had plans to ignore the rest of the shit that they laid out to focus on the Capitol so they could target more manpower at it. Just read the indictment. I mean, if you want to make a comment about a case, read the indictment. It's super easy.
Do you at least acknowledge that you're incorrect about that?
What? I'm saying those are the cases that they went off on. That is what those were the conspiracies that they.
Yeah, because they had to outline. Of course, because they had to outline everything they talked about.
Was that Proud Boys or Proud Boys and Oath Keepers in that?
Like we just said, the Proud Boys outlaid in the 1776 returns memo that they would occupy all of those buildings. But then in the MOSD group chats, they said it would be more wise to focus on the Capitol because that's where the votes are being certified, and it'd be better to focus the manpower there.
Okay, but under the seditious conspiracy, wasn't it all 5?
No.
That wasn't brought up in the trials?
It can be brought up in the trials. That's not the plan that they had. There's no contradiction.
Okay. All right. I mean, if I didn't read the MLS part, I'll bow down to that.
Yeah.
But I know that during the trials they did.
If anybody wants to, page 14 indictment. It's in the chat.
Yeah, I paused time if you want to look into that.
All right.
I mean, if you want to,
no more than like a minute, 2 minutes.
Sure, it's all right there. I mean, and even if they didn't act on any of these other things, there's so much more evidence to get them for the seditious conspiracy. We could talk about Pizzola and himself breaking in with like explicit intentions to try and obstruct the official proceeding. We had the coordination and time beforehand when it came to the paramilitary gear, when it came to like the vests or the riot shields that they wanted, all within to act on this day.
Oh yeah, one more thing also. Even if we're conceding that the plan was okay, actually the plan wasn't just to occupy the Capitol, it was also to occupy the Supreme Court and the CNN news headquarters. That doesn't make it better that Donald Trump ended up pardoning Taria. That makes it worse.
Exactly. Why did he pardon these people? Yeah, realistically, why did he pardon these people?
Okay, are we ready to start the time again?
Sure.
Sorry, Truth, are you reading?
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm listening to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, why did he pardon these people?
I mean, I'm not Donald Trump. I mean, I think he wanted to pardon people from January 6th. Just, I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't have an answer for you guys on that one.
Do you think this, okay, I can get your personal opinion. Do you think that this was a good or like a moral action to do?
I don't know. I mean, it's tough to really show the actual actions. Like, even in the court case.
It's not. It's, okay.
It was tough to show.
Okay. We can even break this down even further for you.
Sure.
When we look at
I gave you guys plenty of time to talk, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I think when you go down
bullshit response.
I didn't even finish. I mean, you're cutting me off in the middle. I think when you're going for seditious conspiracy, and were there only 9 people? Were there only 9 people up at the at the entrance of the Capitol?
No.
No, all right, so those are the people that actually got charged for it, right? So
no, there were more cases for seditious conspiracy than just the Proud Boys.
Yeah.
No, there was only 9. There was only 9 total charges were brought up for conspiracy of.
No, all of the people in the Proud Boys indictment, all of the people in the Oath Keepers indictment were all gotten for seditious conspiracy.
Yeah.
You have 9. There's 9 total.
No.
Okay.
That's what I fucking read. Am I wrong?
Yes.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the Oath Keeper's indictment, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more in the Tario indictment.
So I had the Oath Keepers then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then you had 15.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think it was
All right.
appropriate
So we'll correct the 9. We'll correct the 9 to 15. Were there 15 people at the? Right, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you would figure everybody would be involved.
Okay, but
that's why, in all honesty, I don't know. I feel like maybe these people were like pinpointed out. I don't think they.
If you wanted to say that he should have pardoned all of the people who didn't engage in seditious conspiracy, that's fine. Trump did pardon the people who engaged in seditious conspiracy, though. Do you think those pardons were appropriate?
He did.
Yeah.
I want to know why.
Pardoned either.
You're right. People
Enrique
like Pizzola
Tarrio
got a
did.
sentence commuted. Yeah, he did. But people like Pizzola got a sentence commuted. I'm pretty sure now he's just on he's on parole.
Or Stuart
Yeah, he was
Rhodes?
released the next day. No, Dominic Pizzola, the guy who broke
No,
in
why
with the
he
riot
got
shield.
pardoned? Because he wasn't actually there on the actual day.
That's not why.
I just need
that
you.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, just read the case. He was literally circulating around a memo, detailing occupying the Capitol in order to stop the certification of the election. Like, there's no more clear. There's no more
great.
clear
It doesn't.
case of
Hold on.
seditious
It doesn't
conspiracy
matter that he
possibly
wasn't
beforehand.
there. Exactly. It doesn't matter that he wasn't there.
He wasn't there.
Yes,
No,
he
not
was
for the-
trying to detail how to occupy the Capitol and sent it around to people who would be in D.C. on January 6th in order to stall the certification of the election. That is
And then
seditious
proceeded to
conspiracy.
conspire with other militant groups to attempt to continuously hinder the certification of the vote.
Sentences, guys, didn't he commute these sentences?
No, he pardoned Tario. He commuted.
He pardoned
Stuart
Tario.
Rhodes. He pardoned Tario, though.
And he commuted Pizzola as well. By the way, violent actions, breaking down windows and letting more people in to potentially hurt people in Congress.
Wait.
This is all
The old
public
key,
information.
9 members had their sentence commuted, and 5 members.
You're looking
from
at the.
Proud Boys.
You're looking at the Oath Keepers again.
Yeah, Oath Keepers had 9, Proud Boys had 5.
Mm-hmm. Tario was pardoned though.
Commuted.
No.
No, he was no.
Yeah, I mean they were let out of jail, but the charges still stood. They still stand on their record. A pardon means you remove them completely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So where he let these people out, out of jail. That's why I just had to double check on that. I mean, he did let them out of jail, but they still have them on their record.
Do you think that was appropriate?
To let them out of jail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's people who
I don't
attack
know.
police officers.
I don't know. That's not my decision to make. I'm not the sitting president.
I'm asking for some normativity from you. Can you tell me what you think like Trump ought to have done? Like, would you do this?
There
Would
is
you
no
do this
thinking.
personally?
Yeah, I don't.
It's just facts.
I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know if there's like additional information that he has.
I'm not
I don't
asking
know.
about
I
what
mean,
Trump was
these-
thinking. I'm asking about what you
These
think.
people
Do you
help
think it
with
was-
other.
Yeah, you're asking
These people
for
help with
opinions.
other things. I mean, I don't
Yes,
really
that's
know.
what I'm asking the
There's a lot of other things that can be involved on whether or not you choose for these people to be pardoned or commuted.
Sure. So what are all these
I don't think we
things
have all
come
the
to a
information.
conclusion for you at the very least? Because for me, this seems like a really easy answer. For these guys who tried to conspire to destroy one of the core institutions of our democracy, or our republic, before we get pedantic, I don't believe that these people should be like either released or commuted.
And all 9 were commuted.
It's not even. It's yeah, exactly. And even then, we can talk about the other people who aided in this. I don't believe those people should have been pardoned. I think this is a really easy opinion for me to make. I'm not asking for any facts from you. That's why I asked for normativity. So it's like, what do you
Well,
think?
opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
true. In my opinion, murder's wrong, but apparently that has no weight because, you know, it's just an opinion. I mean, like, we can
Well,
make opinions
because
about
there's
clearly bad
actual
things.
laws for murder.
We can make
Yeah, and what are these
opinions
laws
about-
based
Yeah, there's
off of?
also laws against seditious conspiracy.
Yeah, wait, but what are these laws based off of?
Oh, I get all high pitched with my mullet.
Okay, wait,
For
that's
you
great.
to
What are
talk
these
to me
opinions
about
based
high
off of?
pitch, are you kidding me? You
I
literally
know,
pitch
right?
shift your voice.
Well, that's because I'm a cookie.
Oh, that's really funny. So, what's the like?
see-
Why do you?
I'm a cookie.
why do you
You're
you
arguing
think
with a cookie.
that's amazing? Why do you think that what do you think these laws are built off of?
What I told you is when you ask my opinion, I don't know if there's stuff that we don't know about. We can all assume that there could be.
Okay, from the stuff that we have currently, let's take the information that we
have in front of
or
us.
the information that we have read that you haven't. What do you think Trump should have done in this scenario?
What you haven't, we haven't. Ooh.
Yes, because you haven't read
I don't
this.
know,
Or
man.
else you wouldn't be making these idiotic
Guys, I'll be
comments.
honest with you. If I was to make a decision against somebody that tried to organize a full out attack on and cause harm to people, then yeah, I do believe that you need to be punished for it. I think maybe he felt, I don't know, maybe he felt that the time that he did was, I mean, honestly, what did they accomplish? You know, I mean,
The
22
delaying
years.
of the vote.
22 years could have been a long time.
Okay.
You know what's funny, Truth, is that, they bring up a lot of accusations and a lot of stuff, but they haven't shown.
Tario was convicted.
But yeah, like, what do you want me to show you? Like him getting sentenced by the judge?
Yeah,
do you want to look at the
show us.
indictments? Do you want to look at the indictments, or the conviction, the articles that have been put out afterwards?
This one?
That's the indictment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to see the parts where people are saying like, "Hey, he got arrested"?
Department of Justice, Proud Boys leader sentenced to 22 years in prison on
You're
sedition
right,
conspiracy.
like-
I mean, like, do you really
we
think
know
that we
he
were
got
lying about
sentenced
that?
to 22 years. But then you're asking us, why did he get pardoned? Well, guess what?
No,
we know
hold
for
on.
the fact that he wasn't there because they were trying to
That's
charge
not.
him for being in D.C.
They.
or January 6th when he wasn't there.
Do you
That's
feel
not what the
bad?
charges were.
Do you feel bad for like dragging Truth down so hard, for like adding nothing to this conversation and just taking up his speaking time? Do you feel bad? Because I think you
Do you
should.
feel bad for acting like a retard constantly?
This is
And
what
living
I
in
meant
your
by I
mom's
said we were drastically overprepared. You weren't wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you were so over-prepared when we all know that Enrique Tarrio was not there.
That doesn't matter.
I
promise you.
In
Wait,
the fucking face.
hold on. Why is it that why is it that Tario wasn't there?
Why wasn't he there? I don't know. Maybe because he
You
had
haven't read the
better
case. You have no
things to
fucking
do.
clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, the
Why are you
reason,
getting
the reason that he wasn't
Why are
there is
you
in the
opinion on
case. It's
this?
because he was arrested for gun charges 4 days before, or 3 days before, somewhere around there. He was
Like, why are
arrested
you
on
why are you
federal gun
talking about
charges
any of
in
this?
What gun
DC.
charges?
You don't know. Why are you?
This is the first
Wait,
time I've
hold
heard
on.
of the gun charges.
Yeah, because you don't read, and that's fine. Don't blame us on that, okay? If you want to know what happened, you can read the 30-page indictment. But you haven't, and yet you have such. Wait, why is it that you thought it'd be appropriate to like speak to us about this stuff if you haven't read like anything on it?
All right, I'm gonna.
If the charges,
I'm gonna
gun
keep
charges
moving
were
forward.
in there,
Yeah. Okay.
if the gun
So,
charges were in
guys, what I'm
there,
gonna-
guess what?
Sure, dude.
They
This
would
is
show
such a.
up within this search bar.
It's
on
in
the
the
indictment, wouldn't they?
indictment. It's in the indictment.
Yeah, and I have the fucking indictment right here. And when you do this,
So wait, this
guess
is.
what? It searches for the particular word that you're looking for, right? And guess what? That word does not show.
Give me 1 second. I'll find the page for you, babe.
Yeah.
Don't call me babe, motherfucker.
Conspiracy related to prison. Henry Enrique Tarrio, 39, Miami, Florida, sent to 22 years, 36 months.
So,
Page 7
Again.
and 14, January 4th, Tarrio is arrested in Washington, D.C. and charged with destruction of property related to a Black Lives Matter flag and possession of 2 large capacity magazines. He is ordered to leave Washington from here. Tarrio is removed from all MOSD chats in fear of investigation.
Okay.
Page 7,
Yeah,
page
then my-
14. Get to reading. bud. Get to reading. Get to
And
reading.
so-
bud.
and
Get
so-
to reading, bud. Get to reading, bud.
And,
Get
and
to
so
reading.
then,
Get
my
to reading,
question
bud.
to you, once again, which I know I won't get an
So,
answer to,
again,
why did you think it would be
magazines
appropriate?
are
Why did you think
magazines.
it? Just give me a
there
moment
is
here.
no gun.
That's amazing. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You got me. My
you know,
bad.
you
I
said,
misspoke.
Oof.
Sorry, I said gun, but I actually meant high capacity magazines in the lieu of the certification of the election, and so he couldn't return back to Washington. My bad.
So,
I
you
misspoke.
just lied about the gun.
Oh, he lied
You didn't even know what I was talking
maliciously.
about. Yeah.
So okay, so here's the last thing then, and I know I'm gonna answer this. Why do you think? Why that's okay? That's great. Why do you think that it would be appropriate to speak to us about this in some sort of formal capacity or manner when you actually haven't read anything on these cases and all you're going off is conjecture? Why do you think it would be appropriate to speak to us about this?
Because guess what?
Didn't Coy organize this on the grounds that we had the facts?
That he was not there.
Yeah, that's the only thing you read because all you know is talking points. If you want to comment on a case, read what he's accused of. It's super easy.
Wait, and also, aren't these indictments revised before they get publicly released as well? So it's way easier for people to digest?
It's possible. Yeah, for the most part. So, moving away from Enrique. When it came down to the actual riots, right? When you look at the actual timeline, Capitol Police asked for help at 1:34. Why didn't Congress call in for the National Guard?
Because it's the president's job to call for the National Guard.
No, it's not.
That's not true.
In Washington, D.C., yes, it absolutely is.
No. It's the Speaker of the House, and I want you
to, if you want to specifically go and look at Article 1, Section 3, under any time that there's an invasion or an insurrection on Capitol premises, that Congress has the right to call in militia.
You said Article 1, Section 3?
Correct.
Chosen 4th year Senate for 2 votes. Vacancies.
Article 1, Section 3. Wait.
This is in Section 8.
8. I'm sorry. 8. Did I say 3? 8.
Yeah.
Section 8.
Okay, so I'm seeing here, Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and exercise to pay the debts and provide to the common defense of the general welfare of the United States, but has all duties to imposts and excise shall be uniform throughout the United States. Then you keep going down here. To provide for calling forth militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions.
So what?
Do you concede it was an insurrection?
This also takes away... no, not this
you
one.
Just said it.
This is be underneath invasions.
To suppress insurrections and invasions, correct?
So my assumption is that that's not the same thing as deploying the National Guard. They may have power to deploy.
What's militia? What is every state's militia?
The National Guard. Yeah, good one.
Okay, so we've accomplished now that DC's militia is National Guard. Okay.
So yeah, they may have, and we can even concede they may have the authority to deploy it on Congress.
They absolutely do.
Okay,
they absolutely do. Why wasn't it deployed?
Why didn't Trump?
Trump did.
No, his
no, he did
person.
Not. No, he did not. Wait, hold on. Wait, that's amazing. Wait, I love this talking point. Show me any formal request for the National Guard that was deployed for January 6th when it came to the actual riot on the Capitol. I'd love to see it.
Okay, I'll show it to you.
And just actually, could you repeat what I said back to me, just so I know that you know what you're looking for?
You want to see the documentation that the president actually ordered and wanted to have National Guard present in DC? That's what you're asking me, right?
No,
I'm going to repeat it to you one more time.
Capitol riot, yeah.
For the actual Capitol riot itself, this is really important because
the
this
actual
one was
Capitol
for
riot itself, right?
Yes, for the riot itself, where was the request that Trump put in before he had to call off his little cult members at like 4 o'clock, right? Where was the actual request that was put in to deploy the National Guard for the Capitol riots?
I want to know.
I cannot read this. This says final memo from the Secretary of Army. Because I know there's one to possibly protect his people.
Well, also, I mean, I'm pretty sure most of the reporting shows that Miller is the one that approved the request for National Guard, not Trump.
Well, yeah, you have to have McCarthy, right? You have to have McCarthy and Miller in order to do it. But right here is is it showing on the screen or no?
No, I don't. Well, wait, hold on.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not there.
And while you're waiting on that, we're at 21 minutes. If you guys want to keep going, is there a certain time limit y'all guys want me to let y'all know?
I'm good.
I'm good.
You guys good? Okay, cool. No worries.
I mean, I'm just showing.
I don't like link it. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I was gonna say just put it in the Discord thing, link it.
You're not looking at the screen?
You see it now?
Can we link it, please?
Why is it not doing it?
Just
It's
okay.
sharing.
Just
share me the link to the document you're looking
And
at.
actually read it, dumbass.
You just share the link so that we can like zoom in and read and all that nonsense. I don't want to
read off of your fucking shaky
I'll tell you
hand.
what. Why is this not showing? It's like the first time shit doesn't want to show. You can't read that, can you?
It's very small. Just like let's copy the link, paste it into the.
It's a saved PDF. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. I'll put it into the chat then. All right.
Let's see if we can find.
Now I'm over here hitting buttons.
Also, if he requested for, also why didn't he call off his? While we're waiting for this, why didn't he call off his people as soon as he heard that there's any sort of breach of the Capitol? After he heard that Mike Pence had to be evacuated, we called off his people immediately.
Yeah, he did through tweets.
You
actually rather got
the welcome channel,
right? Later
yes.
on. There was a video.
Later on. Wait, why did it take him so long to release that video? People were. Hold on. Let me just pull up the timeline here, because we have a timeline of everything that happened, obviously. So, what Parlor saw, we have the initial first breach here, with Pizzola at around 3 o'clock, right? And so Trump video, January 6th. Let me see when the video got released.
Oh, and real quick, okay. I just read
landslide election.
So
and everyone knows it, especially the others. I know you're hurt. We had an election.
Okay.
I know about the video. I need to know what time
it was a landslide election.
Can we?
And everyone knows it.
Can we?
Especially the other
please-
side.
Stop.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
Okay.
There's the video.
You had a 238. You had our Capitol Police, law enforcement. They're truly on the side of the country. Stay peaceful. That was a tweet. You had 313. I'm asking everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women of the blue. Thank you. 422 and a recorded statement, which is probably what we just saw. That you have to go home. And then at 625, these are the things and events that happen when sacred landslides elections are. And then he tells everybody, just remember, go home with love and peace and remember this day forever. So 1, 2, 3, 4 different times from 2:30 to 6:30.
Real quick, so the video that the person was playing on their on their phone was released at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
The invasion started at 1, so that's like 3 hours. First of all, the stay peaceful thing are not telling his supporters to be peaceful.
Wait. Let me see here. Invasion It says the invasion started at. Oh, I guess all right. Capitol.
Perfect. Okay.
Rioters reached the steps of the Capitol by 1:10.
Yeah. So that video was released at 4:06, I believe. So the fact that we would cite that as a timely call for him to call off his people was
nearly 3 hours late.
Yeah, a little strange. Sorry, I'm working on fixing my camera. It just went off. Okay, so also a call to stay peaceful for his supporters who are literally breaking in and invading the Capitol is not a call to become peaceful. Second of all, and third of all,
we came out and said that. So at 1:30, right? At 1:30, the Capitol Police were overwhelmed and forced to retreat up the steps of the Capitol. Okay, that's what's recorded. At 1:34, 4 minutes later. Okay, that's where you have D.C. Mayor Bowser requested via phone call from the Army Secretary, Ryan McCarthy, to deploy the National Guard. That never happened. Okay, at 1:50, the D.C. Metropolitan Police declared it a riot.
Yeah.
Now, at 1:34, the call was already made for National Guard.
Not by Trump.
Now, Trump is aware of that, and Trump was informed at 1:34. An hour later, Trump comes out and urges for people to support and for protesters to remain peaceful. An hour after, correct.
Not be peaceful.
Telling them to remain peaceful.
Wait a minute. Also, wasn't he saying things like Mike Pence?
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. So
yeah,
I think it's particularly interesting. I want to see the rationale here. Do you think it was appropriate for after people were already in the Capitol, Trump's first correspondence to the people after they had invaded the Capitol grounds to be that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving the states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts? He said that at 2:24 p.m. Do you think that was appropriate?
I mean, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate? We already went over the fact of what he could and couldn't do. So, I mean, I'll tell you that...
people were looking to hang him, by the way. He tweeted that out. So.
Well...
People looking to hang...
People were looking to hang Mike Pence, and he tweeted
Mike
out
Pence.
that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what he needed to do to save our Constitution.
They had a gallows out there as well. Didn't they have a noose?
Yeah, they erected a noose outside of the Capitol. Yep.
Trump said to hang him?
No, but while supporters were in the Capitol...
while
supporters were in the Capitol chanting to hang Mike Pence, Donald Trump sent a tweet out saying that Mike Pence doesn't have the courage to do what is necessary to save our country and our Constitution. Do you think that that's inflaming the crowd at all?
I don't know, man. I don't remember seeing anybody that was.
I know you probably wouldn't.
I can. Sure, we can pull up the videos.
How many were involved in that?
Hold on, we can. Oh, there are many. Hold on, let's see. Also, does it matter the amount?
How many?
Wait, does it matter the amount? The fact that this was happening at all is.
Well, I mean, are you guys talking like there was hundreds of people out there looking for Mike Pence, or are you talking about like maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 jackasses were out there trying to accomplish something? I don't.
If you want to, you can check my screen.
224.
And we have people here very clearly chanting "Hang Mike Pence" or "Bring out Pence."
That Pence will decide.
Wait, what was the full
to do
tweet?
the right thing according to Trump.
The full tweet was that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving the states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones they were asked to previously certify. The USA demands truth. That's the full tweet.
At 2:24.
Yes, while people were in the Capitol.
And remember, we have here for the original breaches as well. People had already been inside. We have videos here of these morons, right, jumping in after people like Dominic Pizzola have already bashed through the windows. So they had known that these things. I'm pretty sure Congress had already been adjourned at this point, and Pence is already hiding in a bunker. We have things like Proud Boys, as we just saw here on that stupid ass fucking MAGA hat, right? We already have Proud Boys and people who are inside here.
Which, by the way, when
so
the
those 15 people.
Well, real quick, when the U.S. Secret Service came in, to inform Donald Trump that Pence had been evacuated to a safe location because he was being threatened, Donald Trump replied, "So what?" And also that Mike Pence tweet. By the way,
was that?
The Jack Smith's
was
final
that?
report. That was when he was ushered
Where
off.
where did that come from though? Where's the evidential proof that he actually said that? Where
Jack
did that
Smith's
come
final
from?
report, page 39 or 35.
So that's alleged.
38. In the final report,
Alleged?
You are, by the everything in indictments.
Who's the testimony? Who's the testimony?
The person who told Trump.
Who did you say?
The person who told Trump. By the way, it's illegal to lie in an indictment. I don't know if you know this. This is testifying.
Does that mean people don't lie? Does that mean
No, but that
people
doesn't
don't
mean
lie?
that
in
we just
indictments?
brush it off because we don't want to hear it.
Also, wait, hold on. If this was the case that Smith was lying about this in the final report, and Trump has people like staffers who report everything that happens to him, why wouldn't he then go after Smith for this? Why wouldn't he? If Smith is explicitly lying about statements that he made, why is it that he's not coming out for this?
Did Smith resign?
Can you answer that question? He stepped down as special counsel. He still released his reports, and still inside of these indictments, it is illegal to lie.
Yes, he can.
If I have to answer the question is he can't retaliate against them because
Yes, he can.
he's no
It's
longer
perjury.
part of the DOJ.
Wait,
it's perjury.
Wait, no,
He can.
exactly, it's perjury.
Wait, hold on. What's perjury?
If Jack Smith knowingly lies in an indictment or a report to the Attorney General, that's perjury, or that's under testimony. That's perjury if he's lying. If he lied in those
hold on,
documents,
real
why
quick.
aren't they going after
Underneath
him?
that category, does it? Hold on. Underneath that category, does it mention anything about alleged? Do they allege that he did this?
If you read it, you'd know.
Just real quick, because if it says anywhere in there in the Jack Smith at any time, if it says that these charges alleged, then he can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Sure. Also, by the way, so your initial claim...
Yeah, even to the grand juror on an indictment, he can say whatever he wants if he throws the words alleged. So,
Yep,
so I'm just going to ask you, does it say
Here's what he
alleged?
said. Here's what he said. 1 minute later, the United States Secret Service was forced to evacuate Mr. Pence to a safe, secure location. When an advisor at the White House learned this, he rushed in to the dining room and informed Mr. Trump, who replied, so what? No alleged. It's a very straightforward claim of fact. If he lied in this report, why aren't they going after him? Why aren't they going after him for perjury?
Ronald, come on. You know every prosecutor is going to put the words alleged in every single indictment. I
literally just read the thing to you. I read it verbatim to you.
Wait, link him to just link it to him. Just link it to him so he can read it. Just link it.
Page 38.
Also, by the way, once again here, you're talking about only these 15 people. These people, one, are not allowed to be here. I'm not sure why we're even trying to remotely carry water for any of these morons. 2, this is way more than 15. And look at these guys flooding in. Right? Like, you would agree that this is bad shit, right? And we shouldn't be doing this.
No, because
At
that's
the
state of
very
opinion,
least.
Coy.
Oh, I know. Whenever I ask for it. Actually, this is illegal. This isn't even.
Yeah, we're here
This is by law. You can't do any of this shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, does the president have the power to pardon?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, well, convenient.
So do governors.
Oh, good
They
one.
do.
What's your point?
Good point.
For state crimes.
Well, been going for 35 minutes, gentlemen. Rinyald, I know you, or sorry, Ren, I don't know if you got any things to do, man. I just want to let you know what you're doing on time. I mean, you can keep going if you want.
I'm going for as long as everybody else can go.
Yep.
No worries, man. I just want to respect your time. Yeah, it's been like 35. I don't care.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So anyways, man, I just want to point out that every indictment, all charges are alleged. Even testimonies, everything is alleged. So I'm not saying that it never happened. I'm just saying that when you go to present something in court, just because it's illegal to lie under oath or in an indictment doesn't mean that people don't do it. So this is why, honestly, like when it comes to any of these charges, it's so difficult to dispute a yay or a nay because you're going off of alleged and you're going off of how you feel involving the actual case. So that's why I like to look at
we're walking off the question though.
What are the actual facts?
If Jack Smith was lying in the indictment and lying in the final report, where's the perjury charge?
There is no perjury charge on an indictment.
I know.
Yes, there is.
Hold on. That's why every single indictment charges are alleged.
You can't put fake. You can't put. So when you read indictments, there's a little thing called the fact statements or the facts of the case. You can't lie in that. What you're claiming is that Jack Smith is lying when he's asserting facts.
can lie if you
No,
know. I mean,
it's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal to lie.
In an indictment, sure, because
In the-
you'll be put
yes,
into perjury.
if you're making,
Did the case go to court?
if you're making
Did Jack Smith's case go to court?
If you're making
Did Jack Smith,
statements of
did
fact,
that case go to court?
it doesn't matter.
Did the case go to court?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. In order to have perjury, the case has to go to court.
You're wrong.
Because in order
You're
for
wrong.
I'm not wrong.
The indictment is under oath, babe.
I know it is. I know
So
it is,
if you're
Dave.
lying under
But
oath, what do you get? If you're lying under oath, what do you get? If you're lying under oath, what do you get? If you're lying under oath, what sentence do you get?
So
All
we
right,
have
sir,
here.
How do you prove perjury?
I'm pretty sure.
If Donald Trump, if
No, don't
If it wasn't
divert
true.
away from it. Let's just stay right on topic. How do you prove perjury?
Oh my God,
You
are
can
we
prove
actually
that there's
doing
no
this
You do
right
it
now?
on
believe it.
stand.
Wait,
You do
wait,
it
wait,
in the
hold
court
on,
of
hold
law,
on, hold on,
correct?
hold on, hold on.
yes,
We're obfuscating.
You do not do it
why
on
is it
stand
Pam
in the
We're
court of law.
bringing
obfuscating
perjury
so
charges?
hard. We're obfuscating so
Rinald,
hard here.
Rinald, every single time you hear somebody has been convicted or shown perjury, it's when the opposing party, whether it be the prosecution or the defense, they go up and they say, "This is what you said, but here's the facts of what happened. Therefore, what you said is a lie,
Yeah, why aren't
and
they
that
doing
would
that?
be perjury."
Why aren't they doing
Right? Did that happen?
If you're alleging that Jack Smith lied in the final report, that would be perjury. Yes.
No, I'm alleging that everything in Jack Smith's report is alleged, which means that way there everything is. Otherwise, if they could prove an indictment on alleged, if they could prove during an indictment that this said thing is not true, you can get defamation. That's why rule of law 101 is
Prove an
every
indictment.
single indictment introduced is an alleged charge.
Okay, we're talking about the report, though, right? We're talking about the
That's
report that he
the
gave to the
indictment.
Attorney
That's
General.
the charge.
Those are statements of
Okay,
fact.
I can't argue with bliss and ignorance, man. I just can't argue that.
bliss and
Yeah, I
ignorance.
agree. I totally
if you don't want to, if you're
gonna rip off any like shitty quotes, at least like cite them properly. This makes.
I don't know what you want me to tell you, man.
This makes zero sense. If everything is
No, what makes
this is
zero
alleged,
sense is the
and
fact-
Will Smith
no, what
actually
makes
can
zero sense
possibly
is the
lie,
fact that you
therefore, like
honestly
all of this can be
believe
thrown out.
That just because there's an indictment, that it's absolute. That's fucking
No,
ridiculous.
that's
No, we're
not.
not saying.
Yeah,
We're
it's
saying that there's no
absolutely
reason
ridiculous.
to believe that
That's
he's
not my
lying.
case.
Because the law says
No, I'm sorry.
that you
We're saying-
cannot.
We're saying
because
there's
the
no
law
reason
says
to
that you
believe that he's
cannot.
lying.
This makes no sense.
Right, because you don't feel.
No, because
You
there's
don't
been no
feel.
facts.
Wait, there's no
facts
proof.
presented other
Okay,
than
hold on.
this.
Whoa. Wait. I can solve this so
Alright,
easily.
alright.
Yeah, of course.
One at a
Wait.
time.
Truth. I can solve this so easily for you. One, when we're talking about things like a federal case involving a previous president, one, or where we're now speaking on somebody who just had a immunity ruling, two. Do you think that everything in this case would have been revised? Like, do you think they would make sure that the stuff they're at least saying would be true?
Especially when
Or do you
claiming
think
fact,
just
by the
because
way.
there's a possibility that they can lie, that means that they are? You understand
Then
how
why
us taking...
did so many of Jack Smith case fail?
Because you can't
This
cite
had-
a
in all
sitting
honesty,
president.
man, all right,
Wait a minute.
so,
Gingy, hold on. I'm
you
so
agree-
sorry. No, wait. Doc, before we pivot to some stupid shit, I am so sorry that you had to be put into this conversation and just sit here and watch. I know it is so hard for you right now to even try and comprehend a single iota of a statement that we're making. Okay? And that's fine. Just please, do not pretend like you know anything that we're currently talking about. That's all.
All right, cool. All right, man.
Yeah. So right now, what we're doing here is the probability
About
game.
them apples.
Well, this could
That's what
possibility.
it
Oh,
is.
this could probably. You know, he has the ability to lie, so that means we should probably take everything he said. Yeah, of course, he has the ability to do all this nonsense. There's the ability.
Because at this whole entire time,
Yeah.
you guys have been arguing fucking feelings, and truth has been
Right,
arguing
literally.
feelings.
But wait, you know
giving
what?
you all
You know
the
what? Real
facts.
quick, Coy,
We're watching the
real
depth of
quick.
reality, by the way, right now.
All right, Coy,
Yeah.
guys, real quick. I'm gonna settle the entire argument, okay? And this is why every indictment has to be written as allegedly, all right? Because if it's not written allegedly, then you absolutely violate people's 5th and 14th Amendment, where a person cannot be treated as guilty until they have their day in court, which is due process.
Treated
That's
as
why
guilty.
every single indictment ever written, ever, period, ever fucking period, is alleged.
Yeah,
which means nothing is actual fact until it's brought into court.
You're right.
You're arguing something because you feel that what they said is right or is the truth.
That's how you
when
say
in all
that's about every
honesty,
fact.
it never
Because I
saw
feel
its
that it's
day in
true.
court and could never be proven as truth or a fucking lie.
The due process thing? Yeah, you're right. The government can't treat somebody as guilty until he's proven guilty. That doesn't mean that you
That's
can
fine.
lie about factual findings in an indictment. That doesn't mean that the factual
No,
findings
that's why
in an
every
indictment are not
indictment-
reliable. Okay, this is the stupidest fucking thing in the world. And for you to say that, like, oh, you feel that these facts are accurate. Yeah, that's the same thing about every other fucking fact. How can you prove that your eyes are reliable? Okay, like, if we want to get down to what
boy.
constitutes truth, okay, this is not the kind of conversations that we want to be having.
Doesn't matter.
dumb.
Every single indictment has to be written as
Okay, you know what?
as it's unproven.
You're entirely
As it's
right.
unproven,
You know
and it has to be
Listen,
alleged.
You're
Or else you violate
You're
constitutional
arguing
rights.
feelings, brother.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not
you know what,
arguing
you're correct.
feelings, man. I'm
How about this?
arguing
How about this? How about this?
the
Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. How about this? We go back to the riot. Okay, let's speak about
Because
the
we
riot.
can
Let's
go
speak about-
back to, let's see, the 5th, the 6th,
Sure, let's speak about the riot.
and the 8th.
Let's talk about what happened here, okay? Even with all of this known, with Donald Trump knowing that these people were inside here, knowing that the Capitol had already gone on lockdown, we already knew that the people had been run back up to the top of the stairs, right? We know that police had started hunkering down Congress members inside of like secret underground areas. Why is it then that Donald Trump decided not to do anything?
I'm just muting
Why?
the pitch shift person
Why
because
do you
they have
think that?
nothing interesting
Hey.
to offer ever. I'm just muting this
What did he
person.
do?
It's nothing.
He directly ordered for National Guard to come in, right?
Oh, he did. Okay, so for the riots, let's see the formal request. Whenever we look at anything when it comes to the January 6th final commission, or we look at any of the alleged crimes against him, there's absolutely nothing there. Oh, Gingy, once again. Oh, asking days prior. And what were the National Guard's people for? Who were they for?
They were to hold peace between the protesters.
No, they were to protect the protesters. Yeah.
And then
It's the whole piece, right? To protect the protesters.
Yeah, not for
Okay,
the Capitol
was this?
Guardsmen, not for the
And it's not for the
people.
Capitol Guard. It wasn't for anything because people were not expecting people.
I should have done something.
All right, listen. I
That's
feel like
not what the.
we're like an hour in. Like, is this conversation even going anywhere? Like are we? Being,
I mean, it's
like,
up
one
to
of
you,
the
man.
persons- one of the
It hasn't
people
been
isn't
going
even,
anywhere.
one of the people isn't even contributing anything, and Truth doesn't want to make any moral claims about anything, and doesn't even know how we identify
Because you're
truth.
trying
I don't
to
even know where this
trap
conversation
him
is going anymore.
into going with your narrative.
Yeah,
That's
by
why.
giving the facts that clearly outline a narrative,
there were
and
no
then
facts.
you guys just want to ignore them. That's fine. Can we do like closing statements or something? Coy, do you want to keep talking? Or
Sure, I'd love
It's
to
up
do
to you,
a
man.
closing
We've been
statement.
gone 45 minutes. It's up to you, brother.
Sure, of course, I'd love to do a closing statement, and then you can hit
I mean,
yours.
I feel like at this point,
Yeah, that's
it just-
amazing.
Well,
It's
actually,
interesting,
guys,
because I
hold-
said
uh,
Gingy.
that's
what
amazing.
you guys,
It's a great.
Guys, I'll tell you what, man. I've
Dylan?
let you guys go first. I've let you guys go first several times.
Yeah, you should go.
So I'm gonna close it as this. At no point during this entire debate did you guys bring up factual information or proof proving any guilt of any means to the President of the United States regarding that any action that he had did is in fact criminal. All of it has been speculation and feelings on your on your half. By simply presenting any type of factual information, then we could have had a more civil debate. I'm sorry, I don't debate feelings. I find it very difficult to put myself in your shoes. I do make my own opinions. You ask for a lot of moral beliefs in whatabouts and how I feel. I'm a constitutionalist, so I believe that the rule of law is required to be followed. If laws are broken, then I believe that punishments need to be handed out. At no point tonight was a valid law that Donald Trump actually brought to my attention. Therefore, I cannot change my opinion on how I feel anything took place or conspired. I hope that in the future, maybe you guys can bring up some actual facts to bring to the table and have a better debate.
Okay.
And I wish you guys best of luck moving forward. Thank you much.
Can I give a?
Yeah,
Can I give
and
a
I'm going to say this.
Okay.
What you just said is one of the
you.
most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, that's been this whole entire time with you two.
Yeah, sure. Can I give my closer?
No, fuck you.
Okay, thanks,
Come on, man. I'm not... Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so it's funny that they say that we provided no proof of illegality when we literally have a law outlining the processes by which the electoral votes are certified. Eastman was asking Pence to violate this law and use power that was not allocated to him. Trump was also doing the same. When confronted with this, our two opponents said, oh, well, maybe Eastman's stupid and maybe Trump's stupid. Okay, that's fine. That's a fine concession. That Trump and Eastman were just so stupid that they didn't even have a comprehension of how their election is certified. That's fine. And then when asked for a comment on if it's appropriate to pardon the seditious conspirators that try to overturn democracy for you, no comment. I agree. I'm a constitutionalist as well. I think rule of law is super important. That's why pressuring the vice president to use power that isn't allocated to him is probably bad. Hiring a law firm to do illegal activity and trying to pressure the vice president to use power that he doesn't have is probably bad. And pardoning a bunch of seditious conspirators who tried to overturn the results of the election for you, even though you won none of the states that you claim to have won, is probably bad. And then giving them clemency afterwards is probably bad. And then trying to say that we should terminate the Constitution to declare the rightful winner of the 2020 election, probably bad. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't really agree more. I'm not entirely sure how, when we didn't provide any sort of factual information, this makes no sense, or at any time in this debate, we couldn't find any action that was constituted to be illegal or criminal. Even if I were to somehow grant you that, this still on its face makes no sense, because one, we had a Supreme Court case that said that most of the illegal or criminal actions that he had done have now been provided underneath criminal immunity. So even if we're talking about then, this is still stupid, right? I'm not sure exactly how we're going to only appeal to legality while also somehow defending Donald Trump. I feel like this is oxymoronic. I'm really, really sorry, Truth, in my genuine opinion, that you had a teammate who has not read, I don't even know if he can read, any of the facts of the case, and you just kind of had to listen to some random high-pitched squeaker during any of this. But if you'd like to come back and engage with good faith, that'd be great. But
May your soul burn in hell.
Okay, cool.
Okay, planning on it.
Guys, hey man, I appreciate it coming in to our Discord. I thought it was a great time. I am extremely difficult to debate against. As I laid out, I simply just looked for factual information we can go off of. So that's why I deny or basically just keep pressuring to bring that up. But thank you for coming in. I thought we had a nice debate. I know there was some times in there. Gingy does what he does best. So
distract the whole conversation. Yeah, true.
But yeah, so good jobs, guys. I mean, I would debate with either one of you again, anytime.
Yep, just let us know.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Somehow it was worse than I could have possibly predicted.
Oh, it's going.
You agree?
Nice afternoon in the rain.
Oh, lovely. You agree or disagree?
I just got here, so I don't even know what we're talking about.
The prompt is Donald Trump is anti-American.
And what is your what's your argument for this?
That I think he shows contempt for the Constitution and the idea of holding fair elections. I can go into depth. Obviously, that's bearing the lead a little bit, or bearing the details. But I can go into detail if you want.
Right. Go ahead. Elaborate a little bit.
Yeah. So the way that Donald Trump treated the 2020 election with trying to get it illegally overturned, I think was unhinged and very authoritarian and against the idea of how our elections run. And the tweet where he floated terminating the Constitution to rerun the 2020 election, I feel like was insane, and nobody talks about that. And then him trying to say that he's going to end birthright citizenship via executive action in direct violation of the Constitution, I think is enough to say that he's probably not super for the Constitution, and he's definitely against the way that our elections run.
Did you look, or what exactly did he do that was unconstitutional in the 2020 election, other than questioning the results?
So there's this piece of legislation called the Electoral Count Act, and it lays out the way that Congress certifies electors and the way that they count the Electoral College votes to gavel the winner on January 6th. And what Donald Trump did is he tried to submit fraudulently assembled electors, and he tried to pressure Mike Pence to replace the Electoral College votes that the state certified with the ones that Donald Trump fraudulently sent in, which would in turn allow Mike Pence to unilaterally choose the winner of the election.
I thought you were more referring to the January 6th ordeal.
Well, that kind of played a part in it, because whenever Mike Pence said that he wouldn't actually do that because it's insane, Donald Trump was like throwing a bunch of like crazy like pot shots at him in the J6 ellipse speech, and that's why the people who did end up breaking into the Capitol were looking to, unalive Mike Pence.
Well, I mean, you have seen that now. We know that over what I believe it was 29 FBI agents were there that were actually going into the Capitol.
So, okay. I'm not going to be too mean because you seem like you're good faith, but so that report showed that there were, I think it was 26 confidential human sources. So that doesn't mean FBI agents. That means people who have given information to the FBI. So that could just be any person that they got to flip up on one of their extremist groups. That's a confidential human service or servant.
So a confidential informant.
Yeah, so they're FBI informants, not agents. And only two of them were greenlit to go to the Capitol as well, and none of them were greenlit to break any laws on January 6th. They were explicitly told not to.
I mean, there's videos showing, guys that were being let in, being unhandcuffed. I remember there's this one where like a guy was breaking a window or trying to break a window or something. He's like, let's go in there.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of guys got around him, told him, no, let's not do that. But aside from going down that rabbit hole, so I live in Florida, and I remember when, who was it, Bush and Al Gore, that's who it was. And Bush questioned the election, and they did a recount in Florida, and then Bush won Florida instead of losing it, which I guess was like the turning point of the election.
Yeah.
So how is it different to question it? Not to mention, now we can look at, I believe that every election that we've recorded has had about 190 to 200 million voters, and for some reason in 2020 we had 230 something million voters.
So the thing that makes what George Bush did and Donald Trump did different is that George Bush actually did go through the legal routes to challenge the election, and he did end up coming out the winner through legal processes. That's fine. What Donald Trump was doing was pressuring the vice president to break federal law in the counting process. He was trying to usurp the law in order to make himself the president again, instead of using legal routes to get recounts.
But I don't understand how questioning it and wanting to go through,
because
whatever.
the problem wasn't Donald Trump questioning it. That wasn't the problem with what Donald Trump did. You're allowed to question the election. You're not allowed to, you're not allowed to try and break the law in order to get it overturned. That's a completely different question.
What law was he trying to break is what I'm asking.
The Electoral Count Act. Because the Electoral Count Act lays out a process by which electors are introduced onto the floor, and then the two halves of Congress break off to debate any objection that they would make to that elector, and then they come back, and then the vice president defers to Congress as to whether to certify or decertify those electors. But what Donald Trump was trying to do is try to get Mike Pence to do that unilaterally without deferring to Congress, which would break the Electoral Count Act.
I don't see how, but I don't understand how asking him to go through this act, using this count act.
No, break the Electoral Count Act. He was asking him to break the Electoral Count Act.
Where and when?
On the count January 6th by ignoring what is laid out in the Electoral Count Act, which piece by piece lays out the process by which electors are objected to. He wanted to usurp the power of Congress to object and certify or decertify electors and put that power solely in the hands of the vice president so he could make the determination alone as to who is the president.
The vice president doesn't choose that, though, anyways. I get what you're saying about
You're right.
certifying the electors, or the votes, I guess, per each state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you wanting to put a hold on certifying them in order to bring in question, whether or not that there was fraud happening.
You're right in that the vice president doesn't have that power, but Donald Trump and his lawyers were arguing that he does, and he was trying to get vice president to use that power that he doesn't even have.
That doesn't make any sense. So he's
You're
arguing.
right. You're right, because it's completely it doesn't make sense, and that's why Vice President Pence didn't go through with it, is because putting the fate of our elections in the vice president's hand makes no sense. But that's what they were asking him to do. Donald Trump and his lawyer John Eastman were the two ones that were having meetings with him, asking him to go through with breaking the Electoral Count Act to unilaterally certify or decertify electors.
Well, I believe that maybe he was trying to decertify them, believing that there was bad faith happening.
But that's not the vice president's job, and they were saying that it was.
Well, whose job is it?
Congress, or the state. So what happens is that the electors are certified by the state's legislature, or no, by the governors, I think. It's different from state to state, but most of them are certified by the governor, and then they're sent off to the joint session on January 6th, where they can object to electors, and then they separate into their respective chambers and debate whether or not to uphold or reject that objection. And they were asking Mike Pence to unilaterally decertify the ones that the governors certified and certify the fraudulent ones that Donald Trump submitted.
Right. So he's trying to make sure that they are not certified in order to ask the question, was there fraud? Can we investigate this?
No,
And
in
at
order
the time-
in order to certify Donald Trump's already assembled electors. So there would be no investigation. It would just be that Donald Trump won.
And that's just not how that works, though.
You're right, but that's the problem, is that Donald Trump was trying to get them to do that, even though that's not how it works. Because you're not allowed to fraudulently submit electors, and the idea that you could take uncertified electors and just unilaterally certify them as the vice president is anti-American.
That's fair. I agree with you if all of that is true. I just don't see it that way in the sense of asking for a recount or an investigation in the sense.
But that's
isn't
him asking for investigations and recounts wasn't the problem. That has nothing to do with the electoral counting process on January 6th. Because he was completely allowed to get recounts. He was completely allowed to get audits.
It was the intent to have Mike Pence count the electors rather than, I guess, to count his electors rather than overturn Joe Biden's victory.
To overturn the electors that certified Joe Biden's victory in favor of Donald Trump's uncertified electors.
Right. But could you not argue the fact that when you're certifying something, you're then claiming that they are free and fair when there's been evidence that it wasn't? So you're trying to kind of put a hold on it in order to have it investigated.
So there's two parts to that. The first one is that the time to do that was prior to January 6th, and that the power to investigate the election, it lays completely outside of the vice president's hands. So asking the vice president to do it is still an abuse of power. And then second off, there was no promising leads that any of the elections had been rigged like that. And there's no evidence that it was rigged anyway. So, I mean,
What are you talking about? There's been, I mean, I know in Arizona and Georgia, I mean, I've heard of, I can't tell you the exact stories of what happened there, but I have heard of things. You know,
I'm sure you've heard of things, and I've heard of things too,
I
but
know
none of
for a
them.
fact in Florida, in Marion County, because every election we have Marion County popping up with some type of like weird count of like coming up with like, they come up with like more votes than are even in like their district or in the county rather.
So I think this is the problem, is that Donald Trump was really good at telling people believable stories about how the election was rigged, but none of them actually showed any rigging of the election or any improprieties.
Well, no, this happened in Florida, so like I'm local to it. So I heard it from, you know, like from like local news sources and stuff like that.
And it's possible that there was some impropriety in that specific district in Florida, but not anything outcome determinative, and not anything. Also, Florida wasn't one of the states that Donald Trump tried to submit fraudulent electors for anyway, because he won that state. So,
well, I agree. And Florida's like always red, but for
right.
whatever
So,
reason, this particular county, and I mean, there's other counties, but this is like a big one that has a big problem with it.
But the problem is that no one can actually point to what was done wrong. So, like, even in Maricopa County or in Antrim County or in any of the counties that they were trying to focus on to claim fraud, none of those got upheld in court. None of the watchdog agencies that investigated it found anything. None of the agencies that Donald Trump paid to find fraud found anything. None of the state investigators found anything. None of the state legislatures recalled their electors. That there was nothing to recertify. It was already certified according to the process.
Oh, Obama did win Florida, didn't he?
But the point is that Donald Trump didn't want to. If he actually had concerns about fraud, he would have been making challenges in Florida. He would have been making challenges in Florida, but he was making challenges in Arizona and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and all the states that he lost.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is that I know that there's fraud happening with elections, right, within my state anyways, which tells me that it's possible for there to be fraud in other places as well. And I know for a fact that I watched plenty of videos of like, and not like, you know, on the news or whatever, just like quick things on like people's Snapchats and stuff of ballots being brought in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's this is exactly the point. That's completely normal. The reason that people think that it was fraudulent is because they don't know how the votes are counted, which is fine. But why would you defer to, oh, well, I know some fraud happened in my county, so I'm going to assume that the whole country's election was fraud, even though there's nobody that actually found that fraud, instead of just like learning how the process works. Like the reason that ballots were coming in at like 3 a.m., like a lot of Trump supporters like to say, is because mail-in ballots they take a while to come in, and they have to be centralized into a place where they have enough counters to actually count them. So they get shipped off from the county that they got turned into to a different county to count them. It's a completely normal process. There was no fraud in any of the mail-in ballots.
So what's your argument why there's 30 million more votes in the 2020 election versus 2024? Or
it's probably just that people are more motivated to vote in the last election than this election.
Or is it possible that it's too easy to get a mail-in ballot for anybody in a household or at an address?
No, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Well, the ease of I got a mail-in ballot.
But the problem is that the ease of access to mail-in ballots is completely irrelevant. None of them were fraudulently submitted.
How do you know that?
Because no one ever found that they were fraudulently submitted.
Because no one ever certified that they were fraudulent.
Because all of the investigators found no evidence.
Who investigated anything?
Everybody, every state legislature. There's a reason that before the fraudulent electors were submitted, Donald Trump filed 62 lawsuits to challenge the election in the swing states.
Yo, Jimmy Carter just died.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I'm not kidding. Holy shit.
What happened?
Jimmy Carter died.
Well, I mean,
I can't be too mad. He's like 1,000, but yeah, like
it's like 100. I mean,
the fact of the matter is
in a better place.
The fact of the matter is that 2020 was the absolutely most litigated election in American history. Everybody was investigating this election. If there was any impropriety with how the votes were counted, especially when Donald Trump is asking for it, you would think that any of the MAGA people would even claim to find anything, but no investigator found anything.
But when the people that are within like the ABC agencies, like your FBI, who would be doing said investigating are against you, and you think that they're maybe gonna overlook some things?
The FBI and the DOJ aren't even responsible for finding fraud. It's all of the state legislatures.
By the way, the judges that
or investigators.
What?
The judges that Trump took the cases to, 17 of which he appointed and 33 of which were all Republicans.
Yeah, so they would have direct incentive to find fraud, but they didn't. And all of the state investigators have no bias against who wins the are you seriously saying that PA is so biased against Donald Trump that their state investigators were going to cover up any evidence of fraud just so he wouldn't win?
I'm saying that there are people within the government, in all of the government, that are so radicalized one way or the other that yes, they would cover up things and they would cheat.
But you realize that the conspiracy that you're asserting is that Pennsylvania state investigators lied to keep Donald Trump out of power, and Wisconsin, and Arizona, and Michigan, and then the DOJ all were biased against Trump, was backing them up in order to make sure that they didn't find any fraud, and all of the independent companies and watchdogs that the Trump campaign hired to find fraud were all secretly against him too, and decided to not report any of that. If there was such a huge conspiracy to keep Donald Trump out of office, one, why even vote in elections? And two, why did he win in 2016 and in 2024? Why wouldn't they just do it again?
Okay, because in 2016, nobody thought he would win. They all thought Hillary was a shoo-in. And then they came out, and they weren't prepared to cheat. Then, 2020, they were prepared to cheat, right? But then in 2024, they just couldn't out-cheat what was there.
That doesn't make any sense. Donald Trump didn't even get over 50% of the vote. They could absolutely.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. He got 49.7 or some shit like that.
In this one, in 2024?
Yes.
He didn't get the majority.
I am 100% certain that he got.
Look it up, dog. Look it up, dog. He didn't get over 50%.
Google it.
Yep, he got 49.9% of the votes, meaning he did not get the majority of Americans' votes.
So to act like it was such a blowout, landslide victory when he couldn't even get over 50% of the vote, they could absolutely rig that. But for some reason they were able to rig the election so well in 2020. But then in 2024, even after the attempted insurrection, they decided he wasn't a big enough deal to rig it against him this time. This conspiracy doesn't make any sense. Why would we not just defer it to the investigators?
Votes in 2020, and then now there's back down to
Why would we not just defer it to the investigators that actually know how the process works instead of just vaguely posturing to conspiracies because we don't know how they count ballots?
Why do people in Marion County, Florida, get to they
Marion County, Florida wasn't even a battleground state. It does
I'm using it for an example. What I'm saying is that county, every fucking election, there's some type of bullshit going on. Where 2 days later, we didn't find all these other votes, and
you realize. Well, first of all, that would be taken into account at the final. There's a reason that the election happens in November and it's certified in January. First of all, that's because there's time to investigate stuff like that. But also, why are you extrapolating the findings of a county in Florida to say that the entire country's election was rigged?
But what I'm bringing about is the fact that it is possible, right? So
it was possible, but no one found it. No one there's no evidence of it.
I mean, is there fucking gold in your backyard because you didn't find it? I don't understand what you're saying.
Would I assume that there's gold in my backyard if I didn't find it?
Have you looked for it?
They did look for it. They did look for it. The 2020 election was the most litigated election in American history. So if I dug up my entire backyard looking for gold and there was no gold, there's probably not any gold.
But you didn't look. That's my point.
They did. Every state investigator looked. The DOJ, the FBI, all looked. 62 lawsuits litigated it to look.
There were emeralds in Elon's backyard.
Dude, you're talking about me bringing in 3 separate excavating companies to look through my backyard in order to find gold, and and I didn't find any, but I still think there's gold for some reason, and I'm trying to use it to inflate my property values. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
I mean, either way, my point is not that you need to bring excavators into your yard.
But we did.
My point being is that the people investigating can also be corrupt, because there's corruption here that I've seen.
But you're talking about corruption across the entire country. You're talking about every single state and the federal government.
Out of 50, that's not that many. We know the federal government's corrupt as
You're
fuck.
talking about every state and the federal government all being rigged against Donald Trump so hard in 2020, but not in 2024 for some reason.
I think that it still was, but they couldn't rig it enough. Maybe you didn't have COVID with your voting ballots.
Okay, so Rhino,
30
you
million
realize
less voters in 2020.
Rhino, you realize that there's nothing that could ever change your mind on this, right? You are dead set on there being fraud, and there's nothing that I could ever show you to say that there wasn't fraud, just because you think that the governments are
That's
corrupt.
not true. I didn't say that. What I'm saying
but
you
there is nothing,
Arizona,
because I can.
There's a lady that went to jail in Arizona.
There's Rhino. There's nothing. I can point to you every state legislature saying, "Hey, there was no fraud." Every state investigator saying, "Hey, there was no fraud." The DOJ, the FBI, the DHS saying, "Hey, there was no fraud." 62 lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign that all came back with goose eggs saying there was no fraud. And for some reason, you're just gonna say, "Oh, but they're corrupt," and then just say there was fraud anyway. There's nothing that I could ever show you.
That's not true. That's not what I said.
That's not what you said, but it's so clear. Like, can you name one?
That's not what I'm.
What could I show you? What could I show you to say there was no fraud?
Went to jail. The lady in Arizona that went to jail for, she was investigating the mail-in ballots or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly what it was. But essentially, it was questioning the election. I don't know. Google like Arizona election fucking jail or something. I don't know. I can hear you typing. So I don't have a laptop.
Yeah, you're good. Wait. Oh my God. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Describe what you're talking about real quick.
The lady that was like, she was like, what the fuck was she doing? She was like, questioning or trying to investigate what the ballot machines were doing whenever they were counting them, something like that. She was trying to prove that they, or she found that they were connected to Wi-Fi or something along those lines. And she I don't know if she actually went to jail but she was like going to court for it last time I heard about it.
It's because she didn't have access to those machines. Breaking into and hacking machines in order to find cases of fraud is illegal, obviously. So you're going to go to jail for that.
Okay. And then, right, she did find that they were connected to the internet.
Did she actually?
Yes. I remember that part. But I didn't know what she did illegally.
Arizona voting machines connected to internet.
There we go. Oh shit, is this my county again? No. It's Maricopa County.
Yeah, Maricopa County is the one in
Arizona. I was like, God, no, I didn't see like the whole thing yet. I was like, God damn it. I was like, where's the lady's name? Anyways, but while I was searching this, I also theft of device. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Arizona woman gets 30 days in jail for ballot harvesting.
Yeah, obviously.
Woman charged in fake Arizona elector case pleads guilty.
Which, by the way, that was at the direction of Trump. Anything you see saying fake elector,
ballot harvesting scheme.
Anything you see saying fake elector, that's in relation to Donald Trump.
That's just what the title is. I'm just reading it to you.
because Donald Trump assembled fraudulent electors in Arizona to try and get the results overturned.
No, this is ballot harvesting.
Ballot harvesting.
Yeah, where like I don't know, you go help like an old folks home. Oh, let me help you guys vote. And you you help them request in their mail-in ballots. Then you go back and you help them fill it out, but in poor faith. You're like, all right, Grandpa. He's like, oh, what day is it? And you're like, you're voting for Joe Biden, right? He's like, what? And you're like, okay, perfect. Sign here.
Okay, so here's what you were talking about. Is that some of the voting machines were found to be connected to the internet so they could give voting results sooner to news precincts. None of them were found to have been hacked. None of them have found to been hacked. None of them was found to be flipping votes. Nothing was found by anybody. It was just found that they were connected to the internet to display votes quicker.
Anything connected to the internet can be hacked.
Oh my God.
There's no evidence of it, though.
What the fuck would the evidence be?
That it was hacked. That we saw votes that were submitted and then flipped. That's what the evidence would be.
Yeah, but you'd have to do a hand count. That's what we had to do.
We did do hand counts. We did. And they actually, I'm pretty sure the one that we did in Arizona, made Biden's vote total higher than it was prior to the hand recount.
Arizona. Did they re-hand count Arizona?
I don't know if it was Arizona or Georgia, but it was one of those two states.
Like, either way, all I'm saying is that like my trust in it is not there, right? Obviously,
but your trust in it. This is the problem: is that your trust isn't in it because Donald Trump was lying to you. All of these claims that you were making, are the same exact ones. Are the same exact ones that Donald Trump.
County not performed. Graham County
doesn't it kind of bring up a red flag for you that all of these were either dismissed? All of these were either dismissed in court in front of Trump appointed judges or not brought to court because it wasn't going to prove anything.
Okay, listen, but my point is that you just keep arguing that there was no fraud, right?
I'm saying that there wasn't outcome determinative fraud. There wasn't enough fraud to justify throwing the election results away.
But it wasn't.
Yes, there's always some fraud in every single election. That's not a concession.
A little bit of fraud.
Yes, always.
Okay. Literally, I have the list of Arizona here, and it's going down, and it's like not performed, and then like some are completed and passed, and then not performed, completed, passed. It looks like it's about 50-50.
Did we need a hand recount in every single precinct in Arizona?
I honestly think that we need a hand recount, not a recount. It should just be fucking hand count off the rip in the beginning. I want a live stream. Like, I want to be able to pull it up on YouTube, check in on whatever county, whatever, wherever you live. You should be able to watch your votes being counted. Shouldn't be no secrecy.
There should be no secrecy in who votes for who?
Well, obviously you don't want people's name on them, but I'm saying like.
Well, how are we going to live stream the counting of ballots without the name on it?
I didn't work out the logistics of it yet. I just came up with it.
So you're saying that we can't trust the election results until we do this thing that you're just throwing off. Like, there's nothing that could ever prove. There's nothing that could ever prove election fraud to you. There's never, ever.
Or not prove election fraud.
Yes, or prove that the election wasn't fraudulent.
Right, there you go. That's what we're trying to get to. Right? No, I'm not saying that there's nothing that could prove that to me.
That's basically what you're saying.
But you're also saying that you agree with me that there was election fraud. You're just saying that there wasn't that much.
That it wasn't outcome determinative. It wasn't a justification for Donald Trump to try and throw the election results out and just make himself the president again.
I mean, okay, so we're just arguing about how much election fraud happened.
Yes, obviously. Do you think that I was actually saying that there wasn't one fraudulent vote out of like fucking millions and millions?
That's what I thought you were saying.
Oh my god.
How? Do you think?
Totally agree.
Okay. So I've read into exactly who investigated what election and how the electoral counting process works, and you actually think that I thought that all fucking hundreds of millions of votes were accurately counted 100%. That's what you actually thought.
You were saying there was no election. You said no election fraud. That is a definitive thing.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Yes. Because I don't think that anybody would actually. When we talk about no election fraud, it's obviously no outcome determinative election fraud. I'm obviously saying that Donald Trump claiming that there was election fraud enough to overturn the results of the election was insane, and you haven't provided anything to the contrary. That's it.
I just did.
No, you haven't. Because
it was definitive, right? I don't know how much election fraud was there. All I'm saying is that there was election fraud.
Yeah, no shit. You haven't proven that it was enough. Okay, so okay. Rhino, do you think that Donald Trump had justification to unilaterally throw out electors because there were a couple of miscounted ballots?
I would like to see where he was throwing out electors.
Okay.
Versus
Look up the
hold on it in order to recount it. Like we did in the past.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Also, we've never put a hold on the electoral counting process. That's just not true.
We recounted Florida. I remember.
We recounted Florida before January 6th.
I mean, I don't remember the fucking timeline on it.
No one has ever delayed the January the joint session to certify the electors. That's never happened.
Right.
And which, by the way, also breaks the Electoral Count Act. That would also break the Electoral Count Act, just to be clear.
Secretary. Yeah. You look up Fulton County, Georgia, please.
Oh my God.
His secretary?
Well, I heard you being his secretary, so I employed my own. Because I know you can't get out of your. If you go out of the app on here, it'll kick you out or whatever.
Okay,
so.
Here are the 3 things that John Eastman proposed to Donald Trump. A. VP Pence opens ballots, receives objections to the 7 states with multiple ballots, 2 bodies adjourn to their separate chambers, and decide which states' electors to count. This is how the process works already. This was Eastman explaining to Donald Trump how the process is supposed to work, according to the Electoral Count Act.
Okay, go ahead.
And then he says Biden wins 306 to 232 electoral votes. Option B, VP Pence opens ballots, determines on his own which is valid, asserting the authority to make that decision under the 12th Amendment, and the Adams and Jefferson precedents is his alone. Anything in the Electoral Count Act is contrary, therefore, and unconstitutional. And to this, he says Trump wins. So that's what I was laying out, that Vice President alone chooses the validity of the electors.
Right. Okay.
Or VP Pence determines that there's ongoing election challenges that must conclude before ballots can be counted and adjourns the joint session, which has never happened before in U.S. history and is also outside of the Electoral Count Act.
Right, but it sounds like that it is an option.
No, it is not an option because he openly says that this would break the procedure laid out in the Electoral Count Act.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so he was going against the Electoral Count Act. Ow.
Yes. On the grounds that it would be later ruled unconstitutional.
Okay. All right, fine. I mean, I'll take the L on that one. That's fair.
Okay, so I'm going to ask my question again then, though.
Yeah.
Do you think a couple fraudulent electors, or a couple not fraudulent electors, do you think a couple fraudulent ballots justifies Donald Trump asking his vice president to throw out electors?
I don't know.
Really?
The way that I'm saying, the way that I'm viewing it anyways, is that you're not saying that they shouldn't count, is that you're putting a hold on it, but you're saying that because it's not been done before, you shouldn't hold it till after January 6th. I do also have just furthering the fraud that was happening, that Fulton County, Georgia was found.
I know everything about Fulton County.
Improper procedures.
Yeah. Was the outcome in Fulton County called into question because of the improper procedures?
Well, no, because they didn't.
Well, no. Yeah. Okay. So that's it. Not their outcome was not called into question at all. They still certified that Biden won, right?
Right. But
okay. So that's it. That's it.
Nobody investigated it until later.
They had 2 months of investigations, dog.
They didn't investigate it.
They did. There were hand counts before January 6th.
No, I got it right here.
I don't know what you have. There was absolutely hand counts before January 6th.
Uh-oh. Is that me?
That was me. It's a thing that TikTok does to make sure that I'm not just content farming. I had to do like a verification to prove I was real.
Oh, cool. All right. It sounded like I had like I don't know. It was
It's like a ringtone.
Well, you're sitting on a glass table and it was like projecting weirdly. I was like looking around and like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Anyways, all right.
Yeah.
So moving. What? I don't think that that's un-American asking about an election.
No,
Obviously, there was
don't
fraud. We don't know how much.
simplify it like that. What is un-American is asking the vice president to
trying to move
throw
forward.
out election results.
I don't look at it like he was trying to throw out election results.
Then you're not looking at it like he was asking what you're not looking at what he was asking Mike Pence to do.
I mean, but there was proven election fraud later. It took him 4 years to find it. I mean, I get what you're saying. That
Okay.
the way you're at it is that he wanted him to not count these states.
Well, if we've walked back to the point where you think it's justified for Donald Trump to ask Mike Pence to throw out election results because we found a couple fraudulent ballots, that's fine. That didn't affect the outcome of the election. That's fine.
How do you
That's
know they
whatever.
weren't-
I think that is anti-American.
I think that I think that we should look at what I don't know exactly how I'm trying to explain it. What did you say? I'm sorry. Anyways, questioning an election is not anti-American.
You're right. Questioning the election isn't anti-American. Good thing I didn't say that.
Well, you said there was no fraud also, and then you agreed later that there was fraud.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me why I'm saying that Trump is anti-American?
I don't. The only thing I can think is that like you want the Democrats to win
No, just restate what I said. Restate why I said that Donald Trump is anti-American.
because he was trying to not certify electoral votes from certain states
And
have them recounted towards him.
no, not have them recounted towards him. Have Mike Pence unilaterally choose his electors. Recounts play no part in this.
But he can't do that, so it doesn't matter.
You're right. He can't do any of it because it's illegal. Because it's not laid out in the Electoral Count Act. He can't put a pause on it either. That's illegal.
So, but still, so you're saying like asking a question.
No. Not asking a question. Making a demand for your vice president to break the law.
How do you know that he demanded him of him? How do you know he wasn't asking him? Hey,
Because
are
we
you
have
allowed to do
testimony
this?
from Mike Pence's lawyers to say that they were.
Yeah, maybe they fucking lied.
Holy shit, dude.
Okay. You realize that if you testify, if they find that you're lying, you go to jail.
Dude, how many people testify in Congress and then we find out later that they lied and they don't do shit about it?
That's not how that works.
I just don't. Okay. Do you want to move on to the next one?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to move on past
Okay.
this whole thing. is
I
what
just wanted to
was
make
trying
sure
do
you
earlier.
knew what I was saying. That's all I wanted to do. Okay.
I'm with you. I feel like we can agree to disagree.
No, I don't feel like we should agree to disagree because I think what you're saying is anti-American, but it's okay because I know we're not getting anywhere.
I feel like that's a personal attack.
I don't think it's a personal attack. I think whenever we're justifying the vice president throwing out electoral votes for hunches of election fraud, that is anti-American. But let's move on. Okay. So let's talk about Donald Trump wanting to denaturalize people who are born here via executive action.
Okay.
Contrary to the 14th Amendment.
And what you're saying is that that's unconstitutional.
Correct.
Correct. I agree, 100%.
Okay.
I do understand where it's coming from in the sense of like, you know, having the like you become a citizen, right?
Yep.
And then making your family citizens, and then bringing over the rest of your family slowly is like where that was coming from. So I get that aspect of it as well. But I know that constitutionally, like, if you're born here, you're an American.
Okay. So we agree that that was against the Constitution, that he wants to do that. He wants to do that with executive action, which is contrary to the Constitution.
Let me see.
You can read the 14th Amendment. I can read you the 14th Amendment right now.
Okay.
So all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state they reside.
Right.
That's Section 1 of the 14th Amendment.
Okay, but that is for the person born here, correct?
Correct.
What about their mom?
Their mom would not be a citizen, but I'm not talking about their mom. I'm talking about Donald Trump wanting to end birthright citizenship via executive order.
I mean, I don't know that you can necessarily do that in the first place, but
He can't because it's against the Constitution.
How it is something that is maybe being abused in the sense that you're trying to have your child in America in order to get them the citizenship that you can tether off of.
Can we agree that Donald Trump wanting to end birthright citizenship via executive order would be against the 14th Amendment?
Yes.
Okay, that's all we need to agree on. Okay. So let's move on to the next one. So
I don't think that it makes you an American.
Okay. So Donald Trump tweeted out or posted on Truth Social on December 3rd, 2020. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me make 100% sure, though. Son of a bitch.
Is that again? That's your phone ringing like that?
No, it's the TikTok Studio app. I don't even know why it did it that time. It just senses that I'm not here, but I'm like, I've been talking the whole time. I don't know how else to prove that I'm here.
I don't know. Maybe I gotta let me like it or something.
Thanks. I don't think that's gonna do it, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I'll
Anyway.
like it. Whatever, dude. You're entertaining me. I don't care. Hit a like a few times.
Son of a bitch. I can't find the date on this post. He deleted it, by the way. So even he agrees that it probably wasn't the way to go. Okay. So I'm just going to read the post. We know there was around December 2021 or 2022. Okay. So Donald Trump posts on Truth Social. So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So, do you think that Donald Trump was right to float terminating the Constitution to overturn the results of the 2020 election?
I believe he was floating an idea of
Terminating the Constitution.
Not the Constitution.
Yes.
Terms in the Constitution.
No, all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I have a question though. Like,
Yeah.
all these rules were made when? Like 18.
Please do not justify terminating the Constitution before acknowledging that that is what he wants to do.
I don't think that's what he wants to do.
Even though he said it explicitly.
What?
He said it explicitly. A massive fraud of this type allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So you don't think he wants to do that, even though he said explicitly that it would justify it.
That it would justify eluding those rules that are for voting, right?
Right.
Because of the fact that there was fraud found.
So do you approve of that?
And I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that the Constitution has had rules, not the entire Constitution. And no, I think that we should follow the Constitution. Absolutely. And that's not where I was going with that. What I was going to say is that the rules made for voting were based before voting machines existed.
Okay.
Before there was mail-in ballots, back when you had to go like write your fucking name on a piece of paper and stick it in a jar.
So you acknowledge that no other part of the U.S. government or the respective state governments found election fraud. So what you are arguing right now is that the president should be able to terminate the Constitution to rerun the election with no official findings of fraud, right?
To rerun it? Well, no, there was official findings of fraud.
Of massive and widespread fraud.
Well, and we could argue about how much fraud there was, but
would you say that the president would be right to rerun the election even though no massive and widespread fraud was found, and to terminate the Constitution in order to do it?
No.
Okay, so why do you support him even though he said he wanted to do that?
Again, I think it's coming from a place of just saying things, of like, let's question it.
Did he just say it for fun? Did he say it because he doesn't actually want to do it and he just wanted to like fuck with people?
He wants you to question it. He wants you to question the election. What I want to know is why is this person saying I need to deposit money to talk to you?
Who?
I don't know. Just a side note. I'm asking you.
Wait, who's saying you have to deposit money to talk to me?
I don't fucking know. Some guy on here.
They're trying to scam you.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
Maybe that's why
ignore
the
them.
maybe the alarm keeps going off. That's why.
No, it's not that. But if you DM, I think my DM should be open. If you DM me a username, I'll investigate that.
Dude, if I see it again, I will.
Okay, because that's crazy. Unless it was like something else. But I don't want anybody getting scammed.
No, definitely not. Okay. Anyways.
Okay. So.
Where were we?
That Donald Trump said that with the revelation of massive fraud, that we should be able to throw the election results out and declare the rightful winner, and that a massive fraud of that type would justify the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So is he saying that because he wants to terminate the Constitution to rerun the election, or is he saying that to fuck with people and he's just like wildly immature and is fine with floating the idea of terminating the Constitution even though he's a potential president?
No, I think that he's saying it in a sense of like, you need to investigate this, and maybe we need some new laws. Maybe we need to amend the Constitution.
Well, if he meant amend, why would he say terminate?
Well, I mean, if you're changing one rule, right, do you get rid of an old rule? Is that possible?
If he meant amend, why would he say terminate all rules, regulations, and articles?
Well, I think that we're into like...
He literally said terminate.
If you're going to say we're into semantics, it's because you are bringing us here, because I'm going based off of explicitly what he said.
Well, I get what you're saying, but I also...
What I'm saying is what he is saying.
Look at it without saying like such a fine line, everything is exactly what you say. Like, if you say, fuck this, are you going to go, like, stick your dick in it? No.
No, but I'm not going to say, hey, we should terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution, and mean fuck this. Like, you're not going to mean the exact opposite of what you say. Like, he's saying it in very clear English, terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Wow. Well, if I can get this here to let me... So the amendment, it looks like the amendment that you're referring to was amended.
Which one? The 14th?
No. The or Matt.
Oh my. Okay, wait. Hold on. I think I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the Electoral Count Act of 2022?
Right.
Yeah, that's not a constitutional amendment.
Right. So it says that it's
just a piece of legislation that they updated.
Removed blah 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 in order to that each state has the fucking entitled to privileges and immunities.
Yeah, so it laid out
crime took place.
It specified what we were already doing with the Electoral Count Act to prevent people from, like Donald Trump, from trying to read into the spaces.
Well, right, but so he questioned something and said, like, hey, maybe.
But the problem is that the lawyer who was trying to get him to question these things, as you want to put it, already said in his memo that it would diverge from the procedures laid out in the Electoral Count Act. He already said that in the memo. If you look up the Eastman memo, it says in the memo, this is where we diverge from the processes laid out in the act.
So this lawyer said that because
John Eastman, who Donald Trump called the greatest constitutional lawyer in America on January 6th. And who wrote this Eastman memo and who drafted the plan of the false electors for Donald Trump. And that was disseminated to the entire Trump campaign.
Right.
Right.
So his lawyer is the one that actually got this amended.
No. His lawyer is the one who tried to game it, knowing that it would break the Electoral Count Act, and then afterwards they were like, oh shit, we have people trying to fuck with this even though they know exactly what's in it, and so they added clarifying language. That's it.
I like that. He tried to game it, and it sounds like he did game it.
Well, first of all, no, he did not game it because Mike Pence refused to go through with what they were asking him to do, and he tried to game it knowing that it would break the Electoral Count Act.
Which they later amended, which would make him within...
But it was a violation of the Electoral Count Act before they amended it, though.
Right, so at the time of him saying it, it was against the amendment.
And it still is.
It looks like they changed it to make it to where it's not.
Okay, so can you find me anywhere in the Electoral Count Act of 2022 where it says that the vice president can make the unilateral determination as to which electors are certified? Because I've read both Electoral Count Acts and it doesn't say it anywhere in that. What they were trying to do is amendment to keep what Donald Trump was trying to do from happening.
Ask Pence to certify the election or something. What am I trying to find?
I was asking you a rhetorical question. I've read the Electoral Count Act. I've read the Electoral Count Act, the Electoral Count Reform Act, I think is what it's called. Neither of them lay out what Donald Trump was trying to do. Both of them explicitly say that that's not allowed. It's just that the first one was more broad and the Reform Act is more precise in what the process is. And to the people in the comments saying that it's in the Constitution, you just don't know what you're talking about. That's it.
I mean, that's fair. That's why I'm trying to read it at the same time that you're talking about it.
Which the first Electoral Count Act is a lot of really dense legalese. I don't remember if the second one is as bad.
No, it reads fair. Congressional certification, proceeding approach, and other efforts to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function has failed, and
I know that generally the Reform Act clarified the powers of the vice president in the joint session and changed the way that senators can object to electors. Okay. I think that's it. But none of it would allow what Donald Trump was trying to do.
Right, but I mean, in a sense of after the reform, I think that you maybe could.
And no, it's the exact opposite, where they reformed it to explicitly disallow what Donald Trump was trying to do.
7.5 pages specifically deal with the defendant's attempts to enlist the vice president fraudulently. But if you look at the conversation that they were having, it's like, hey, don't forget to, don't forget to not, my phone's ringing. Hold on.
Somebody says, why amend anything? The reason that you want to amend the Electoral Count Act is that people like Donald Trump tried to game the original one because of the broad language. So you would specify the language. It's very simple.
Well, I mean, and again, I would argue that there, kind of like I was saying, with the hand counting or whatever, but I do think that we need a new way of counting votes. There's no reason that it should take this long. And there's no reason that there should be any fraud.
But we are walking off of So okay, Donald Trump.
So that's why to amend something,
Donald Trump. He didn't say amend though. He said terminate. He said termination.
I was answering the why amend anything.
If you want to propose amendments, you can do it until the cows come home, as long as it follows the process by which we do that. But Donald Trump didn't say amend. He said terminate.
Do you not terminate amendments? Not all of them.
You don't terminate all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution.
Well, no, obviously not.
Okay, well then why did he say it?
Well, obviously because you can only have so many letters on Twitter or whatever.
It was Truth Social. His own social media platform. And also, terminate and amend, there's less letters in amend than there is terminate.
That's fair argument, sir. Fair argument there.
I mean,
somebody said shaking my head, not as many letters. Thanks, Liza. Thanks for the backup, dog.
I feel like it just feels like people are so willing to do backflips to defend everything that Donald Trump says, but this is all so fucking insane.
I feel like I'm like defending it in a sense of like that's like what you wanted to do was to like have me argue his side of it. Ultimately, like I think there's like wrong on all the sides. Okay, and I don't think that questioning anything should ever be the wrong thing.
That's so true. I don't either.
Like I think like you question everything.
Okay, but you know that I'm not saying we can't question anything, right? That's not what I'm saying. I think you should. I think you are completely allowed to question the election. I said that with Donald Trump. I said that with George Bush. I said that with Hillary Clinton. The problem is that he was trying to. No, I'm not arguing against him looking for fraud. I'm arguing against him trying to throw election results out, even though no fraud was found.
There was fraud found. You keep saying there's no fraud. There just wasn't a lot.
What I obviously mean is that there was no outcome determinative fraud.
Oh, so are you meaning something else besides what you're saying? So is it?
Yes, but it's very easy to make that jump. If you can tell me what Donald Trump meant by terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, if you want to tell me what he actually meant by that isn't like a wildly huge
Constitution of voting rules that were made before that there was mail-in or electronic voting, then yes, that's what he meant.
But that's not what he meant. That's obviously not what he meant, because it'd be really easy to say that.
Well, then I would say that you obviously mean that there was absolutely zero voter fraud when you really mean...
Even though I have already made that clarification like 6 different times, and Donald Trump never clarified anything, right?
Well, we don't have Donald Trump here to ask him.
Donald Trump never clarified anything. It's not like it's not like this Truth Social post is like never covered by anybody ever. He's had plenty of times to answer to this post, and he never has.
I mean, I guess, but again, like I said, he's not here to defend himself when you are, and all I'm saying is that, yes, what you're saying, I'm accepting what you're saying.
Are you saying that the president, the active president-elect doesn't have the platform to defend himself from this post? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying nobody asked about it.
Nobody asked him about this.
What was his response?
Let's see.
I mean, and like, I'm getting my secretary to Google it now. Don't worry.
Because I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't have his verbatim quote, but I'm pretty sure the response I've heard is that like they say that I want to terminate the Constitution, and then he just kind of like brushes it off. Even though that is explicitly what he said.
The date on the post was what? It was like
I don't remember. It's
December.
December 2022, around there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna let somebody else up because I think we've.
I just don't see how it's like not un-American. I mean, ultimately, like at the end of the day, if somebody's flying an American flag in their front yard, you know who they voted for. If somebody's
they probably voted Democrat.
True.
You have an American flag in your front yard?
But let's.
I do fly it. I fly the American flag.
Yeah,
in my
also-
bedroom, and I have a shitload of flags.
Fuck yeah, that's good. I love to hear it.
I fly the American flag. It's
awesome.
Democrats are patriotic, but the problem is that I've never heard a Democrat say that we should terminate the Constitution to rerun the election. I've never seen them try to use. I've never seen them try to break federal law to get themselves to be the president again.
Here's a better example. When someone flies the Confederate flag, you know exactly who they voted for.
True.
That's not true.
That's true. All right. Well,
the flag was Democrats.
No, it wasn't.
So I'm gonna let somebody else up.
Okay.
I appreciate you, Rhino. This has been
Yes, sir.
This has been something. I appreciate you coming up. I hope you have a good day. I hope you.
You too.
I'm good.
So am I going first then?
I guess I'll be on mod. Will, we're going first. Trump weaponizing the DOJ would be the topic.
Yep.
Oh, we're not starting with inciting violence.
I think going in timeline order is better. So we're gonna start with weaponizing, go to the uproot democracy, finish with incitement.
Yep. So yeah, Will weaponizing DOJ Trump.
Okay. All right, cool. So I'll just jump right into it. All right, so just to clarify what I mean by weaponization of the justice system, I'm referring to things like selective or double standard prosecutions, politically motivated litigation, inadequate proof or violation of rights, things like that. So now my first initial argument when we first spoke is that Trump actually tried to use Bill Barr to send particular letters to states to pressure them to lie and overturn their original results of the election in 2020. And when Barr refused and said that he didn't have any evidence of that, Trump tried to fire him, in your words, and replace him. And when the deputy director said the exact same thing, you said he tried to fire him too, and then replace him with Jeffrey Clark, who would have sent the letter, who actually drew up the letter. So, but I think that it's a completely mischaracterization of the story. So I think the bottom line is Donald Trump did truly believe that the election was being stolen from him, even if he had people like Bill Barr saying there was no evidence of widespread voter fraud, without acknowledging the multiple discrepancies with states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Could you say the optics of firing the attorney general because they have disagreements with the president isn't good? I would assume so. But considering their jobs are to serve at the pleasure of the president, I wouldn't consider it a weaponization of the justice system, and I don't think a lot of people would either. And while there were people telling him there was no evidence, there were also people telling him and giving him legal theories to challenge the election, to pause the election certification, and assess all of the valid discrepancies that were made in each state. So all it is a recommendation in terms of the letter that you have a problem with. All it is a recommendation for Georgia to call a special session to look at compelling evidence of potential voter fraud. Nowhere did they imply that the election had been stolen, just some serious irregularities arose. But since you seemed to be like a guy who makes the claim that no man is above the law, and maybe that's why Donald Trump should be charged for all the crimes that he was faced with in 2023 and 2024. But to me, it seems like a very cliche when people use that specific term, because it also means it would be a meaningless pablum if we unquestionably tolerate or worse celebrate deviations from ordinary processes and principle to get there. And that's exactly what transpired in the cases against Trump. So the most recent bit of news that would actually go to support my argument is the justice system being weaponized, in specifically New York, with the panel of appeals judges that ruled Trump's Eighth Amendment right was violated with $500 million excessive penalty. That was Letitia James's case. And another instance, the one that I usually do like to talk about, is Alvin Bragg's 34 felonies. It's really my favorite. So if nobody knew, before Alvin Bragg was elected as district attorney for Manhattan, the former DA Cyrus Vance Jr. investigated the allegations against Trump by looking into various aspects of Trump's business practices, including the payments made to Stormy Daniels in relation to the 2016 election. and yet no charges were filed. The charges are only filed by a DA who ran for office in an overwhelmingly Democrat county by touting his Trump prowess, hunting prowess, and he bizarrely and falsely boasted on the campaign trail, "It is in fact that I have sued Trump over 100 times." Does that seem fishy? Just wait. What about the judge of the case and his conflict of interest? It is proven that Mershon did donate a total of $35 to an anti-Trump organization. I know you would be saying the exact same thing as me right now if he would have donated to a MAGA Forever organization. We can also go into the Sixth Amendment stuff. I think if we do open discourse at all, I think that would probably be better to bring that up. But I just want to bring up, I like to say my objective in the debate is to show you that my opponent will make blanket statements like Donald Trump incites violence, try to uproot democracy, and weaponize the DOJ, yet will call a whataboutism with criticisms when it comes to politicians on his side of the aisle. And that's the whole takeaway. That criticisms of Trump is selectively applied. And the funny thing is that you're still going to be talking about January 6th and 2020 in regards to the election. But regardless, if you think Trump should be charged or face ethical scrutiny, the American people are well aware of this event, and they still voted for him because they understand the double standard that's being applied. All right, so I'll go ahead and concede that.
Got on 5 minutes. So, Rinyald, 5 minutes response or your statements you have.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So I think Donald Trump very clearly weaponized the Department of Justice. Donald Trump tried to irresponsibly wield the power of the Department of Justice to report to the states that they had found significant fraud in their election, even though no such fraud had been found, and he had been told that by multiple high-up officials within his campaign and his DOJ. When these letters to the states had been turned away by the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General, saying they have no reason to believe there are significant irregularities in this election, Donald Trump attempted to fire his attorney general and replace him with an unqualified environmental civil lawyer in the DOJ who authored the letter, Jeffrey Clark, not Bill Barr, Jeffrey Rosen. The reason Trump never fired his AG due to the threat of an exodus of DOJ civil servants if Jeffrey Clark gained office, because in a cross-examination by one of his other aides, Eric Hirschman, Jeffrey Clark admitted that his first action as Attorney General would be to commit a felony. This is as clear an example of weaponization of the DOJ as you could possibly get, literally pressuring the head of the Department of Justice to lie to the states, saying that they found massive impropriety even though they hadn't, and then whenever they refused to, on the grounds that it would be lying, Donald Trump tried to fire his Attorney General and replace him with a different, more loyal sycophant. I think it's funny whenever Republicans point to J6 being 4 years ago as a reason that no one should care about it, because they're children. It's because they see a red hot stove, and in 2021 they got their hand burnt, and when the adults in the room say, "Hey, maybe you shouldn't stick your hand back on that red hot stove," they say, "Well, that was 4 years ago that it burnt my hand." There's no reason to believe that Donald Trump won't engage in this same exact impropriety again. Trump supporters have refused at every single turn to actually hold their leaders accountable whenever this is an undeniable example of weaponizing the DOJ. It's pretty clear that my opposition clearly didn't look super far into the plot that I'm alleging, because he didn't even know who it was against. He said it was Bill Barr. I never claimed it was against Bill Barr. I've always claimed that it was against Richard Donahue and Jeffrey Rosen. Trying to get the Attorney General to say that there was massive impropriety in an election and send it to the states, even though there was no reason to claim it because the Attorney General said they hadn't found it on behalf of the DOJ, and then trying to fire the Attorney General to replace him with a loyalist who will just repeat what Donald Trump says uncritically, is weaponizing the DOJ. That you're not ever going to find a more clear example of it. But okay.
Is that it, Rinyald, or?
Yep.
All right, yeah, Will, 5 minute response to that.
Yeah, so when you want to say that he specifically told them to lie and say that they had found insignificant fraud, I would at least challenge you, or tell me exactly in the letter, because this is the evidence that we have, specifically around of what the letter would have, looked like, or what they were trying to shoot out to be, at least goal wise. So I would at least appreciate it if you can show me exactly in the letter, like what you're referring to when they say they found that specific, what you named. So, like you said, reported significant fraud found. So I want to know where it says specifically in that letter where it says significant fraud found. Because from my understanding, even from the start of the letter, you can read it, and it specifically just says that they think that the federal government recommended, or the DOJ recommended, that there should be a special session called between all of these members that the email was sent or supposed to be sent out to, so that way they can address the allegations and whatnot, because they still felt like they had been done wrong in specific cases, and they were still waiting for the play out on specific ones. Like this is specifically in Pennsylvania. This was a year after the 2020 election, or maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years later. That's when a court had ruled in Pennsylvania that the new law that had been changed right before COVID had hit to expand mail-in voting had actually been ruled unconstitutional. So, and then I don't understand why you want to say that we talk about you just keep talking about 2020 because we're children, considering that you don't want to address from 2020 to 2024 all of the violent actions that the Democrat Party has been responsible of. It's absolutely asinine for you to make the claim that Donald Trump incites violence, and then not look at your other party or look at your own party and say, you know what, we are pretty guilty of this as well, if not worse, with the rhetoric and the violence as well.
I guess, Rinyald, do you have a response to that? Or
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, in the letter, it specifically does recommend that Georgia hold a special session in order to decertify their electors due to there being significant irregularities in how their election functioned. First of all, this is not how the DOJ is supposed to function. They're not supposed to be making recommendations to the states how they run their election. That's not in the federal government's purview. That's in the state government's purview. But regardless, he asked his DOJ to send a letter recommending a special session due to irregularities. The Attorney General said, we haven't found significant irregularities enough to justify calling a special session to decertify these electors. And then again, he tried to fire his Attorney General and replace him with a loyalist who would. When he says, I don't address violent actions by the Democrats, I mean, I don't know where I was gonna say I don't know where this came from. I know exactly where this comes from. It's because he came up on a live where I was talking about Donald Trump and he just wanted to pivot off to Democrats. I can hold my own party accountable, but that's what makes me and you different, is because I will call out, I just did it on the live that I was just on, I will call out Democrats who are engaging in crazy rhetoric. I often criticize Democrats. This is why I go out of my way to disassociate myself with the Democratic Party. I'm just saying that there needs to be an adult in the room. When we have some party that does the typical political party things of being irresponsible in its rhetoric sometimes, but you divert onto an entire party's activity to move away from the person that you voted to lead the free world, doing everything that you criticize this big conglomeration of doing. It's way worse for one person to be culpable of something than an entire party to be culpable of something. If you're not holding your president accountable for inciting violence, I'm not going to listen to your calls for the Democratic Party to reform their rhetoric, because you haven't even gotten to the table of holding the person who leads the free world to that standard. You haven't actually taken account for the fact that Donald Trump has weaponized the Department of Justice to throw out election results to instate himself as the president. You let him walk on that. You literally elected him so he could get away from criminal culpability for it. I don't want to hear like this fucking tone policing over my rhetoric when you voted in Donald Trump, an insurrectionist. Okay, I don't care.
All right,
yeah, it's funny.
Well, just respond to that real quick, and then I guess we'll head into closings.
Open for a little bit and then closings.
Open for a little bit, like 10, 20 minutes, and then we know closings.
Yeah, so it's funny because when your first opening statement specifically, I think it was a misinterpretation of like exactly how I pointed it out, which was you specifically said reported significant amount of fraud found. And when you say, and then you're kind of pulling back when you're saying that these people are making recommendations for the special sessions, it's not uncommon. And I actually did make the claim that the DOJ has nothing to do with the elections and whatnot, but they do have the authority arm to oversee specifics, especially in terms of the federal election, even if the states have violated federal election laws. And when you want to say that, because you're basically saying that because Donald Trump had a disagreement with his attorney general, it's a weaponization of the DOJ to fire him. But I'm sorry to say, these jobs are serving at the pleasure of the president. He picks them. He can fire them whenever he so chooses. And I don't know if you had. I'm assuming that you probably had a problem with him asking Jeff Sessions to retire, but you would literally just need to go back to that far to understand that this is actually, it's not unprecedented, and it has happened before, even before Donald Trump, and with Jeff Sessions as well. So I don't really understand what your problem is. Is it really that that Donald Trump delegated how do I say, a task to a lower end official at the DOJ, because that's not uncommon either. So I'm having trouble understanding where it's weaponization of the DOJ when it's not uncommon for these people, if they have disagreements, if they're not going in the way of the administration in the way that the president wants, he has every right to fire them the same way that he has the authority to delegate any task to a lower DOJ official. And if that's just so happens to because these guys were also citing the letter was also citing the 1960 election, specifically on how they're trying to basically stop them from certifying those slate of electors by a certain time. It's basically a pause. It puts a pause in the system, so that way the goal was to hopefully assess all of the information and also let the legal processes all play out. Because like I stated, in Pennsylvania, they ruled it unconstitutional a year later, and guess what? They ain't going to roll back and say, actually, if it were the case that that so many votes were fraudulent, they're not going to roll back and say, you know what, actually, Joe Biden did lose PA in 2020, but we're not going to do anything about it now. I'm done.
All right. Yeah, Rinyald, just respond to that real quick.
Okay. It's pretty clear what my criticism is, and there's a reason why he's not taking the totality of what I'm pointing out, and he's just pointing at particularized things. My problem has never been the president replacing his principal officers. I would never make that claim. That's a completely constitutional task. I'm not saying that it's a problem when Donald Trump replaces the heads of his departments in isolation. No one ever said that. I'm not saying that it's a problem. By the way, it wouldn't be delegating a task to a lower level employee. That's not what this looks like. But regardless, if he does that, I don't care. That's not what I'm isolating. The thing that I'm isolating is that he tried to pressure his attorney general and pressure his deputy attorney general to lie to the states, saying that the DOJ had found significant irregularities as a pretext for them to hold a special session. The attorney general and the deputy attorney general multiple times said the DOJ has not found any significant irregularities in the elections. And then Donald Trump tried to fire them because of that. It's not a disagreement. It's, you won't lie for me. It's that the DOJ hasn't found this. I want you to claim that the DOJ has found this. And if you don't, I'm going to fire you. I don't understand how anybody can see that and say, that's not weaponization. He's allowed to fire people. LOL. It's the intent. It's the intent of why he's trying to fire them. And the reason he's trying to fire them is because they're refusing to lie about the DOJ finding significant irregularities.
Oh yeah, well, go ahead.
All right, cool. If it's is this still specifically my time, or is it an open now?
No, we're gonna open for about, let's see, about 11 more minutes of the open. So y'all just kind of ask questions. I mean, make more points.
Yep.
Yeah. So real quick, I just want to say, when you kind of strawman my position right there when I said, or you're basically making the straw man for me that I'm making the claim that Donald Trump fired them just because they wanted him, or he wanted them to lie. No, my claim is that there was a disagreement between Donald Trump and the attorney general. And then that's what ended up from Bill Barr resigning. And then the deputy attorney general took the spot, and then he would pretty much the exact thing as Barr.
What was the disagreement on?
The disagreement was because that Bill Barr was saying there was no evidence of widespread voter fraud.
Bill Barr has nothing to do with this plot. We're talking about Jeffrey Rosen and Richard Donahue. Bill Barr had resigned previously because Donald Trump came to the DOJ a billion times and said, hey, can you explain this black box? Okay, that's why Bill Barr resigned. But I'm not saying that's a weaponization. Going to your principal officer to ask about election fraud isn't that shocking. I think it's probably good that he did that. It's bad that he ignored him, but it's good that he did that. The problem isn't that he was going to Bill Barr asking about claims of fraud. The problem is that he was going to Rosen claiming fraud and then tried to fire him if the DOJ didn't back up a false claim that the DOJ had found significant irregularities.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Yeah, but hold on, because from my understanding, if if I understood you correctly, because I was listening in on one of your streams, I thought you specifically said maybe it was because you just said the Attorney General as a blanket statement, and I maybe thought it was Bill Barr, but still nonetheless, the disagreement is that he also had people telling him that there were significant amounts of irregularities, plenty of people calling it out, and you had plenty of video evidence that questions never got answered. And specifically, they were in Georgia. One of the reasons why they sent the letter was because the court case that they were trying to have go through didn't even have a scheduling date yet. So they were clearly trying to push it back as far as they could past the date of when the certification of the electors actually came. And that's why they had a problem with it and wanted to send the letter.
So in furtherance of proving the claim that the DOJ had identified massive impropriety, or what was it, a significant amount of irregularities, in furthering that claim, who do you think is more important to ask for corroboration?
You said significant amount of fraud.
Okay. We can say significant irregularities. When you're trying to prove the claim the DOJ has identified significant irregularities, who do you think you should ask to substantiate that? Do you think you should ask Rudy Giuliani, or do you think you should ask the Attorney General?
Well, you could ask the Attorney General, but if they're blatantly saying to Donald Trump, while we're all seeing the exact same thing of evidence, straight up irregularities, like specifically in Michigan, when they were covering up the absentee ballot building, they were covering up this facility's windows with Bristol boards, and yet no one answered that question on that.
So
no one ever.
Just out of curiosity, like, who do you think should be responsible for finding fraud? Do you think it should be the Department of Justice? Do you think it should be the courts? Do you think it should be the state investigators? Or do you think it should just be the hunch of the president, and then he can just do whatever he wants based off of that
if
hunch?
it's in violation of federal law, that's when the federal government can step in.
Who determines if something is in violation of federal law? Is it the president, or is it the Department of Justice and the courts and state investigators?
It is the DOJ, but you cannot say that it was just Donald Trump saying this. Out of everyone in the whole country, specifically statewide and whatnot.
The problem is that he was claiming that the DOJ found it, and the DOJ did not find it. Unequivocally, the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General had told Donald Trump unequivocally the DOJ has not found this, and he tried to fire the Attorney General to replace him with somebody who said the DOJ had found it. That is a lie.
Is define, or what would finding irregularities or finding irregularities mean that it would be fraud or something like that? I'm kind of having trouble understanding what you're saying.
If Donald Trump was pressuring the Attorney General to send a letter claiming massive impropriety or significant irregularities, the Attorney General tells him the DOJ has not identified that. Then he tries to fire the Attorney General to replace him with a different guy who wants him to claim the same exact thing that he was already told was a lie. That is lying. It's a very simple, very coherent point. I don't know. I don't understand how this is getting looked past.
Well, like I said, my specific reasoning is that I don't think that people saying, because Donald Trump wanted to do what the people he hired to do exactly under his rule, specifically if they're denying what he's doing, I don't know if you would want to call it insubordination, but I don't think he's giving them a direct.
What's the insubordination, by the way, is refusing to lie to the states about the DOJ finding massive or significant irregularity. That's the insubordination.
You're failing to acknowledge. Okay. Then give me this information. This information.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the explanation as to, maybe in one of the cases, let's say, give me the explanation that Bill Barr gave to Trump, or not Bill Barr, but he was saying the exact same thing, that there was no evidence of widespread voter fraud in Pennsylvania, because Trump gave this exact same reason. This is one of the cases about why I specified about changing the election laws with the mail-in voting. So this was already a problem. And yet, how does it say that there's no spread?
Why didn't he send the letter to PA?
Say that again.
Why didn't he send the letter to PA?
Well, why wasn't the letter sent to Georgia?
It was sent to Georgia.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Jeffrey Clark.
Do we need to find it out?
With Jeffrey Clark's letter?
Yes.
That was not sent.
Oh, no, they were proposing that it would be sent to Georgia.
Yeah, and it didn't get sent, right?
Yeah, so why didn't he propose it be sent to Pennsylvania?
Wait. So then let me hold your feet to the fire right here. You make the affirmative statement Donald Trump weaponized the DOJ.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to make the claim Donald Trump tried to weaponize the DOJ. Right?
Yeah, sure. Do you think that makes you look any better?
Well, specifically, if you want to go into the other instances of weaponizing the DOJ, I'll agree with you there. You could say that he tried to weaponize the DOJ, yet he failed, right?
Yes, as long as you agree that he did pressure the Attorney General to lie to the states for him. Yes.
Yeah,
I think that's a horrible way of interpreting it, because I don't think that.
How is that a misinterpretation?
I think that we all know that Donald Trump really did think that he was losing the election, whether or not people were saying on his side or off of his side that there was inconsistencies or there wasn't. He thought that, and he was calling it out from the jump.
No, he was asking the Department of Justice.
He
was asking the Department of Justice to claim there was impropriety on behalf of the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice said there wasn't, and then he tried to replace the leadership in the Department of Justice so they would lie.
Well, okay, let me ask you this then. If it's just the AG and the Deputy Attorney General who is saying that there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud, but yet everyone else at the DOJ, or at least 75% of them, are saying that there is widespread voter fraud, and they just don't want to overturn the election optic wise because it would overthrow the country pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to that then?
Nothing.
Nothing. So would you take the AG's words? Like, or I should say this: if there's plenty of whistleblowers and people with big names in the DOJ who then would come out and say, you know what, there was voter fraud here, and yet Jeffrey Rosen decided to ignore it.
I mean, we could have that argument if it's a credible whistleblower saying, "Hey, there is actual real impropriety, and the Attorney General is purposefully not investigating it." I would say, yeah, that may be cause for firing. That case didn't exist for Jeffrey Rosen.
Okay, cool. So, real quick, now that we can at least agree that Donald Trump, quote unquote, you could say Donald Trump tried to weaponize the DOJ.
Why are you doing the quote unquote? If we're agreeing on it, you don't need to do the quote unquote. You could say Donald J. Trump tried to weaponize the Department of Justice. You agree, right?
Yeah, we can go with that.
Real quick, guys, the agreement would be that Trump tried to weaponize the DOJ but failed to do so.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so
let me just ask a couple of questions real quick to get a better understanding.
Well, after you ask these questions, we're gonna go into closing.
Yeah, we could go into closing statements.
That's fine. That's fine.
So, we'll ask a few questions and then we know in closing statements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So just a couple of quick questions. So, are you aware of at all in terms of the New York cases against Trump?
I'm cursorily aware. I know that all of the appeals failed. I know that it was a novel charge, and I know that with the strength of the classified documents case and with the strength of the J6 case, I think that trying to bring an indictment like that, it was probably not wise. But I don't think it was weaponization, and I don't think there was any top-down directive to do it.
And you're talking about Bragg's case, right?
Yeah.
And you said there was no directive top down, right?
Yeah, Joe Biden never made a call for Alvin Bragg to propose an indictment. Yeah.
Well, when I make the claim that the justice system has been weaponized against Donald Trump, I'm not specifically referring to the federal government's DOJ. Like there can be a weaponization of the justice system within states, right?
Yeah, theoretically, but it's a characteristically different thing. So, like, whenever I'm claiming that Donald Trump weaponized the Department of Justice, the heart of what I'm claiming is that Donald Trump is misusing his executive power. When you're making that claim, you're saying that a prosecutor brought a novel charge, and I don't think he should have. I mean, that's fine, and we could probably agree. I don't know if the New York case was all that pertinent, but the problem is that it's not getting us any closer to like culpability. It's not making any character statements. If you could say, okay, I'm not gonna vote for Alvin Bragg, you got me. But there's no top-down directive from Joe Biden, and when people say weaponize the justice system, that implies a very top-down directive. That implies directive from Joe Biden. If you agree that there was no directive from Joe Biden and you just don't think that the indictment should have been brought, we can probably agree.
No, that's not true. Because then you would basically be saying that Democrat or Joe Biden is the entire Democrat Party, and every decision flies through him in terms of justice-wise, right?
No, I'm saying that if it's brought through the Department of Justice, that falls on the president. So if the president is having a hand in the Department of Justice to basically coerce him to do his bidding, that's weaponizing the Department of Justice. But whenever a novel case gets brought by a prosecutor with no top-down directive from the presidency, I mean, we can argue whether or not it was valid for a jury of his peers to find him guilty on it, which they absolutely did. We can argue whether or not it was appropriate for them to bring the indictment. I probably agree it's not the strongest case in the world, but honestly, I also agree that you are using this to get away from all of the culpability from Donald Trump's thing, and you conceded the entire point of this third of the debate. You agree that Donald Trump tried to weaponize the Department of Justice.
Moving into closing statements. So, I guess what Will would go first on the closing statements. Just 5 minutes real quick. Or any less, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so specifically, I know this is exactly what I was trying to not stay on, and at least try and hold your feet to the fire a little bit more. But I was assuming that we were going to start with incitement, so it kind of threw me off.
So thank you, Quasi, for the $5.
You didn't really address any of the topics on my situation. It still would go to show that. I mean, we'll probably talk about them later on in the conversation, but hang on, I'm just trying to find my notes here. Sorry. See, I'm out in my truck, so it keeps losing internet service. So if you want to go first, Rinyald, and then I can just take another 2 minutes to recap on mine. Sorry about that.
I'll reset the timer for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
You ain't got to reset it. You can take it doesn't matter. I won't use the time.
That's all right. Go ahead.
All right. My opponent agrees that Donald Trump tried to weaponize the DOJ. There's not much of a opening statement or closing statement that I can give to that. He kind of conceded on the entire thing. I do want to be clear though that this arrangement of topics, this wasn't a blindside. All right, I sent this to Bentley 2 hours ago, and he saw it and he agreed to it, and it was in the chat. All right, this wasn't a mystery of how we were ordering things. So I want to make sure that there's no claims of impropriety or anything. But yeah, I mean, we conceded. Donald Trump tried to weaponize the DOJ. I agree. It's not much to close on. That was a full concession.
So just to clarify, Rinyald, you're saying the intent is what matters here, right?
Yeah, the intent as it relates to the president. I mean, we can have a separate conversation as to whether or not Alvin Bragg's indictment was a valid thing to bring. I can read more into the case law and we can have that conversation if you really want to. But honestly, I mean, when my claim against Donald Trump overall is that he's somebody who is just interested in centralizing executive power, I think weaponizing the DOJ is something that is incredibly important to show there, and no such claim can be made about any Democrat who has held the presidential office, or at least in modern history, whereas Donald Trump unequivocally did it, and my opposition agreed.
All right, well, do you have anything to say to that for your closing statement? Or
yeah, so specifically, I might have conceded, but I think that we have a fundamental disagreement in terms of when we talk about the weaponization of the justice system, which is the definition or something like that I would use, rather than you're saying weaponization of the DOJ, and you're specifically saying that this has to come top down, and that's my disagreement with it. Is that because from your logic, you would basically saying that the only way that for there to be a weaponization of the justice system is for it to come top down from Joe Biden, from his directive. And you're only saying that just because he is in charge of the Department of Justice, and I would assume that you're not going to make the claim that Department of Justice actually runs through the whole system, overseeing pretty much everything. So in terms of the weaponization of the DOJ, if you can say that, if you want to have a bigger conversation, a longer conversation about it, we can. I think that you say that a lot, but yet you don't want to actually have the conversation, because if you want to have a conversation about how they blatantly violated Donald Trump's rights, which I'm not going to go into right now, but I really could. If you wanted to extend the conversation, we can, and I can explain it to you and sacrifice what's that?
Set a date.
Oh, you want to just specifically talk about the cases against Trump?
We can.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I think it might have been a losing topic for me to specifically run with just Donald Trump weaponizes the DOJ. I think I should have probably asked to kind of hold both sides accountable, or at least have some side, or at least time both sides for the accountability. But that's on me. Okay. My first debate. I'm not really too harsh on myself about it.
Yep,
that's fine. Will. So Will, you're up first on this one, I guess. Donald Trump uprooting democracy, 5-minute opening. I guess right now we'll do a 5-minute opening, then we'll go into open. Mm-hmm. So,
okay,
right, go ahead.
All right. So pretty much, from my understanding, this argument that you give for uprooting democracy, at least from what I heard from you in the past, was basically that Trump was telling Mike Pence to not certify the 2020 election. But let me just try and pose you a hypothetical. So what if it were the case that in the next 6 months that Donald Trump's DOJ finds evidence of widespread voter fraud, at least enough to flip a state like Georgia or Pennsylvania? Who would be the real subverters of democracy then? The people who actually suspected the fraud and tried to investigate, or the people who said, no, nothing to see here. The main issue I have with your statement pretty much would have to be is that with Trump telling Pence to throw out the certification of the vote, I would assume you would be implying that he knew he lost. But in Donald Trump's view, he was trying to save democracy from getting uprooted. And the things the thing is that we might not like it, but he has every right to have the thought that he lost the election, even with the people saying nothing to see here. And a lot of people will say Pence's team was also telling him he didn't have the authority to delay the certification, but it's not that black and white. Trump still has the right to suggest legal action, and suggesting to delay or deny the certification, it was not illegal in or specifically like law-wise. Another question I'd just like to ask is, what's more anti-democracy, what Trump did and what with Pence and the alternate electors, or which ultimately, just like to say, ended up leading nowhere pretty much. But what would you rather, or what's more anti-democracy? Would it be that, or compared to Joe Biden, who had a mandate bestowed upon him when entering office with COVID and because of the events on January 6th, he basically could do whatever he wants, which includes encouraging the censorship of big tech for people who question the 2020 election. So if you're so concerned about the actions that would lead to the uprooting of democracy and not just just using a double standard, then show me your open concern for the Obama administration pushing the now known lie of the Russia interference with the 2016 election to help Trump win, which undermines the incoming administration and hampers them from doing their job. Truthfully, I think that if you're one to make all of these critical statements about Donald Trump, but yet will turn a blind eye to the spotlight when the spotlight is on your side of the aisle, I think that's a little bit disingenuous to come out and debate. So,
All right, yeah, Rinyald, 5-minute starting opening for you, and then we can jump into like 20 minutes open convo.
Yep, no problem. So the Trump campaign engaged in a pressure campaign against the vice president to get him to unilaterally decertify electors, which is self-admittedly against the Electoral Count Act. We obviously don't live in a country where the VP can just choose the winner of the election against the will of the people. If we did, why did Kamala Harris not just certify her own victory? This fundamentally was an attempt to remove the say of 7 states who voted for Biden, and shows again that Trump does not view American values as something to be upheld. Rather, he views it as a roadblock in his pursuit of power. It's incredibly clear that Donald Trump was not just trying to investigate election irregularities, considering he told Vice President Pence explicitly that he prefers the option in which he just unilaterally bypasses congressional debate and decertifies the Biden electors and certifies his fraudulent electors. That is not a continuance of the election. That's not even putting a pause on the election. He literally just asked Mike Pence to unilaterally choose the winner of the election, and they conceded multiple times in multiple different conversations with multiple different people, including in the Eastman memo, that this would be a violation of the Electoral Count Act. So when we claim this was just legal advice, it's funny you claim that I was just going to narrativize and make blanket statements without going into any of the details. When you say this was just legal advice, the legal advice that Donald Trump was giving to the vice president was to break the Electoral Count Act. That was the legal advice. That was the genius legal advice that was given to Mike Pence, and that genius legal advice caused 2 of his lawyers to have to write public apologies to the state of Georgia for trying to steal their election, and that great legal advice led to the person who authored it, John Eastman, getting disbarred. So this is the kind of great legal advice that Donald Trump and his lawyers were offering to the vice president, just saying, hey, maybe you should break federal law to make me president. What a good legal theory. It's ridiculous. It was obviously illegal. It's obviously anti-democracy. There's no real argument. There's a reason that when this went to trial, when Donald Trump was before the Supreme Court in Trump v. US, he didn't say, I didn't do this. He didn't say this wasn't anti-democracy. He didn't say this was legal. What he said was, I'm the president. I should get presidential immunity. He didn't contest any of the details that Jack Smith laid out. So, I mean, we can make the pivots to Obama Russiagate. I mean, there's absolutely evidence of Trump's administration absolutely, preventing Mueller from looking into all of the evidence, considering multiple of his advisors were tried and found guilty of lying to Congress in order to obstruct the investigation. So, I mean, that's something to keep in mind. Russia absolutely did interfere with the 2016 election. That is absolutely proven. You can look at the IRA indictment, and you can look at the Twitter files things. There was never a threat of force by the DOJ to tell Facebook or Twitter what their terms of service should be. There was never any actual pressure. It was literally just suggestions, which Donald Trump has made suggestions to the social media accounts for terms of service as well. He literally called on, I think it was Jack Dorsey at the time, to take down some comedian calling him a pussy ass bitch. That's way less defensible than Joe Biden trying to uphold the sanctity of our election against somebody who is knowingly lying to undermine all faith in that institution. And to close off, my ultimate question is, if Donald Trump truly was just suspect of the way that the election was being held, was suspect about the black box in Georgia that his lawyer ended up admitting to knowingly lying about, but saying it was his First Amendment right to do it. Whenever we're saying that Donald Trump actually truly thought that the election was just stolen and it just sucks that that's how it unfolded, why did he say the same exact thing about 2024? Why did he say the same exact thing about 2016? And why did he say right before the election occurred, why did he say there's no way that I lose and it's not rigged? That it's incredibly obvious. He undermines the sanctity of every single election he's ever been a part of, including the ones he won. So I don't understand how this isn't an incredibly transparent plot from the president. But keep in mind, the legal theory that Donald Trump was furthering was for the vice president to violate the Electoral Count Act. That's the great legal theory.
Cool. So 20-minute open conversations. If you'll have questions for each other, just go ahead. Just don't get too heated. All right.
Yeah. So did you forget that the job of the president during that session really wasn't clarified up until 2022?
Yes, the thing that clarified the vice president's role in the electoral counting process was the Electoral Count Act or the Electoral Reform Act of 2022. But if they were asking him to violate the Electoral Count Act, why would it matter to reform the law that they were asking him to break? Obviously, he doesn't care about the sanctity of the law. He was asking him to violate that law. But if that law was,
But how are you going to violate the law if it's not specific in the job of the vice president?
Because that's Eastman. Eastman explicitly said this is where we diverge from the procedure laid out in the Electoral Count Act. What they were asking him to do is bypass congressional objection. That's how it violated the Electoral Count Act.
But not at the time.
Yes, at the time.
How?
It was self-admitted. Eastman said it was against the Electoral Count Act.
Off of what Eastman says? You're just basing it off of what Eastman says right now, right?
Okay, let's say that it wasn't against the law.
Not the actual law going against the law, right?
We could go into the law, but let's say that it wasn't against the law. Do you think it makes it any better when we're speaking to the state of mind of Donald Trump and his lawyers are saying explicitly that you should break the law to make me president? Do you think that makes it any better?
That's what Eastman said?
Yep. He said you should bypass the Electoral Count Act, you should unilaterally certify Donald Trump's electors, and unilaterally decertify Biden's electors.
Well, I'm almost positive that wasn't the main wasn't the main push even from Donald Trump. Donald Trump was basically trying to delay it so that way they could at least assess the fraud excuse me, because at least the discrepancies and the issues that people were having in the 2020 election.
Yeah, so what he was doing in public was he was asking the vice president to bypass safe harbor, which is the date that the electors need to be certified and the date that the election needs to be certified. He was asking them to delay past January 6th, which was also a violation of the Electoral Count Act, by the way. He was asking him to do that. That's what he was doing in public, but we have correspondence in private from Donald Trump, John Eastman, Greg Jacob, and Mike Pence saying that Donald Trump preferred the unilateral action, that he said that I prefer the option where Pence does it unilaterally.
And this is all just hearsay from the quotes?
You could call it hearsay. I don't know. He got indicted on it.
Other than the hearsay, is there any other evidence to show that this is what Donald Trump wanted?
Yes, it's that Eastman put it in this option in the memo as well. He said that that's the option.
Yeah, but putting it as an option, does that, if you're saying that there's other options on the table, how are you going to say that Donald Trump picked that one and back it up with evidence other than hearsay?
Well, we have testimony that Donald Trump did prefer that option, and when we're looking at the options, we had the Eastman Memo 1, which proposed unilateral action. We have Eastman Memo 2, which first proposed unilateral action, and then proposed 5 other proposals, 2 of which Biden won. So clearly, he wasn't just throwing out proposals for fun. The only proposal they threw out 2 times was unilateral action by the vice president. It's not until the first, I think it was like a month after the first Eastman memo was proposed that they were talking about putting the delay on the certification of the election to send it back to the states. But that was after. The initial proposal was for Vice President Mike Pence to act unilaterally, to unilaterally decertify Biden's electors and certify Trump's electors, which is robbing the 7 states of their say because they all voted for Biden, and he wanted Vice President Pence to say that they voted for Trump.
Well, do you have a response? Or?
Sorry, hang on. Okay.
Bentley, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I mean, I guess on my stream today, these crazy pro-lifers went up there and called me a low-tier pro-life debater since I said that I didn't know what I would do if like aliens came down and had the right to like unalive them or something. I don't know. It was crazy. I don't know what was going on, but it was really weird.
Wait, can I ask you something?
All
Sorry,
right,
I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, you're good. Back to the debate. Yeah.
What do you mean when you say uprooting democracy? I just want to clarify.
I mean, removing the say of the people. I mean, trying to steal the election by making it so the 7 states that voted for Biden to say that they actually voted for Trump and that I'm the president, even though the people voted me out of office.
Well, what if that? Do you remember me asking you that hypothetical?
If it came out that the election actually was
stolen?
stolen?
if now, because that's what Donald Trump was talking about. Like I think it was last week, but he was asking. Well, my question hypothetically would be, what if it comes out in 6 months that there would be enough evidence to prove that there was fraudulent ballots and there would be enough to overturn, let's say, a couple of states?
I mean, I think there's no world where that's a reality because every single person who has any authority to investigate the election came and said that there was no evidence of significant fraud in the 2020 election. But in this like 0.00000000001% chance that the election actually was stolen, then I mean, you're probably just gonna need to Bush v. Gore it. You're probably just gonna say, hey, listen, that sucks, but you know, the election was called. It is what it is.
No, but my question would be, who do you think would be the real subverters of democracy? Would it be the people who are actually trying to investigate the irregularities at the time, or would it be the people who are saying nothing to see here?
Well, by extension of Donald Trump still advocating for the vice president to act unilaterally, it would be both parties in this hypothetical. Like if there was a top-down directive by the Democratic Party to steal the election, but Donald Trump still tried to put the hands of the election results solely in one person that he picked, that both parties, you would just say that both parties are anti-democracy at that point.
Yeah, but Yeah, but I don't think that we're in the same agreement that Donald Trump specifically wanted I keep thinking Vance, but Pence wanted Pence to specifically just unilaterally, say that he was the winner. I think what we wanted to see happen was, or at least him to see, at least if anything, a delay in the certification, because that's why they tried the alternate slate of electors. It was basically to put a pause in the system.
I mean, there's nothing else that I can say, but I mean, you're wrong. That they proposed it twice. That's the only proposal that they made twice, and Donald Trump explicitly admitted to Greg Jacob, who is Mike Pence's legal counsel, that he preferred the option of unilaterally choosing the electors. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, every piece of evidence that we have shows that Donald Trump preferred this method. But the fact that they proposed it at all, I mean, like, isn't it kind of crazy that he had one of his lawyers tell the vice president that he should just choose the winner of the election? Don't you think that speaks to him being anti-democracy?
Well, wasn't there a war room game that was specifically going on at the in 2020 that basically the Democrats had crafted the exact same whatchamacallit?
Yeah, the war room was all hypothetical. There was never there was no, first of all, there was no top-down directive from the.
You can't say it wasn't in the question. You can't say that it wasn't in the question of the Democrats' minds, right? Like, because this
sure, it was never it wasn't an attempt. They didn't attempt to do anything like that. It was a hypothetical situation to see what would happen.
But I didn't make the claim that they're trying to attempt it. But I'm saying it was in their playbook at the time.
No, to say that it's in their playbook. No,
tried to uproot democracy, then it's also going to have to be in the Democrats' playbook, which you would also have to say, hey,
to say that it was in their playbook, it suggests that it was actually anything that anybody would even conceive of doing. The war room was literally just running through scenarios in which American democracy dies. This was not a plan by the first of all, I don't even think there was direction by the DNC. I don't think there was any direction by the DNC, first of all. And second of all, they didn't even have the levers of power to do it at the time. So how the fuck are you saying that the Democrats had it in their playbook when they weren't even capable of doing it at that point? And when there was no elected official that came out in support of it, Joe Biden never came out in support of it. Kamala Harris never came out in support of it. It was literally just something that John Podesta ran through, and they all agreed, hey, that would be pretty fucking bad if it happened. And they were like, they all said yes. And that's what the war room situation was.
Who the hell is going to say, okay, well, if this happens in the November election, this is exactly what we're going to do to try and help our case?
That's not what the war room scenario was.
Tell me what the war room scenario was.
It was literally just going through the different situations if no real winner could be declared.
Well, but specifically this, in terms of the worst case scenario for the Democrats, which would be they won the popular vote, but lost the electoral vote. That's specifically their plan, which was what exactly happened.
No, that wasn't a plan. That was not a plan. That was a scenario.
Okay, the outcome of it was in this scenario that they were doing the exact same thing, basically, and using other states like California and not having them certify their electors and things like that.
That was never, again, it was never a plan. There was never any member of the Democratic Party that said that's what we should do. Donald Trump explicitly pressured his vice president to do it. It's not the same at all. This is a diversion.
I'm not making the claim that it was in the Democrats were solely planning this. I'm saying that it was in their playbook. Was it not?
What is typically in a playbook?
Well, it would be different plays that you could run, pretty much.
Yeah, what's a synonym for different plays I could run?
That doesn't mean it's their sole plan.
They're not plans. They're just like plans. Yeah, no, they're not plans. These were scenarios. These were not real world applications. No one ever suggested doing any of this except for Donald Trump, the person that you voted for. And if you don't think that this was a relevant thing to bring up to show culpability for the Democrats, why the fuck did you bring it up?
I never made the claim that they suggested to do it, nor did
then
I
why
say
did you bring
any
it up?
big name Democrat, nor did I say any big name. Because I specifically said it was already in their playbook.
It wasn't in their playbook. This was just a hypothetical scenario that they ran through. Whereas Donald Trump pressured the vice president to go through with that plan. Now, if John Podesta was trying to get Kamala Harris to refuse to certify the election in 2024, then I would say, okay, fuck it. Yeah, the Democrats are anti-democracy. That's not what the war room scenario was. John Podesta wasn't even in collaboration with the Biden administration. And ultimately, the person responsible for certifying the election in that election was Vice President Mike Pence. So there's not even a feasible, like, dirt paved road that they could take down this. It's ridiculous. And if you agree that it wasn't a plan and that there was no corroboration with any of the levers in government at that point, then why the fuck would you bring it up to pivot away from an actual real plan that Donald Trump had?
Well, because there was big name Democrats who was actually a part of it, and what was the name of the lady who created it? Rosa Brooks, and she was specifically.
Do you acknowledge that they never proposed this to any elected Democrat?
Well, that wasn't my claim though. So I would say,
do you acknowledge that John Eastman and Donald Trump did propose this to Vice President Mike Pence?
Say that again?
Do you agree that John Eastman and Donald Trump did propose this to Mike Pence?
For him to unilaterally just throw it or give it to him?
Yep.
No.
Okay, have you ever read the Eastman memo?
You can send me it.
Okay. Why did you feel confident to actually talk to me about this? I mean, like, if you say you've watched a couple of my debates on this, why would you not look up like the core lawyer who made the theory to do it? Why would you not look at his words?
Well, specifically when I was trying to find, because I was on your TikTok lives, and usually it's people for like 5 minutes and whatnot, or even, the actual details don't get dived into too much.
I bring the Eastman memo
especially
up
when I don't have Discord,
often.
so I don't have Twitch, so I don't know if being on like Safari or Chrome kind of slows it up. But every time I was trying to speed the shit up, it was, it was a hassle a little bit.
Okay.
All right, guys, let's get back on topic. Let's not debate about who's.
I mean, I don't know if there's anywhere else to go with this topic. I don't know.
Well, I guess we can just go into. Do y'all want closing statements, or do y'all not want to do closing statements?
No, you don't.
All right. I guess Rinnycast, you can go first right here.
Okay. My closing is that Donald Trump did do that. If you read the memo that his lawyer wrote, it lays that out. I would think that, if you challenge me to a debate a couple days ahead, that you would do any research on any of these topics, but maybe fuck me, I guess. I don't know. Okay.
Will, do you have anything?
Well, specifically, if I know that what your blanket statement is, but if I don't hear the arguments, and that's all, I mean, you can say that's on me for not doing more research. I mean, I did do a good amount in terms of trying to figure out, but I felt like I was going defensive too much, and I wanted to go a little offensive. But from my understanding is that I would have went in a completely different direction anyways.
Well, I do want to say, Will, you do have a 6-month-old at home, so let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, sure.
That's a big task.
Listen, I respect him as a parent, but maybe you shouldn't.
I give you this, buddy. In terms of being unprepared, you can throw that at me. Well, we'll see with the incitement, because I think I do have something there. But in terms of because I would have thought, honestly, I was a couple days leading up to it, up until maybe yesterday or so, I was honestly thinking that the weaponization of the DOJ and the uprooting democracy kind of would have been in the same general realm. So I was kind of, because the claim is almost the same thing. Not exactly, but in terms of the 2020 election. So I thought we would have
good news for you then, because the next topic will be inciting violence. If you want to go ahead and make your claim on that, or make your opening statement, and then Rinyald will do it, and then 20-minute open discussion, then closing.
Okay, so, all right, so from my understanding, you want to say that Donald Trump incites violence, and how do we know that? Well, it's because, from my understanding, you say it's a coincidental timed tweet, not quoting you exactly, but coincidental timed tweet of Trump's about being disappointed in Mike Pence in regards to the certification of the 2020 election. And at the time, the rioters had breached the grounds and the Capitol while also chanting "Hang Mike Pence." But while the timing of the tweet might make the situation a bit more complex, it doesn't prove anything, and it doesn't actually prove he wants the violence. It just shows he was hyper-focused on the election being stolen. But if you think the criticism of Pence at the time of heightened controversy is likely to incite or produce such action of violence, then your argument is any criticism of anyone at any point of heightened controversy is meeting the standard for incitement. Like, for instance, with all the stories of people rioting against the ICE agents during the Trump administration this time around, have you condemned any of the Democrats and frankly yourself who criticize ICE in the height of a deportation operation, saying they are ripping people's rights away and calling it inhumane practices? Or is criticizing the government by inflaming tensions with systemic racist chants at the time of when a black man is killed by police? Is that considered incitement of violence? If your bar really, if what meets the bar for incitement of violence really is if the message in question is likely to incite or produce such action or of violence, then why have you not condemned the whole Democrat platform for comparing Trump to Hitler and immigration enforcement to Hitler's Gestapo? How about, was it incitement under the first Trump administration, when Republicans were trying to replace Obamacare, the Democrats said, if we remove Obamacare, people will die? How about when Steve Scalise was shot at that ball game and the shooter was someone who believed in Bernie's rhetoric about Obamacare? Is that incitement? Now, if you believe so, what are we really arguing here, right? Bernie, are we really going to argue that Bernie shouldn't speak what he believed to be true? I mean, if you say Trump incited violence, what would you call it when Kamala Harris is campaigning in an election during the George Floyd controversy, and as she's saying, good, these protests should not stop, and beware, they're not going to stop, when clearly the public perspective was mainly focused on the riots, yet she's going out and advocating for people with a bail fund? If you want to call that a whataboutism for me bringing up all of these other instances with the Democrat Party, I would say the whole point is that you're selectively looking at Trump, saying that he's inciting violence while ignoring the greater context. Now, your argument is Trump is bad like all other politicians, and I wouldn't. If your argument was Trump is bad like all other politicians, I probably wouldn't disagree with you. But if you want to admit that all politicians incite violence, I mean, I guess. But for me, I feel like when we say someone incites violence, I think we mean to say that they are intending for people to get violent. And I don't think we have evidence to prove that that's the case for Donald Trump. But the reason you're using January 6th is to utilize the selective bias to frame up Trump as being this unique boogeyman in a pool of angels. Now, could Donald Trump have done more to de-escalate the situation? Probably. But yet 6 months prior, he was a witness like everyone else to Democrats turning a blind eye to a whole summer's worth of riots while they gaslit the American people, saying 2020, the summer of love. So I'm wondering why the standard is different from Donald Trump.
So in our previous conversations, I gave a very clear standard for incitement to violence. None of it was ever that it's just high rhetoric at a time of high conflict. Never said that in my life. So all of the examples or hypotheticals that you gave me for incitement, those don't apply. I agree. In order to show incitement, it's rare that we have a direct call to action. When proving murder, we don't need to prove guilty mind via a direct confession. The standard by which we show incitement is if speech is directed at or directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action, and such speech is likely to incite or produce such actions. On January 6th, 2021, while his own supporters were in the Capitol looking for his vice president to hang at the final stage of a pressure campaign against the vice president to force him to decertify electors, for Donald Trump to be certified as president, Trump still decided against telling his supporters to leave or de-escalating, and instead decided to further inflame the mob after seeing one of the attendees express his anger at Pence on the news. It was no mystery that this group was violent and that they would be violent prior. I cannot think of it as another reason that Donald Trump would see one of his supporters rioting at the Capitol, expressing his anger at his own vice president on the news, and then 2 minutes later send that tweet, especially when we see other groups in the Capitol at that point chanting, "Where is Pence?" and "Hang Mike Pence," and then decide to attack his own vice president for not uprooting democracy for him. If it's any mystery as to why he did this, It surely should have been erased in January of this year when he went on to pardon nearly every single person in that Capitol who engaged in violence against police officers who were looking for the politicians to handcuff with zip ties, to hang on the gallows outside. That's no shocker. He pardoned all of them. So it's no shocker as to what his incentives were. It's very clear. The thing that incited him to send that tweet was seeing one of the supporters on the news talk about how angry Mike Pence was making them. And he knew that his supporters were in the Capitol looking for Mike Pence to pressure him with violence to decertify the election. There's no other conceivable reason why Donald Trump would, instead of telling them to go home, further inflame his supporters' opinion of his own vice president in this situation. And I do want to add, okay, if I'm using his actions, his real provable actions on January 6th to paint him as a boogeyman, maybe he's a boogeyman. Okay, if he walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Okay.
All right, yeah, so 20 minutes open Tomville.
So
and then questions.
from my understanding, when we talked last, or maybe it was the second to last time, when you asked me what meets the bar for incitement, I'm almost positive that you specifically didn't bring up, the producing imminent lawless action, but just specifically brought up, is it likely to produce such action of violence, right?
Yeah, sure. It's the likelihood to produce imminent lawless action. Yeah.
Okay, so then let me pose to you, telling the country that there is extreme amounts of systemic racism. Do you think that would piss people off?
Yes, but it's not likely to incite imminent lawless action. Imminent implies time.
Because
imminent implies time. In order to directly incite somebody, it needs to be shown that the incitement was timely. So just general rhetoric like the systems are systemically racist, or the politicians don't care, or even that like Trump is a pedophile. These aren't incitements to violence, because even though it would piss somebody off, it's not a direct call. It's not like an A follows B. It's an A follows, general feelings. It's just like raising the temperature. So the difference is that imminently Donald Trump sends that tweet. There's no other explanation that would explain his mind state at that time other than inflaming his mob of supporters that are in the Capitol looking to hang him. And believe it or not, those people continued to be violent and stomp on Capitol police officers' head, looking to arrest politicians with zip ties. This is a much clearer example of a direct call with no other, like the guilty mind is incredibly clear. He sent this tweet 2 minutes after he saw one of his supporters on the TV talking about how pissed off at Mike Pence he is.
Yeah, so the problem with it is that I just asked you the question if your definition would not include the imminent lawless action, which you clarified, because I said you only clarified and I said it would not be meeting the first part, but only the second part. So is the case,
I said in the opening that it needs to meet both parts though. And in our previous conversation,
that is not what you said the first conversation that we had.
In our previous conversations, it was incredibly implied. I didn't say it explicitly, but it was incredibly implied by the fact that I was pointing out that Donald Trump had no other incentive than to inflame speech. That speaks to his state of mind. So obviously I found it important in our first conversations, or I wouldn't be talking about Donald Trump's state of mind.
Well, just if you're implying, so you're basically saying that it's just implied that the tweet is likely to produce imminent lawless action.
I'm saying it absolutely was likely to produce imminent lawless action. I'm saying in all likelihoods that it was directed to produce imminent lawless action. So it absolutely it undebatably inflamed his protesters, his supporters that were in the Capitol. But the thing that we actually need to debate is whether or not Donald Trump knew that would happen. My question is, what other incentive would Donald Trump have to see a group of supporters chanting, "Where is Pence?" and "Hang Mike Pence," and then to tweet out a tweet attacking Mike Pence rather than telling them to go home?
Because there was an immediate recess. This is my theory. There was before Trump had went up, he had known that during the rally they were going to start that process. And I think with all of the urging that he tried to get Trump, or at least tried to get Pence on the same page as him before January 6th, I think that he was almost expecting with the protesters marching down to the Capitol, he was thinking that Pence would have overturned the vote by the time Trump would have got back into office, being briefed with what had went down.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that considering that he was evacuated, and then 10 minutes afterwards, the tweet was made, I can see where that's specifically, him voicing the disappointment because the session's completely over. And he's specifically only hyper fixated on the election process, not anything to do with breaching in the Capitol.
Well, that's absolutely not true, because the thing that caused him to tweet the thing, as reported in the Jack Smith report, was him seeing one of his supporters voice his displeasure with Mike Pence on the TV at the Capitol. So obviously he was focused on the riot at the Capitol, as everybody in fucking America was.
Wait, just repeat that one more time. I kind of cut out there.
The thing that caused him to tweet this out, according to the Jack Smith report, was him seeing a person that was at the Capitol talking about how angry he was at Mike Pence for not stealing the election for Donald Trump. And obviously he was paying attention to the riot. Every single aide that reported to this said that he was watching the riot unfold on Fox News, and every single person in the country was doing that on January 6th. So obviously that's what Trump was doing. And I agree that the reason that Donald Trump was sending people to march onto the Capitol was to pressure Mike Pence to decertify the electors. I agree. And then whenever Mike Pence ultimately told him that he wasn't going to do it, he probably got really pissed, and then he probably tried to incite violence against him.
Which would lead to that tweet, and that's why he posted it?
Yes.
I just don't think that theory is believable. You really think that just because he said no, he was trying to incite violence against Pence?
I'm saying, why wouldn't he tell the supporters to go home if he had no violent intentions?
I mean, why would he tell the supporters? Why would he tell the supporters to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard? Why would he also take other steps prior to January 3rd, specifically quotes from Mark Milley, saying that he was trying to get National Guard, whoever, or National Guard, active duty, or regular, non-active duty soldiers there to make sure the event was safe?
No, he wasn't trying to get the National Guard there to make sure the event was safe. He was trying to get the National Guard there to protect his soldiers from the Capitol Police officers. Okay, that's not what the National Guard was there for. But also, Donald Trump has the ultimate authority, as we saw, to deploy the National Guard in D.C. That's the National Guard falls with it. It's a federal district. It falls within the president. Why didn't he just federalize? Why didn't he just do the National Guard thing then? He clearly has unilateral power to do it. Why would it need to go through Nancy Pelosi?
I'll tell you why. I will tell you why. Because he's not a professional. Not to mention, he was also being told beforehand it would be bad for optics if he had him there. And when he offered it, that's what they also gave the explanation for, was it would have been bad for optics. We'll take a couple of these National Guard, but they have to be on the road duty.
So you brought up the National Guard. I'm not saying that he should have preemptively deployed the National Guard because they didn't think it was an issue. I'm saying if he really, really cared about violence bubbling up, why didn't he deploy the National Guard until I think the National Guard was deployed at like 6 p.m.
I just gave you that answer.
You think he was concerned about preserving optics while people were in the Capitol for fucking 4 hours?
Well, you also would acknowledge that, especially there was a lot of excuses in terms of why I'm just giving you an example. At the same time of year, or at least a couple months prior, during the BLM riots, a lot of them were saying, you just got to let the fire die out. And that's what a lot of that's not an unknown thing to hear either.
Obviously, I mean, I agree. They probably should have deployed the National Guard earlier for a lot of the BLM riots. I agree with that. But do you acknowledge that there's also a difference between rioting in a city and rioting in the fucking Capitol, where all of the where all of the Congress people and the vice president are certifying the results of the election? That's a very different thing.
If you're labeling it in terms of insurrection, no, because if they're trying to burn down federal or even state buildings, that's not definitely
those two things need to be treated the same with the same level of severity.
Well, how much more severity do you think these other people need to have?
God. Obviously, a protest to decertify the results of the election is more serious than a riot. Yes, obviously.
Really that big of a difference is it really that big of a difference? I mean, obviously optics wise, because it's definitely going to be a bigger story. But in terms if someone tried to go in and break into the Capitol in Harrisburg with a whole group of people, that would be pretty damn bad. And I would say that would definitely, because you don't really after you reach a certain bar, you can't really get that worse. And I think that especially when you're trying to break into the Capitol, and from your understanding, they were trying to hang Mike Pence.
Well, don't say from my understanding like this is an unproven claim. We have the footage of all of the supporters in the Capitol chanting "Hang Mike Pence" and "Where is Pence?" Yes, it's not from my understanding.
Can you show me where it wasn't just the Pence chants rather than like the actual like what would you call that? Conspiracy to actually commit murder?
You said by my account they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." This wasn't by my account. There's video of it happening. The reason that you're saying by your account is because you're trying to like paint this as a conspiracy where I'm like misrepresenting something or tweaking something.
No. You're completely strawmanning me. No, I'm not saying that there weren't people there that were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." You understand that, right?
I didn't understand that. Now I do. I just wanted to make sure that we all agreed that there were Trump supporters in the Capitol.
I'm just asking. Give me the intent. Give me the intent. Give me the conspiracy. Give me the conspiracy, or not even conspiracy. I shouldn't say conspiracy, but give me the evidence that would lead to someone getting charged with conspiracy of murder against Mike Pence specifically. And obviously, you're not going to say that
they were saying
people chanting. Yeah, that's not how. I'm so confused now.
If a group is chanting to hang somebody, they want to hang them.
So if that's the case, that would meet the meet the standard for conspiracy to murder. How many people were charged with conspiracy to murder?
I don't know particularly the. I think in order for a conspiracy to murder, you have to have like a premeditated plan. I don't know if this probably wasn't a premeditated plan, but I'm saying that it speaks to the mindset of the Trump supporters in the Capitol. If they're chanting to hang Mike Pence, that they probably want to hang Mike Pence. I mean, that's not too unbelievable to me.
Yeah, without bringing any gallows or anything like that.
They literally erected a gallows outside.
Yeah. So one that would not even be able to support a 16-year-old boy.
Yeah, they were really shitty at it. I don't know what to tell you. They're dumbasses. They're not carpenters.
Yeah, I would. So wait, you would also go to assume that it was the Trump supporters that built the gallows and put it there, right? At 6:30 in the morning.
I don't think we know who did it.
I think you're right.
Okay.
Well, do we need any more of open conversation, or y'all want to go in closing statements with the debate?
We can go in closings.
We can roll it.
All right. Rinyald went first last time in closing statements. I'll let Will go first here. Will, what do you have on this topic? And then that'll be the end of the debate after Rinyald goes.
I mean, pretty much we can run in and specifically say that, we can analyze Donald Trump's every single tweet and everything would be, how would I say it? Like if you're going to hyper analyze everything that Trump is saying specifically, even when he's not even acknowledging the violence or anything like that in terms of the tweet, and it's just because the tweet was timed specifically when the rioters had breached the Capitol, I don't think that would legally, or I don't think it would legally meet that standard of incitement of violence specifically. And pretty much I'll say that I did lose the debate specifically because I didn't pick the debate right, and we definitely should have talked more about the things on the other side because, like I said, it's pretty cut and dry when you want to talk about if Donald Trump incites violence, and you also have to hold these other people accountable specifically, whether or not it's in a debate or anything like that. Because if you want to stay consistent with it, then I think that's a good reason to call it out. So I think that'll be it.
All right, Rinyald, last closing statement of the debate.
Yeah, I feel like I proved everything I need to prove. I feel like my standard of incitement was incredibly clear. And, if you wanted to, hypocrisy bro me, first of all, I want to make sure that anybody who tries to claim hypocrisy within me, we're living in the same reality. It's pretty clear that no Trump supporter lives in the same reality as me. So I don't want to listen to any fucking purity text for anybody. Okay. It's ridiculous, okay? The fact that you're trying to hypocrisy bro me when you can't acknowledge that Donald Trump tried to steal the election and all of the evidence is out there, and you just disagreed on whether or not that was the first go, like the first suggestion that Donald Trump made. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. 90% of Trump supporters are children. The other ones are just either uninformed or like the sub 1% category that are just like have their head in the right place. I just don't understand why they viewed Trump as the right decision. Yeah, I don't know. It's
Well, I have to put my input, but that would probably be because Trump basically saved the Republican Party.
you could say saved, but I mean,
listen,
insurrection.
I'm a conservative. Well, that's the end of the debate. I'm
Saved
a
the Republican
conservative
Party,
myself.
killed America. I don't know. Okay.
The MAGA Republican.
Okay, I appreciate you.
I'm
for
a
hosting
regular
that, man.
Republican, dude. Don't diss on my party, man. Come on. But yeah, both of y'all. Thank you all for the debate. It was fun moderating it. I guess I'm gonna go now, but both of y'all have a good night, guys.
Love you, buddy.
Thanks for the pod.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I don't know, man.
All right. So as soon as this conversation done, I gotta remember to take your admin role away.
I promise I'll be good. Yeah, I won't do anything crazy.
All right.
All right. So.
All right.
So I'm Rinyald, by the
Yeah.
way. I talk about politics. I do, liberal stuff. I couldn't really get a gauge of where your allegiances lie, if anywhere. But so I watched the video that you did on the Beta Sargon lady and Destiny, and
yes,
and I'm obviously I'm not in the business to defend like other takes that Destiny has given or his personal life or whatever, because it's a little messy, but
yeah,
some of the takes that you were giving and the boiling down to Donald Trump being like any other politician on the left, I think was missing the mark.
I don't think he's like any other politician. Like that's the opposite. That I have the opposite take on that. I think he's unlike any other politician. So in order to like rate him on the same like line that people usually rate other politicians, I think that's my reasoning for like not, because like people say that I grade him on a curve, and it's because he's completely different than other people, than other politicians. So like it makes sense to grade him on a different scale. That was my reasoning.
Okay. Do you think that we should do that for things like scandals?
I don't think so, but it'll definitely bleed into that, because scandals aren't necessarily like what do you mean when you say scandal?
Yeah. So for example, like comparing the way that Hillary Clinton treated the 2016 election to the way that Donald Trump treated the 2020 election, I think is completely unfair. Like I think Donald Trump took unprecedented action around the 2020 election, and I saw a couple comparisons to Hillary's like quote unquote election challenges in 2016, and I don't think that they even hold a candle to each other.
I think they're related. I do think Trump was much worse, or yeah, much more childish, worse. But I don't think it's fair to say that they're completely different from each other.
So
they both on principle kind of did some like the similar thing, but obviously Trump went a little bit further than that.
So,
and I can understand why that seems a little scary, but
yeah,
I don't think that's not a disqualifier for me. Like I think he truly believed it. So
okay, so we can have a discussion over that in a second. But so this is one of the points that I brought up, because I reacted to the video on stream, so I made a couple points that I remember. When we talk about Donald Trump challenging the results of the election, and then we bring up Hillary Clinton also challenging the results of the election, I think we have a problem in that we conflate every election challenge to every other election challenge. But the problem is that Hillary Clinton's claims in 2016 had a lot more merit than Donald Trump's did, and Donald Trump, I do believe, was knowingly lying about his election fraud claims in 2020.
All right, well, I don't think we'll agree on this, but I guess I might go down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
Like you think he's been lying. I don't think he's been lying, and I strongly believe that he does not think that he's lying. Almost to the point to where I almost don't want to like engage with that type of conversation because I kind of like know where it's gonna go through, but maybe I could be wrong, but like you would have to show me something that like overwhelmingly, like you would actually have to show me Trump literally saying that he was lying for me to be like, okay, all right, well, I guess he was, for me to change my mind on that. Like it's just too that's wait, give me a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah. You're saying that you would need like a direct admission from Donald Trump saying like, "Hey, I am knowingly lying about this," for you to be able to claim with some level of certainty that he is lying. But to that,
yeah, because I think Trump is wrong about the 2020, but like I don't think he at the time believed that he was just lying to try and stay in power. I don't believe that at the time. I think now he's trying to like move on from that because he probably now sees new information where he's like, he doesn't like to admit that he's wrong, but I can see that he's trying to get away from it, making it seem like he probably could have been wrong, but doesn't want to admit it. Maybe, but I don't think at the time when he was doing that, he was actually like lying just to stay in power. That's the thing I can't agree with.
So could I read you off some? I'm fairly well read on 2020. Could I read you off some facts that may be able to sway you?
Yeah, you can. I've listened to Destiny's arguments on this a lot, and it hasn't like it made me seem like his arguments made it more like it's compelling, but it's not to the point to where I would change my mind. Like I can understand why people are afraid of that, but like yeah, you can do it.
Yeah. And also to be clear, like the reading that I've done isn't just like I know,
but
I knew
Destiny's
Ball
also
before
super
Destiny.
well read too.
Yeah,
I know
for sure.
Destiny's is super well read on it. That's why
for sure.
But I compare. I think he does a really good job when it comes to research and stuff, but I'll never admit that to him. Oh man. And he's entertaining, but
yeah.
I feel like he does it in bad faith.
Sometimes,
but,
for sure.
Sometimes, especially with Trump. But yeah, continue.
Okay, so this is the first one that I'd bring up. So, do you know who Sidney Powell is?
Heard of him. What is he?
So
yeah.
Sidney Powell was one of the lawyers that was charged with the 2020 overturning campaign from Donald Trump with like Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman. Sidney Powell was also one of the people. She was leading the charge mostly on the Dominion voting machines. So one of the pieces that I would point to for Donald Trump knowingly lying about some of the election fraud claims that he brought up is that Sidney Powell went on, I think it was Tucker Carlson, and during a White House meeting, Trump acknowledged to multiple aides that Carlson had eviscerated or destroyed Powell on his program. He called her crazy in relation to her appearance on Carlson, and he described her allegations as akin to Star Trek. And despite all of this, saying that all of these claims were insane about the Dominion voting machines that she was making on Tucker Carlson, he went on January 6th at the Ellipse to make multiple claims about how Dominion was flipping votes from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. So that's like a direct example of him, one, calling a claim that one of his close lawyers was making insane, and then going on to repeat those claims anyway.
Wait, so when was this? He said that before January 6th that
Yes.
Sidney Powell's claims to Dominion was actually like crazy.
So
then
Sidney Powell went on
it later.
Yeah, so Sidney Powell went on Tucker Carlson. I can find the exact date on that. But Sidney Powell went on Tucker Carlson to make a bunch of claims about Dominion flipping votes and being controlled by like Hugo Chavez or whatever. And in private with the White House aides, Donald Trump called these claims insane, and he said that Carlson had eviscerated or destroyed Powell on his program. And then on January 6th, he still went on to make claims about Dominion voting machines flipping votes for Donald Trump or for Joe Biden.
That doesn't. So, is there? So this is like, I'm not trying to like reduce it, but like, this was like a hearsay from the aides telling that, or was this like a quote?
So it was
like a clip of him like saying this.
It
because
was
like it sounds like it doesn't really it doesn't contradict if he said that stuff was insane what he was hearing, because like you could interpret that him saying that it's insane as like, oh, it's a negative thing, it's kind of bad, it's disbelievable, it's insane, or it's insane to believe this, and he didn't really want to believe it, but then ends up like kind of believing it afterwards, because like I guess he might have seen more information, because like that was probably the first time he might have heard of it.
So okay, so just to get the dates clear, so Sidney Powell had gone on, I think, early November, when she was making these claims. I don't think that he meant crazy as in this is like a crazy thing that Dominion is doing, because he compared her claims to Star Trek and then had said that Tucker Carlson had eviscerated her. So that would clearly mean that she came off crazy.
Wait, did Tucker Carlson eviscerate her? Like
I think so, but I mean, you know.
Let me see that. I want to see that actually.
Is Sidney Powell on Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second. But also to your question about being hearsay, technically, so
like
it was White House aides testifying to the Jack Smith probe. So whether or not you want to take like White House aides like testifying under perjury to what Donald Trump had said to them, I don't know.
I give them validity. It's just that depending on how, like, if I were to hear how he said it, I would have a much higher stance. But like it is left up to interpretation based on how the aides felt when they heard that specific conversation.
Sure, but to be clear, this isn't the only thing that I have. This is just one of the Jenga blocks, you know.
Yeah. I want to see that clip though.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna throw it up, and then I'm gonna see what he meant by eviscerate.
So we don't have.
I know.
To be clear, we don't have a clip of Donald Trump saying that he eviscerated Powell.
No, I know, but
of Carlson, yeah.
Yeah.
November. And also, I didn't see the actual clip. This is a part of the federal indictment from Jack Smith, so that's where I'm getting this information. I didn't find it particularly relevant to see the particular clip to know what Donald Trump said about it.
I would find it important because he could be talking about something like different in the specific situation, or maybe Tucker Carlson made like a funny joke and destroyed her that way, or maybe he made fun of like the way that she looked. Like it depends. Like I would like to see that, because like he could say that and it wouldn't contradict the fact that he still believed it at the end for like January 6th.
I'm pretty sure that it got taken down on a lot of things just because you know.
Oh, really?
Well, you know, election fraud claims are a little touchy for TOS. I mean, you can find like like articles about it and whatever, but you can't like the actual clip. I mean, here's a Facebook post.
Not even on Reddit?
Maybe on Reddit, but I'm not.
Like, I think a lot of people from I know I don't really use it that often, but I see Destiny always using it, and there's always like a clip of something happening there, especially when it comes to like.
So here was the video. Here was the video of Carlson, basically like I just posted it, and oh well, I shouldn't post it in welcome. My bad. I thought that was general. I'll post it in general though, if that's okay. Or do you want me to just DM it to you?
You can post it in general.
Okay. So here's the post of Tucker Carlson like calling her out after her appearance for not sending him any of the evidence that she was claiming. 1 second. Crazy.
Okay. All right. The perks of having multiple monitors. Let's go.
11:20.
Wait. Oh, you won't be able to hear this. I'm gonna have to figure out how to.
No, you're
set
good.
that up
I don't need to hear it. You're good.
Okay.
Because I'm familiar-ish with the clip, so I know generally what it says. If I need to rewatch a part, I can. But
All right. Give me like a couple minutes.
yeah, go ahead.
I wish I could play this at like 2x speed. There's a lot of fluff, but
Yeah, well, that's mainstream media for you.
yeah.
When we kept pressing, she got angry and told us to stop contacting her. When we checked with others around the Trump campaign, people in positions of authority, they told us Powell has never given them any evidence either, nor did she provide any today at the press conference. Powell did say that electronic voting is dangerous, and she's right, we're with her there. But she never demonstrated that a single actual vote was moved illegitimately by software from one candidate to another. Not one. So why are we telling you this? We're telling you this because it's true. And in the end, that's all that matters, the truth. It's our only hope. It's our best defense. And it's how we're different from them. We care what's true, and we know you care too. That's why we told you. Maybe Sidney Powell will come forward soon with details on exactly how this happened and precisely who did it. Maybe she will. We are certainly hopeful that she will. What happened with the vote counting this month, and at the polling places in Detroit, and the polling places in Philadelphia, and so much else, actually matters.
All right, now I want to know what did Trump say specifically about the Dominion stuff? Because like he said that Tucker eviscerated her, and I can see why. But yeah.
Give me 1 second.
because you're basically saying that he kind of just he completely just shifted his mind, or changed his mind on that entire topic, from saying that because like she wasn't bringing any evidence. So like, I guess I understand why Trump would say like, yeah, Tucker eviscerated her, and then she ended up like not wanting to. She got mad and didn't want to like give like respond to any of the questions of giving evidence. So
let's do Trump ellipse speech 1-6. Is it okay if I just read you the transcript, or do you want to watch the video?
I want to watch the video.
Okay, because I can find it'll take me a second to find timestamps, because I wanna
I'll start watching it, and you can look for the timestamps, and then I'll.
Okay, because the ellipse speech is like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay, but real quick, here's the quote, and then I can find you a timestamp. So he says, in addition, there is highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country.
Okay. That's interesting. So
he said this 2 months later.
Okay, 2 months later.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like he's completely changed his mind on it. He doesn't even like claim that that's for a fact. He says there's things about Dominion, and then goes to a completely different situation. But having those two things juxtaposed, like sandwiched together, you can kind of interpret that he meant that's what he's talking about specifically.
I feel like we're being a little obtuse here when we say that. When Donald Trump says there's a troubling matter with Dominion because 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, he's obviously claiming that Dominion was the one doing that, right?
Well, you read the quote though. Let me see. That's why I want to see the video.
Okay.
And what do you mean by obtuse? What does that mean? I hear it a lot.
It means that we're not like
specific or something.
We're not accepting a very like easy to jump to conclusion. Like saying like, oh, I have the knife in my hand and there's blood on it and there's a guy below me who's dead, but I didn't kill him. You know, that's kind of what we're.
I mean, but you don't want to jump to conclusions, though. But I understand.
There are some conclusions
so that's what
that
obtuse
we feel
means. All right.
Jumping to, I think, but.
Yeah, but that's. I don't want to say that's subjective. Like, because like it depends. Like not every it I understand what obtuse means now for the first time actually, but I almost don't like it because that's like scenario based and like depending on how people feel about a situation, and that's not the same across the board.
Sure. Trying to find a clip of the particular part of the speech. If not, I guess we could just watch the whole thing. But
is it on YouTube? Because I can also do transcripts.
Yeah, so the speech is on YouTube, but it was a live stream, and
they
don't provide transcripts for live streams like that.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
I'm a step ahead of you. There was nothing there. It sucks.
It's literally what I use for Destiny.
I know.
Whenever he puts out a YouTube video, I'm like, all right, let me go find the video VOD of this thing. And then I go to transcript, and then I figure out the timing and everything. Oh, so you're scrolling through the entire thing. Let me do that with you.
Yeah.
Just give me the
I mean, I have the problem is that I have like the direct transcript of everything he said at the speech like here, but it doesn't come with transcripts corresponding to it doesn't come with timestamps corresponding to the speech. That's the problem.
Oh.
Because
so you're kind of just guesstimating on where it.
Yeah, that's the best thing I got to do. Because I have some timestamps saved, but it's not like, you know, not for
yeah.
But the YouTube link is in this article, so I'll just send that over to you. Luckily, this is a YouTube link, so we can watch it at like 2 times.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
So do you want to just watch the speech? We can do that, for sure.
You can continue looking at that, but I will have it in the background from like my stream.
Okay.
And I will purposely be looking for that part.
The younger version of Rudy. Is that okay, Rudy?
Boom.
We're gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic and simple reason: to save our democracy.
All right, so he talks about
You know,
Dominion.
most candidates on election evening, of course, this thing goes on.
Yeah,
so
that's
long, they still don't have
crazy. It doesn't have the transcript. You have to go through basically an hour and a half.
But you know,
All right,
you know,
that's
when you see
fine.
this and when you see what's happening, number one, they all say, "Sir, we'll never let it happen again." I said, "That's good, but what about 8 weeks ago?" You know, they try and get you to go. They say, "Sir, in 4 years, you're guaranteed." I said, "I'm not interested right now. Do me a favor, go president. That's what you'll have." And we can't let that happen. These are the facts that you won't hear from the fake news media. It's all part of the suppression effort. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. In fact, when I started talking about that, I guarantee you a lot of the television sets and a lot of those cameras went off. And that's a lot of cameras back there. But a lot of them went off. But these are the things you don't hear about. You don't hear what you just heard. I'm going to go over a few more states. But you don't hear it by the people who want to deceive you and demoralize you and control you, big tech media. Just like the suppression polls that said, we're going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. Well, we won Wisconsin. They don't have it that way because it was just by a little sliver. But they had me down the day before Washington Post ABC poll, down 17 points. I called up a real pollster. I said, what is that? Sir, that's called a suppression poll. I think you're going to win Wisconsin, sir. I said, but why don't they make it 4 or 5 points? Because then people vote. But when you're down 17, they say, hey, I'm not going to waste my time. I love the president, but there's no way. Despite that, we won Wisconsin. It's going to see. I mean, you'll see. But that's called suppression because a lot of people, when they see that, it's very interesting. This pollster said, sir, if you're down 3, 4, 5, people vote. When you go down 17, they say, let's go and have dinner and County Nevada, the accuracy settings on signature verification machines were purposely lowered before they were used to count over 130,000 ballots. If you signed your name as Santa Claus, it would go through. There were also more than 42,000 double votes in Nevada. Over 150,000 people were hurt so badly by what took place, and 1,500 ballots were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth matched Nevada residents who died in 2020 prior to November 3rd election. More than 8,000 votes were cast by individuals who had no address and probably didn't also. Ballot applications and dates of birth matched without being tied to an actual registrant over again, up to 3 or 4 or 5 times. In Detroit, turnout was, this is in Michigan, Detroit, Michigan. A career employee of the Detroit, them to watch and not to attempt to and reports that thousands and thousands of ballots.
Damn, he talks so slow. I can put it at 2 times speed and still understand it. That's funny.
That after officials in Detroit announced the last vote, I got no votes. At 6:31, 94% went to Joe Biden, who campaigned brilliantly. Were only observed in a few swing states, and they were observed in the states where the swing states were the ones that mattered. There were always just enough to push Joe Biden barely into the lead. We were ahead by a lot, and within a number of hours, we were losing by a little. In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems.
Oh, found it.
Yeah, I'm. All right.
Go to
Just give me
138.
the number.
138. 57.
All right.
In the video contained in the transcript. 138.57.
All right.
Right, we good?
States were the ones that mattered.
Wait. Duplicate, because I want to stay at this specific part. 138. 138.57.
Yep.
Swing states were the ones that mattered. There were always just enough to push Joe Biden barely into the lead. We were ahead by a lot, and within a number of hours, we were losing by a little. In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone.
Okay, so this was 2 weeks. I mean, 2 months after that.
Right.
Do you think he could have found like he could have found like some sort of evidence to like back that up, or some sort of like? Really?
No, because I mean, there is no evidence.
Like that's. Well, he specifically said.
Especially when like he was bringing these claims up to.
He said the highly.
Yeah, go ahead.
He said specifically the highly troubling matter of the Dominion stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's not. I don't think he's necessarily claiming that he actually believes that, but he's heard of it, and he's gonna bring it up right now, and then kind of just. He doesn't really like. Does he harp on it though? Because he did say at the end of it, he said there's issues with these Dominion stuff. But I don't think that's necessarily him being like,
Even though
he knows that this is what's going.
But he did call it crazy 2 months ago, and he also,
and like throwing it to everything.
He did call it
He
crazy
did call
2
it
months
crazy,
ago, though.
but he's not like. Yes, he did, but he's not like super like I feel like he's only saying this just to like back up every other thing that he's been talking about, because he's not harping on it as if he actually believes that. I think he's just saying it just in the moment. Because like, does he bring this up any other time after this?
I feel like right now
It's kind of like the ice. It's like the cherry on the top of everything that he's been saying right now. I don't think he put too much thought into this.
I feel like right now we're at a point where I can bring you up a specific claim of him calling a specific thing crazy, and then him going on to say that specific thing that he previously called crazy. And now, even though we have a verbatim quote of him repeating the claim that he called crazy,
yeah, but
we're
is
just
2
claiming
months
that
later.
he doesn't believe it.
I don't think he necessarily does. Like, he called it crazy, which doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't believe it. It means that he thinks it's kind of like outrageous, like it's hard to believe.
Well, he also
Not
said that
necessarily
his
doesn't
own
believe
lawyer,
it.
his own lawyer got destroyed by for bringing
Yeah,
those claims
and
up.
she did.
Right, because
Yeah, bringing
she
those
didn't
claims up
provide
and not showing any evidence.
Right, so if she didn't show
think,
Tucker Carlson or
like-
anyone within the campaign any evidence, why would we assume that Donald Trump got evidence?
Well, I think he would have. I think when he said crazy and that it's insane for her not to bring any evidence, I think he could have, like, he should have, like, she should have brought up evidence, and that's the reason why this is insane.
Okay.
Like, is that a fair alternate interpretation of what he
No,
could have
I
meant
don't-
by when he said that that's insane?
I don't think so, because it's not like Sidney Powell is just some person that's outside. Like, Sidney Powell is one of the people that he particularly hired to challenge the election.
And she did a terrible job at it.
Right. But he's still repeating her claims.
And that's why he called her.
But he's still repeating her claims.
Yeah, he repeated it because, like, that's what he truly believes in, the ultimate narrative, and anything that plays any kind of part into the ultimate narrative, he's gonna use it. But, like, he's not harping on it. If he was very,
I think there's a term for that, for saying things with absolutely no evidence just to further a narrative. I think there's a term for that, and I think it's lying.
yeah, but. Well, it would be. I don't think that's lying. I think he thought of that in the specific moment and said it. Like, if he was gonna harp on it, then I would say that he's lying, because he, like, didn't he just trash this person, and now he's like harping, like giving like a good solid 10 minutes for this entire Dominion thing.
Well, he trashed
I
that
don't
person
think
in
that's what he
private.
did here. Yeah, in private. So, but I'm just assuming that that's actually true.
Okay. Okay.
Like, I'm not gonna say that he's, yeah. I can see sort of, like, I just have I have a positive bias on Trump. I don't think he this thing by itself wouldn't make me feel like he's lying.
Okay.
But it definitely it slides the scale, but very small, very tiny bit.
Do you think it speaks to?
Because, like,
do you think it speaks to Donald Trump's knowingly lying if, like, all of the lawyers that pursued the claims that he was pushing admitted to lying?
Did all the lawyers admit to lying?
Well, we had Kenneth Chesborough and Jenna Ellis both plead guilty to the Georgia indictment, and we had Rudy Giuliani doing the First Amendment right to lie. So we have at least the person heading it, the person that he called crazy, and two people that pled guilty to an election interference case, all saying that they were lying about election fraud claims, but Donald Trump was still repeating their claims anyway.
Well, wait. This was at the time, though. So at the time, like, didn't they? This happened after after this speech, right? Like, they all pleaded guilty after this speech.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he was lying. So that information isn't in his head right then and there.
Well, let's take
during this speech.
For example, the Rudy Giuliani
So, like,
case.
I think he could change his mind now, knowing that it's, like, wrong, which is why I see, like, I see that he's kind of, like, moving away from that and trying to, like, put that behind him. But after seeing them like basically just getting indicted and guilty for lying, I guess, for that type of stuff. But that doesn't say that he was like lying at the time when this was specifically going on. I think he still truly at the time believed that this was wrong.
So let's take the Rudy Giuliani case with the black box claim with Ruby Freeman, Shay Moss, and the Georgia pulling ballots from out under the table. That whole thing.
Is this before?
Yes.
This
is before the speech.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So Rudy Giuliani claims that 2 Georgian poll workers are pulling ballots out from under the table and claims that they're fraudulent ballots and says that this is clear fraud, evidence of fraud. The 2 poll workers in that video sue Rudy Giuliani for defamation, and Rudy Giuliani's defense in court was not that he, stands by the claims. It was that, yes, I lied. For the sake of this lawsuit, I lied. However, I deny any of the damages that you guys faced from it. And this was, again, the person who was leading Donald Trump's election contests. So if we
Are you paraphrasing that, or is that what he...
I'm paraphrasing just
is that what he like?
I'm paraphrasing because it's legalese, but I mean, we can find the specific doc.
That would be important, but I don't know if I want to... I'll just take your word for it, I guess.
Okay. So we have Giuliani saying, for the purposes of this lawsuit, I don't contest any of the claims that Ruby Freeman made. However, I deny any of the damages. Ruby Freeman was claiming that Rudy Giuliani lied about them. So we have Rudy Giuliani, the person leading Donald Trump's election contests,
and he
admitting to
pleaded
lying.
that before, like...
No,
and he pleaded that before, like, this whole January 6th thing. And
he pleaded that after, but he made the claims before.
Wait, so he made the claims
about
before.
Ruby Freeman before, and pled guilty to lying about them in a defamation case after.
Well, that's important though. If he pled guilty before the whole speech, but Trump was still saying that and like doing that, then I would see that would be more of that would show me more that Trump is lying about that, because he should know that information, but
I think we found
all the information Trump knows is the defamation part.
I think we have. I think we. Trump. I think we've hit. I think we. Okay. I think I know the disagreement that we're hitting.
Okay.
So as the president, I would expect that whenever you're making huge claims about the election being stolen from you and about how you need to fight to save your country, whenever you're making claims like that, you should probably have any shred of evidence. But we have one of the people.
I think Trump had.
Well, he didn't. He clearly didn't.
I think
have
he
the
had
evidence.
shreds of evidence. I think he had a lot of, I guess, what do you want to call it? I guess pseudo evidence, like a lot of things that he saw, that he heard from other people, hearsay from like the guy that pled guilty on. Like he heard all that stuff before the guilty plea. And he believed that, like, because they're lawyers and Trump is not the
he also had
smartest person.
He also had his attorney general telling him that the Giuliani shit was bullshit as well.
Yeah, I know that he fired a lot of people that basically said,
right.
That basically was saying what he didn't want to hear, and then he found a few people that ended up telling him what he wanted to hear, and he latched on to that.
Does that? I feel like that sounds like a dishonest thing to do, right?
It seems dishonest, but like I don't think he's smart enough to be like, I'm just gonna find, like, I don't think this is something that he planned out purposely to like overthrow an election, because like there's easier and much more simple ways to kind of like do that. Well, if he really wanted to like stay in power.
To be clear, the things about him lying about election fraud claims wasn't the way that he was getting the election overturned. It was just justifying the way he was trying to get the election overturned. What he was trying to do to get the election overturned was the false elector stuff. We could talk about that as well, but
yeah, the Eastman memo. Yeah.
I
understand why that's scary, but
okay, so let's move on.
I feel like he could have done.
So we can agree that he did repeat a claim that he acknowledged was crazy 2 months later.
Yes.
We could say that maybe
Yeah.
he got some evidence, but we haven't seen any of that evidence. And then he was also parroting claims that his attorney general had called insane, and that the person making the claims admitted to lying about, but he was repeating those claims anyway as well.
Well, he didn't know about that before the speech. Like, that wasn't pleaded
Sure.
guilty, remember?
Yeah.
So the only thing he had was the things that was possibly defamation at the time.
Well, he didn't just have that. He also had testimony from multiple people telling him that it was bullshit.
Yeah,
He had, like,
and
Eric
he also had a
Hirschman
lot of
and-
people saying
and
that
Jeffrey
he was
Rosen.
actually like correct.
Yeah, but he also fired everybody who said that he wasn't. So obviously he had a lot of people saying that he was correct because that's the only people that were still in the White House.
Yeah, I understand that, but like he also had a good amount of people saying that what he was actually thinking was actually legit. Like, if he was the only person and no one else was saying that, then I would be like, okay, this guy's crazy.
Okay.
But he found people and enough people to make him really think that this is actually like legit, that like we need to do something about it. And then he ultimately left at like in January 20th.
After trying to do the insurrection. But okay. So let's do this one. So Jeffrey Rosen, do you know who that was? The acting attorney general?
No.
Okay. Jeffrey Rosen was the acting attorney general. Richard Donahue was the acting deputy attorney general in 2020. So he goes to Rosen and Donahue and asks them about a bunch of election fraud claims, and they don't back up any of them. And then he goes to Jeffrey Rosen and he says, "Hey, I have this letter that is claiming massive improprieties in Georgia's election, and I need you to send this letter to the Georgia state legislature so they recall their electors." And Rosen says, "I can't do that because the DOJ has not found any evidence of election fraud, and neither has Georgia's state investigators. We haven't found any evidence like the fraud that you're claiming in this letter." He says, "Okay." Then he asks Donahue to send the letter, and Donahue tells him the same thing. And then he asks them a couple more times, and they both say no.
When you say Trump is asking them to do that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the claims that Donahue makes in testifies to is that Trump said, and I quote, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." He says that to Richard Donahue after saying that they haven't found evidence of fraud in Georgia.
Trump said that?
Yes. According to Donahue.
Okay.
According to Donahue.
Okay.
So then, after Rosen or Donahue refused to send this letter to this Georgia state legislature, he provides this letter to someone named Jeffrey Clark, who is a lower-level DOJ lawyer for an environmental precinct that he's not even supposed to have contact with according to DOJ policy. He goes to Jeffrey Clark and he's like, "Hey, if I make you the attorney general, will you send this letter for me?" And Jeffrey Clark says yes. So then he tries to fire Jeffrey Rosen and replace him with Jeffrey Clark under the pretense that Clark will send him the letter that Rosen and Donahue had told him was inaccurate. The reason that this doesn't happen is because half of the DOJ threatens to quit if Jeffrey Clark becomes the acting attorney general because he is wildly incompetent. So not only is this a point of huge corruption, but it is also acting knowingly dishonestly because the attorney general and the deputy attorney general had told you that there's no evidence in Georgia, and he still tried to go through corrupt means to send that letter to the Georgia state legislatures anyway.
Yeah, it's not something he should be doing.
But it speaks to dishonesty.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's enough to say that he didn't believe that the election was stolen and was just lying just to take power.
So we literally have him saying, we have the attorney general telling him we
'Cause
don't
there
have
is-
evidence of fraud, and then him saying, "Yeah, but I want you to send this letter saying that there was fraud anyway." Well, like, how do you get?
Yeah,
how do you get
that's-
more
that's
clear
damning.
evidence of lying?
That's damning, but like, it's also, I don't like using this because like it's not really like I would have to hear that clip. I wouldn't hear, because like that is very damning if that's like true, and I don't know if that's 100% true, because that was someone saying that's what Trump said. If I got a clip of him saying that, then I would be like, okay, he probably think that he was actually like.
To be clear,
he's
though,
just he's just playing with this.
We do have the letter that he was trying to get Rosen to send, and we do have Rosen and Donahue testifying under threat of perjury that all of this happened.
Yeah, but
we have the note that Donahue took saying, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." We have a lot of evidence. We have
say that last thing again.
We have the note that Donahue took during the call with Trump that says, quote, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." We don't have we don't have a clip of him saying that, but we have the note that Rosen took during the call with this is a direct quote from Donald Trump. And if it isn't, then you can prove. And
we got the call for other stuff though. Like we had calls about Trump with the Georgia case, but we don't have a call for this.
Yeah, because Trump
was calling.
Have a quote? Because Trump was calling making an official call to a governor with the Raffensperger call, and this was a private call to his deputy attorney general. So like some calls are recorded. And
maybe
some
it's
aren't.
less important. Yeah.
And also, to be clear,
I would have to hear that because that would change my mind.
In these calls,
I would have to hear that.
I can provide you. So, as a part of the J6 committee, these Jeffrey Rosen and Richard Donahue both testified to all of this. It's about a half hour long.
Another issue. So, like the January 6th committee, I think they're heavily biased against Trump, and that's another reason on why I'm kind of not really. I really want to hear the clip on that specific thing because I don't necessarily trust the testimony, especially for evidence that would actually change my mind on that.
Well,
so that would
be clear.
If there was a specific clip for that, that would make me lean more. That would make me play with the idea of actually Trump was probably lying about the entire thing.
So
that would make me play with the idea.
Let's be clear what we're talking about. So when we say that the J6 committee, their authors were biased against Trump, I would probably agree with that. But the problem is that if we're we would have to be claiming that the J6 committee is doing witness tampering and causing the former attorney general and deputy attorney general under Donald Trump to lie.
That wouldn't require. That wouldn't require witness tampering. Having a bias against Trump just means that the people that are doing the thing, they would have a bias against it, so they would be more likely to frame a specific thing that Trump would say in a slightly or more progressively negative light than what you would normally do.
But are we saying
if you weren't super biased?
Are we saying
against
that
him?
Rosen and Donahue, the AG and deputy AG that he picked, are biased against him?
I mean, at the time of the testimony, maybe not the time when they picked him.
Maybe they're biased against Donald Trump because he asked them to do wildly corrupt things.
Well, that probably is that probably is true, but that doesn't change. That doesn't make him any less biased. They felt a certain specific way. I don't blame them for being biased against him, but nonetheless, that's not going to make me want to take the framing that they're going to frame a quote that Trump said easier or easier to believe.
When we have a case about election interference, you're never going to find someone saying, he did try to interfere with the election, but they're not going to be biased against that person.
That's super damning evidence. That evidence, I would need a clear quote. I wouldn't trust, because if I were to trust that, then yes, that would change my mind and I'll play with the idea. But since that's such a change in my thought on how I feel about Trump, I would need a much more clear insight to really change that for me.
Okay. So what I would say is that testimony under perjury of two former cabinet members that he picked, as well as the letter that he was asking them to send, I think is probably probably at least
that's
something to
yes,
consider.
But like,
but we also have
it
like
is
testimony
something-
from
it is
Eric
to
Kirschman.
consider. Yeah, but like, you don't need to. If you frame something more negatively, but also still tell the general truth, that isn't necessarily like what they're saying is a lie. Like they could be telling the truth, but framing it in a much more negative way.
Okay.
Like
well
I would
then-
have to hear like what Trump said in that specific situation.
The question that I'd ask then is that if it's just a matter of there being like they're telling the truth, but it's just the framing, then what framing could possibly make that look better? Like, can you like think of a situation in which Donald Trump asking them to send a letter that they had told him was false?
Did you hear the quote when Trump said that he was gonna like be a dictator on like day one?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone thought that was gospel, but he was just joking. Like if you just listen to the quote, it sounds kind of terrible with no tone or anything. Like why would he say that? That's kind of bad. But when you listen to how he said it, like you can obviously see that he was kind of joking.
So for this situation, are we?
I don't
saying
think
that
he was.
Like,
I don't
sent
think
multiple
I don't-
emails to
like you
to these people like as a joke, and like threatened to
I
fire
mean,
Rosen as a joke, and then threatened to replace him with
I don't
Jeffrey Clark
think-
as a joke.
I don't think all of them. I don't think all of them was like a joke. I think that one specific damning quote that you mentioned, it could like they could have like interpreted it as like super serious, but maybe he meant that in like kind of like a joking way. Like that's possible. I don't. He really shouldn't be doing that.
Well, he's
but at
talking
the same
about,
time,
to be clear, he's talking about firing his attorney general. Like, why would he be phrasing that in a joking way? And why would he like? He held a White House meeting to discuss firing Rosen and replacing him with Clark. Like, just as like, was that just like a goof or?
but the specific quote on like just let the what was the quote that you said? Just let the just say the corruption thing.
Yeah,
What- say that. Repeat the quote.
Just
again?
say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
Yeah, that sounds like something he maybe not joking, but like that's just like a dumbed down way of saying like, yeah, just don't worry about it, whatever. Like this is that's more of a passing comment than something where he's saying like he's like you can see that he probably isn't saying that as like a super serious type of thing. That's like a passing comment. And Trump has a lot of like his vocabulary isn't like the best when it comes to certain specific things. So like I don't doubt I do doubt him saying it kind of like in that, but at the same time it sounds like something that he would kind of say. There's not a lot of vocabulary with that type of speech.
So I think this is the this is the problem that I see is that
doesn't seem like this is something this is an evil thing that he's trying to do.
It feels like we could have multiple.
I give him the benefit of doubt. I give him the
quotes.
benefit of a doubt.
You don't only give him the benefit of the doubt. You make it so like it's impossible to prove any wrongdoing towards him ever. I think like we have direct quotes of him calling a claim crazy and then going on to repeat it, and it's always like if we can't find a wiggle room to get out of it, it's always that he was just joking or that he didn't actually mean it or that was just like an offhand comment. But like, why is it that all of the claims that he makes about
he has a lot
the
of
election
those,
being
though.
why is it that every time he makes a claim about the election being stolen, it's an offhand comment or a joke, but he still tried to get it overturned anyway?
No, I don't think. I think his comments. I think he was being super serious about it, like him thinking that the election was stolen. I think he truly believed that. I don't think those were
all right.
jokes.
Do we think? Can we name a claim that we think that he was being serious about?
Repeat that.
Can we think of a specific claim that he made as to the election being stolen that he was being serious about then? Because it's not the Dominion stuff. It's not the Georgia black box video. It's not, the fraud in Georgia, because all of that is apparently offhand comments or jokes. So like, what is like one piece of evidence that he actually concretely had to tell him that the election was stolen?
I'm only saying specifically. Well, okay. I mean, you can. I don't like when people say that when I use one thing and I and then associate to everything else that Trump did. I think that one specific thing could have just been an offhand thing. I don't think the entire Georgia case is like some joke or something.
It's not just that one thing, because you said the same exact thing when I brought up the Sidney Powell thing and the Dominion claim. You said, "Oh, well, you know, that's probably he didn't harp on it. That was just like one offhand claim in the speech." Like, and those were like two huge parts, like the fraud in Fulton County.
But the thing is,
and
though,
the Dominion
he
voting machine
just...
claims are a huge part of his election fraud claims.
But would you admit that Trump, like, talking about any other thing but the election stuff, doesn't he normally do that with everything else that he talks about? Even like when he talks about like other random like things that happened to his past with his family, like
I think he's a
you know,
liar.
he doesn't have that type of like he doesn't. Yeah, but this isn't soup. This is something he does with everything, not just the election stuff.
Okay,
that's
so
why I kind of grade him.
If we want to walk
this
it down
way.
and say that he's a knowing liar about everything that he says, I'd probably agree with you. But the problem is that he knowingly lied about this and then tried to get the election overturned based off of this.
No, I wouldn't agree to that. I don't think he lies, but I think he over exaggerates the truth a lot, and he believes some. He's not an intellectual. I don't think he's not an intellectual at all. So he doesn't really. He kind of just has that normal human mind thought process of like not really digging too deep into specifics, but like will still shout his opinion regardless and be arrogant.
Do you think we should probably have a higher standard for our president?
Yeah, we should have a higher standard.
Lie?
You keep using lie, and it's starting to trigger me.
Well, we're talking about him over-exaggerating the truth about claims he has no evidence for. Like, that is lying.
Well, he did have evidence. Whether that evidence was... He had, like kernels of truth. I would consider that evidence.
Not even. Because every kernel of truth was explained to him by the Attorney General and the DHS. Like, every single time he went to somebody who was in... we know that almost every time he went to somebody within his cabinet, they explained exactly why.
Why was he able to find people to?
Because you could find people to say anything.
Why was he able to find people to?
Let's be real. Do you think it's important? Do you think it's impossible to find somebody to say, "Hey, I'll give you an official cabinet
something
position
as big as
if
that,
you lie"? It's Rudy Giuliani. Like, let's not act like he's like the bastion of truth. He literally admitted to lying. So, like, obviously, he's willing to lie. He admitted it.
Yeah, I mean, but that's hindsight. Like, for him to, I like the fact that he's not harping on this anymore. Like, he's moving on, and that shows that he probably was. I don't think he was lying, but I think he believed something that was wrong.
He still hasn't said that he lost 2020, though, right? He still hasn't said that he lost 2020, and he's talking about pardoning all of the people at January 6th, right? So he hasn't moved on.
Yeah, but now he has to say that. Well, he's moved on in the specific situation of like he's trying not to talk about it anymore. Like, he's not gonna concede, but like he's gonna like move on. He doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Because I think now he actually thinks that he was wrong, and he doesn't want to admit that. So he's just gonna move on from it. That doesn't mean he was lying in the moment at the time when he was giving that speech.
So why do we feel...
I just think he was wrong about all that.
Why do
like the characterization of making him seem like he's this evil guy that wants to do like he's trying to just stay in power. I can't believe that. That seems too much for me.
So
I think he was wrong, but I think he believed what he actually believed. Regardless.
Why do we feel comfortable
Yeah.
supporting somebody who at the most charitably had no evidence for or no reliable evidence of widespread election fraud? Why do we still support the person who used those kernels of truth to get the whole election thrown out? Doesn't that feel like a little
that
weird?
feels kind of scary, but the other I didn't really like the I didn't really care for Biden, and that wasn't too much of a big deal in my book. Like Biden
trying to get the election thrown out.
Him like Trump doing this legal scheme isn't like we had him in 2016. If he came in power again, like that wouldn't be an issue with me. Because like ultimately, if the thing were to work with Trump, if the thing is though, if Trump's scheme, the Eastman scheme, were to work and he became in power, that wouldn't be as bad as Biden coming in and lowering my gas, increasing my gas prices.
Hold on. So
I was super. Yes, I'm comparing the whole illegal thing to Biden's thing about like increasing gas prices.
This is why so many people on the left have absolutely no charitability to people on the right, because you just claimed that you would be willing to vote somebody to support somebody who disregarded the popular will of the people, who completely wanted to throw out all of their votes because you don't like Joe Biden. This is actual authoritarianism. You realize that, right? Like this is like you are anti-liberal. Like you don't care about democracy at all. Because you're supporting Donald Trump throwing votes away. Based off of kernels of truth.
On the fact that he really believed what he that it was stolen. And for him to like, I would kind of just like, in hindsight, I can say this, but like at the time, he probably was right. Like we didn't get the information of like them lying after or getting pleaded guilty for lying.
Let's focus on what you said.
Like we don't have all that extra information.
You said that
from
you would
like
be fine.
After this specific moment, but like when it happened at the time.
You said that you would be fine with Donald Trump throwing out wild legal theories that would effectively throw out millions of votes, disenfranchise 7 different states to make himself the president again, despite the will of the popular people. You're fine with that because you don't like Joe Biden. This is how dictators rise.
Not in 2020.
This is how dictators rise. To be clear, this is like
I mean, you believe that you believe that what Trump was bringing up was all BS.
Because it was,
and at the time,
you also acknowledged that the 2020 election was not stolen.
Yes, when we could see, yes, after the fact, I wouldn't agree with that. But before we even get all that information, before we even know that what Trump was saying was even like false or anything like that, like
the DHS came out and said that it was the most secure election.
That wasn't that much of as importance at the time.
The DHS came out and said it was the most secure election in American history before January 6th.
Like how far? Like after November 6th?
Give me 1 second. November 12th, the Department of Homeland Security comes out to say that the 2020 election was, quote, the most secure election in American history. November 12th.
Yeah, they would have to say that at the time. And Trump was still felt like it was
Trump was heading the government. Like that was his government saying it.
Yeah, that was him. He really shouldn't be like throttling and thrashing, but he ultimately left after the fact.
After the coup, after the attempted coup, right? He did try to throw out the election results before he left, right?
He also did want to like have a lot of like police, or what do you call it?
I don't
Capitol
care about the
police
National
at the time,
Guard. I don't
but then
care
someone...
about the Capitol. What we're talking about is he tried to throw.
Well, if you want to coup a government, then you wouldn't want to ask for that.
He tried to throw out the election results.
Okay, so that piece of information doesn't matter, really?
Yes, he tried to throw out the election results.
He found a legal theory that he thought was legitimately like true. He thought
even though the lawyer
defrauded,
that wrote it agreed that it was illegal. The lawyer that wrote it in the Eastman memo, it says that it would diverge from the procedures laid out in the Electoral Count Act, which is breaking the Electoral Count Act. He also
it was a weird
He also
legal
testified.
theory.
He also testified. Greg Jacob testified that Eastman told him that if it was brought to the Supreme Court, it would lose unanimously.
Well, it probably should have brought to the Supreme Court then. Did it do that, or it never went there, right?
No, it never went there.
Okay. Yeah,
there's never going to be, this is the problem with the entirety of the US right now, is that there's never going to be anything that I could ever provide you, even if I provided you a clip in 4K HD of Donald Trump saying I lied about the election. You'd say like, oh, that was offhanded. He only said it once and he was joking.
If
like,
I were to see, I literally said if I were to see that would change me.
I think you're lying about that though, because there's no amount of evidence that I could ever provide to you that would show anything. And you literally just said that you're fine with Donald Trump throwing the election results out because you didn't like Joe Biden's gas prices. So like,
I have a more nuanced take. You can reduce my.
No, you don't. You literally you said that almost verbatim. So okay, I think
almost verbatim, not exactly.
I think we're done here.
I wanted to go into it, but then you wanted to talk about.
If we want to talk about the legality of the Eastman memo, we absolutely can. But I have a feeling that it's going to be the same exact conversation where I'm going to back you into a corner, and then you're going to say, oh well, it was a joke, or that was based, or I don't like Joe Biden's gas prices. That's all. It's every conservative conversation is the exact same.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So I think we're probably done here.
Did you watch the Ben Shapiro with Destiny video with Lex Friedman?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think about that? Like I took Ben Shapiro's response. Didn't they talk about the specific
Yeah, Ben Shapiro said it was bad, but he grades Trump on a curve, which is insane because he's literally the most powerful person in the world. So that, like, why would you ever grade the most powerful person in the world on a curve, and expect everybody else to do that? It's fucking insane.
But the reason why people grade him on a curve because he's different than every other president out there.
Yeah, because he's allowed to openly lie and be corrupt and no one cares. That's what actually makes it different.
Is that people not piss their pants?
It's that people piss their pants over Burisma, even though there's nothing tying Joe Biden to Burisma. But then you could have a billion different career-ending scandals for Donald Trump, and you'll be like, "Oh well, what a jokester."
It's unfair, but like, isn't that not true that Trump is completely different than every other president that we've had?
Yes, and that he's hyper corrupt and willing to lie with impunity.
I don't. Yeah, this is kind of like the Israel-Palestine stuff. Same movie, two different stories.
I don't think
same
it's
movie, two
like
different stories.
I think the problem is that Donald Trump can never do anything wrong because he is a cult leader and half of the country is fucking hypnotized by an 80-year-old man. And I think if he asked any Republican to hold his dick while he pissed, you guys would fucking pay money to do it. That's the problem.
I wouldn't. I mean, I understand the analogy, but I wouldn't literally do that.
I have my concerns. Okay, well.
Yeah, I
think
this was.
I don't think this is.
What do you?
Anyway. I think this was wildly unproductive, and I was hoping for a little bit more, but you know, it happens. If you want me to send you any sources, I've got a big doc. I am more than willing to do it. But in the meantime, I would suggest looking into
the conversation, though.
I would suggest looking into the present thing, and maybe expand your horizons a little bit. But party politics isn't everything. You don't have to suck off your cult leader all the time. You can I'm a Joe Biden supporter. I don't like everything he did. I don't like the Hunter Biden pardon. I think all the shit with Ukraine was weird. I don't like a lot of the pardons he's done, but it's okay because I'm not like a hyper ideologically captured person.
Yeah, but there's certain things that I don't like about Trump either. Like I don't support any of the stuff that he did for 2020, but that doesn't make it like just because I don't support what he did doesn't make it seem like I don't think he's like this evil person that wants to.
But you do support.
That wants to take over the government.
You do support it.
No, I don't support it because I think he's wrong.
You literally said earlier that if the Eastman shit had gone through, if the Eastman shit had gone through, at least we wouldn't have to deal with Joe Biden's gas prices. That's what you said. So you do agree with it, no matter how much you want to.
That's not saying. I said at least we don't have, like, I'm looking at the bright side. That doesn't mean I'm for what he did.
Okay. We can rewind the clip. You are absolutely for what he did.
I am neutral on that.
That's still way worse than it should be. You shouldn't be neutral on an attempt on our democracy. It's as simple as that. But
well, I don't see it that way. So
there's no other way to see it. There's a very clear set of facts. The only reason that you don't see it that way is
I
because
see it as like someone that really believed that he actually. I mean, but I could say that you're ideologically captured on the other side, thinking that he's this evil guy that wants to take over the United States and wants to be like this evil dictator or something like that.
But the difference is that I provide
Like, I think
receipts for everything I've claimed, and the only thing that you were able to walk off on is that it was an offhanded comment, or he was joking, or that you liked it. So, I mean, you haven't actually substantively disagreed with any of the facts that I provided, other than just off of a hunch. So
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell you. You could call me ideologically captured, but I've done plenty of research into this.
I'm only calling you ideologically captured because you're calling me ideologically captured. Like, I'm not gonna go throw like I'm not gonna name call. Like, I'm only saying that because you're saying that to me. I'm like, I could make the same argument against you, but I don't disagree. I don't disagree with all the facts you've said. I just have a different interpretation of the facts that you've presented.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good place.
A more charitable interpretation on a heavily biased for Trump, but
heavily biased for Trump.
Yeah,
I think you have such an open mind that your brain is falling out the other side.
Hey, at least I'm honest about it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you have a good stream. I hope you have a good.
All right.
Reaction.
This is cool. First time I ever did anything like this.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's fun.
Thanks for coming by.
If we have any other disagreements, we can talk anytime. I'm an open book.
All right.
All right.
Sweet.
Yep. Have fun.
All right. Hold on. I gotta mute the other one. I'm sorry. Hey.
You're okay. Hey.
No, I apologize ahead of time. I'm not gonna. I promise I'm not gonna say anything that will get your channel clapped or anything. But I'm military, so sometimes I do slang words, and I apologize because I do it without thinking. And I'm saying that
we're a little looser on YouTube than we are on TikTok, so I may throw around a couple slang words myself, but I think we should be fine.
But no, I've been listening. I've been trying to figure out this whole Discord stupid thing. I've been a member since 21, but I never used the thing.
Yeah, it's a little complicated, and especially since I used to do a little less stringent vetting on Discord, but I had to kind of increase the vetting because I've had people come on and show poop porn on my stream, and that's probably not good to, not very conducive to keeping a YouTube channel.
I really do want to debate.
Let's do it. I'm ready.
Yeah, man. I get your position, and I kind of half-heartedly understand where it comes from because I've been a Democrat since I signed up for selective service back in '93 when I turned 18.
Mm-hmm.
But a '93 Democrat is not a 26 Democrat.
Correct. Yeah.
I didn't leave the party left me. So when you're talking about from your position on how you've done things, I'm a 50-year-old man that I literally try to understand the youth's position on how they view the government and how that they are in this world. I could have talked about the real estate game because I used to be in the title closing game, doing your closing and getting all the paperwork ready and all that stuff. But have you ever done anything more important than just yourself?
I would say probably, but it depends on how you're asking. Right? I think almost everybody has done something more important than themselves, right? I think your effect on society is more important than yourself.
But is it always positive?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, in JFK, don't ask what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Where's the mentality within the youth when it comes to patriotism? Is it all piss and vinegar?
So you should be able to see my background, right? I have a big fat American flag in the background. Most of the I don't know how familiar you are with my arguments or whatever, but I come from a position
No,
of
sir.
pretty immense patriotism, right? I think that American values, the ones that, basically made the country into a country worth fighting for, is what I protect. And that's why I think that the Democrats were the only reasonable option in this most recent election. I think that Donald Trump stands in opposition to most of the patriotic values that I think make America great. And the protection of those values, like value for due process rights, like value for First Amendment rights, like value for democracy. I think those are the things that I wanted to protect against Donald Trump.
I don't see Donald Trump hurting the Constitution.
So let's talk about it, right?
Like seriously, what specifically? I mean, I joined the army. I served in Iraq, as a combat medic. That's why my name is Doc Innovation. But my friends call me Brian or they call me Doc. But there's a lot of Brians out here in the universe.
Uh-huh.
But I served under George W.
Yeah.
And then I served when in 08, I was in Iraq and I served under Obama.
Yeah.
Well, 09. Because I was OS 7 through 9.
Sure.
But when you're talking about the president, the commander in chief of all the military services, I thank God I never had to serve under Biden.
Okay.
Because that dude was inept.
So let's talk about the violations of the Constitution. Okay.
Specifically, yes.
We could go down a bunch of stuff. All right. I'm ready to go as in depth as you want to. So we can talk about Donald Trump.
I mean, I'm not that smart. I mean, I'm a medic and a mechanic.
That's fine.
I mean, I only got 3 associate's degrees. I never got a bachelor's degree.
That's fine. You don't even need 1 associate's degree. Okay. We can walk through together. If you have any questions about anything, just ask. Okay. And if I don't know, I'll just Google it. Okay?
Like the person y'all keep saying, like if somebody showed up with 15 grand, I'm like, who is that?
So, okay, that was me memeing. Okay, so the context behind that is that I host debate live streams on TikTok, and there's this one person who comes up and he just asks absurd questions to try and get clips out of me, right? So what I'll do in response is I'll be so absurd that I'll basically just give him whatever clips he wants, and then everybody can see that I'm joking, right? That's the idea. So the question I always ask him,
micro and the anus joke.
Sure,
I get that you're trolling.
Yeah, that's the idea. So, but that guy, the reason that I did it is because that particular guy is known for coming up and trolling me. So I just troll him first, right? I don't even let him talk, basically, because I've had previous conversations with him. Okay, so let's go through the violations of the Constitution. I'm going to tell you my main reasons why I think he has no value for the Constitution. And then but I want to get them all out first. And then if you disagree with any of them, we'll go down it. Does that sound good?
Well, can we just do it point by point rather than like me having to remember?
We could do it point by point, sure. So the first thing I would bring up is the fact that Donald Trump tried to rob the states of their votes in 2020. The Constitution says that the states run their election, and Donald Trump was trying to get the federal government to tell the states how to run their elections.
I live in Georgia. I was born here in 75. And like, if you want to talk about like our voting system around here, I'm actually a pollster. I'm actually certified through Dominion. I took their course to be able to be a pollster.
Yeah.
And it was rigged.
So
and we're still finding evidence of it all over the place.
So no, we are not finding evidence of it. But regardless, the role that the Constitution delegates as to who runs their elections is the states. So when Donald Trump is telling the DOJ to tell the states that they had found fraud that they in fact had not found, and this is according to testimony from his attorney general, his deputy attorney general, and the note that we got through subpoena, when he's telling the DOJ to announce findings that they had not made to the states in order to get the states to decertify their election results, that's a constitutional violation.
Disagree.
On what grounds? How do you disagree with that?
Because he wasn't trying to tell them how to get like extra votes and all that. He was trying to make sure they did an appropriate count.
No, he was telling them to decertify their election results.
Because Dude, when you start, all right. First of all, Dominion voting systems are access, a cell tower in order to tally. So they first off said that they weren't able to connect to the internet, but now it's connected to a cell tower. How is that not connected to the internet?
Because a cell tower and an internet isn't the same thing.
You have to go through the book and go and become a Dominion. Did you read the book? What is the network card for cellular?
I'm sorry. I'm not a poll worker, right? But I've read through the lawsuits that the Trump administration alleged. I've read through all of the allegations that Donald Trump made.
Dominion.
What about Dominion?
They could literally be hacked.
Is there any evidence that they were?
Yeah.
What is that
in
evidence?
Georgia?
What is the evidence that they were hacked?
Am I supposed to all right, I should have a full excuse my language.
Okay.
Like a receipt.
You can swear, buddy. You can swear. It's okay. I just want
I don't know what's acceptable and what's not. I say it without thinking sometimes.
You can
When
swear,
I hear it, I have to
don't say the
apologize.
N-word, don't say the F slur. Okay. Other than that, you're fine. I just want to know, even if it's a vague understanding, I'll probably know what you're talking about. What's the evidence that a Dominion voting machine was hacked in Georgia?
The fact that they were told that they would not connect to the internet, but they did.
That's not evidence of hacking.
That's evidence that the system is broken.
No, it's not.
Wait, so now people are able to see what you voted for?
No.
Well, if it's connected to the internet, people can see what you voted for.
It's not connected to the internet. It's connected to a cell tower. But even that's not true. Just because my phone's connected to the internet, that doesn't mean that you can see the contents of my phone.
I can ping your device if you're on the internet.
You can't see the contents, though.
Are you sure? I mean,
yes.
We don't have remote access.
You have remote access if I consent to it from my device. They could just not consent to it from the Dominion device.
I don't think that you understand how technology works. I mean, I get that I'm behind the curve. I got certified in Windows. I got certified in Windows 95 when I was 20 years old.
No, it's not the case that just because a device is connected to a cell tower, it's not the case that just because a device is connected to a cell tower, you can see the contents of somebody's vote that's going through a tabulator. It's just not.
Again,
it's just not.
I would ask you to take some classes and understand how wrong you are.
You think that somebody can hack into a cell tower and see the contents of a tabulator?
If I know your IP, I can get your information. I can get everything that you've got.
I'm not asking you. The way that you do that is an IP tells you somebody's address and then you look it up, right? That's not what I'm asking you. How do you hack into a Dominion machine to where you can see the results of the election?
You ping them.
What does pinging a Dominion device do? It just tells you the location.
Yeah, you're the location to the voting machine that's tabulating things.
So what? Everybody knows the location of the voting machines. It's at the polling station.
On the internet?
The polling stations are located, or you can find the locations of polling on the internet. That's how people know where they go to vote.
Yeah, and then the machine connects to the internet where everybody can see what has been tabulated for the day.
No, where do I go to see what's been tabulated for the day?
You probably can't, but somebody can.
Somebody like a poll worker?
No,
like who?
A bad actor, a bad faith actor.
Is there any evidence of this happening once in the 2020 election? In any U.S. election, period?
I mean, if you don't want to see it, then you won't see it. But
no, there's no evidence. There is no evidence of this happening, right? So, okay, we're going on. Okay, do we
you
agree
saying
with
it didn't
the first
happen
part?
doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
No, it not happening means it didn't happen. So we agree that the Constitution delegates the authority to run the elections in the states. We agree with that, right?
Well, that would be under the 10th Amendment, right?
No.
Well, I mean, like anything not described by the federal government is precluded to the state if the state doesn't claim it, then it goes to the people, right?
No, it's
That's the 10th
Article
Amendment.
1, Section 4, Clause 1. The time and manner of holding election for senators and representatives shall be prescribed by each state and by the legislature thereof. So that means that the states and the state legislatures run the elections.
Where do the states get their power from?
The Constitution.
The 10th Amendment.
No, it's the Constitution.
Like Article 3.
It's from the entire Constitution.
The whole judicial branch. Article 2.
Whole
the
Constitution.
executive.
The whole Constitution is where the entire U.S. government functions from. So if the
Is
U.S.
the Declaration
Constitution...
of Independence in there?
No. So if the U.S. Constitution says that the time and place and manner in which you run your elections belongs to the state legislators, then the federal government should not be putting pressure on the states to decertify their election results. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
I would say that would be incorrect.
Why?
Because the states need to certify, just like I had to verify in order to be able to join this Discord. Like you need to be able to verify that these votes are actually real people.
The states do verify that.
When you have buildings,
the states
that
do
are,
verify
like,
that. That's why the state investigators investigated all of this. That's why they did hand recounts in multiple counties. That's why there were district lawsuits litigating all of this, and all of them came back with goose eggs for the Trump administration.
Why do write-in ballots go to like non-real places? Like there used to be a building in a parking lot, but now there's 26 people that are still.
Like, I don't know what you think that proves, right? Like, sending out a blank ballot to a non-valid home location does not prove fraud.
Well, when that ballot comes back from a non-verified,
we don't have indications that happened. We don't have indications
you don't think anybody who was a non-U.S. citizen voted?
Not to a large scale, no. I think I'm pretty sure that the Georgia state investigator said there was like 24 cases of illegal votes in the Georgia state election.
No, we found 26 in one building that didn't even exist anymore. It was a parking lot. But 26 people voted from that parking lot.
I'm sorry, what? 26 people voted from an abandoned parking lot. 26 people. Where do I find this?
Man, like,
where did you hear it?
Your Google and your receipts. Like,
you have to verify. Yes, you have to. Wait, how are you saying that the states need to verify their votes if I can't verify what you're saying?
But you're refuting what I'm saying without even like doing a minuscule like Google of what I'm talking about.
I'm literally asking you what to Google. That's what I'm doing. And by the way, I did Google it. The first thing that comes up is a PolitiFact article saying that it was the address for a homeless shelter. And that the votes came from a homeless shelter. Which were eligible voters.
Wow. You think, like, you learn something new every day.
Yeah. So
I'm really astounded by your generation. Like, I feel like y'all are all gonna like be PlayStation kids with each other. Like, y'all talk the most egregious stuff to each other without like, oh, where's your receipts? What you got?
I just asked you first. I just asked you where you read it. That's all I asked. Is that disrespectful?
Oh, dude, I read so many political things per day. Like, I'm retired. I've been retired for 6 years, bro.
So, okay,
like,
that thing that you just cited me.
I got shot and I got blown up when I was in Iraq, so I'm a disabled vet.
I'm sorry to hear that, but that thing that you just cited me, you acknowledge that is not true, right? Those 26 people didn't come from a vacant lot. It came from a homeless shelter, which were full of eligible voters.
That's the article you found. You spent 3 seconds and you found something that...
Show me something to the contrary. Show me something to the contrary.
Where's my freaking laptop? even know where that stupid thing is. Probably left it in the garage when I was tuning on one of my cars. I don't know where my laptop is, dude.
Okay. So, do you have any reason to not believe the explanation that I just gave you?
I believe that what you said was correct, but it doesn't diminish what I was saying.
How?
Because you found one thing that mimicked what I was talking about.
No,
but
so
to your
I
point,
asked you for evidence of fraud. You brought up the fact that somebody voted, or somebody used a. Yeah, 26 people used a vacant lot as their
in a place
address,
where there's no in a place where there's no building.
but there was a building there at the time of the election. And it was a homeless shelter.
No, there wasn't. It was already condemned.
I'm asking you.
That's why that's why they took it down.
What is the evidence for that? I'm asking you.
Why does everything have to turn into like I'm now an investigative reporter for you?
Because I want you to make a claim and then substantiate it, right? Like we can't have a conversation if you just say, "Hey, I saw this happening," and I say, "Hey, it seems like this is not true," and then you say, "I think it's true anyway." How do we have a conversation there?
But you're saying I don't think it's true anyway.
Well, I'm saying I don't think it's true because I looked it up, and it's not true.
So there was no voter fraud in Georgia. I got you. Only 26 people, right?
Can you give? There's no indication of otherwise. The state investigators looked into it. The courts litigated it. Donald Trump was not able to find widespread fraud to change the results of Georgia's election, and still tried to get the attorney general to lie about the DOJ finding fraud they never found.
Already found it.
The DOJ did not find anything. He was told by the attorney general specifically.
So why do you think the whole system is collapsing?
The whole system is collapsing because people don't do research for their claims, and they just repeat whatever they hear from MAGA talking heads.
Dude, I'm a Democrat.
No,
I would have voted for Fetterman. I would vote for Fetterman, but you know what? I didn't get to vote for. I didn't get to vote for Kamala. They just told me that Kamala was my girl, right?
Stop. You are not a Democrat, okay? You're a populist.
That's been Republican.
You're not a Democrat.
Never.
You're a populist, okay? You already said that you're an independent.
If anything.
You're not a constitutionalist either, because if you were a constitutionalist, you would understand that the power to run the elections is with the states. So the federal government keep like pushing lies that were admitted to be lies by the attorney general to states to try and get them to decertify the election is a violation of the Constitution.
Dude, I called Dominion voting systems into fucking account.
Okay.
Like the idea that you think that like, you know, our voting systems should be connected to the internet is crazy.
I'm sorry. No, I think that if you're claiming malfeasance, you should have evidence to justify that claim, right? So if you're saying that the Dominion machines were hacked,
the fact that they said it was never connected to the internet.
Hold on, sir. If you're saying that the election was stolen, that the Dominion machines were hacked, you should have any evidence. If I say that my computer is hacked, I should be able to see a logging in from a foreign address, right? I should be able to point to evidence that it was hacked. What's the evidence that the Dominion machines were hacked?
My point.
It doesn't exist.
Oh crap! My phone went black screened and it turned on the live stream from YouTube.
You're good.
My bad.
It's okay.
No, but the idea that, you know, if you have your laptop and you don't have it like on like Wi-Fi and you don't like plugged in with a Cat5 cable or fiber optics, like, you know, you have it just standalone, right?
It's still.
We know that you can't be hacked. You can't be hacked because you're not on the internet.
We also know that if you are hacked, the hackers would leave residue. It's never the case that something is hacked.
How would you hack something that is not connected?
That's not the claim I'm making. I'm saying if the
That's the
Dominion
claim
machines
I'm
were
making,
hacked,
but you're admonishing it.
no, that's not the claim I'm admonishing. I'm saying that if the Dominion machines were hacked, we would know. I'm asking you what the evidence is that the Dominion machines were hacked.
We're just now finding out that they were on the internet.
I wasn't gonna be a big dick, okay?
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be like, but you've got to understand, like, if you're telling me your laptop is not connected, but then your laptop is connected,
it's just a tracking issue. Like, okay. I'm granting you that they're connected to the internet. I'm saying that even if they were, it doesn't mean that they were hacked. I'm not even necessarily saying they were. So now I'm going to ask you, if you're making a positive claim, you have to prove it.
As much as I can prove that they were, you can't prove the opposite either.
Because okay. Do you know? Are you familiar with the concept of like the burden of proof? Like you can't prove that unicorns exist.
I'm telling you that they were hacked. I'm telling you they were hacked. You would have to. I'm telling you that they're hacked, you're going to have the burden of proof to prove me that they weren't.
You're making a positive claim. You have to provide proof to your positive claim. In the same way that you say unicorns are real, it's not your job to disprove that. It's my job to prove it.
Well, like in defamation, like, you know, the F word that you said I can't say. If I called you that, like, you know, you would, now you're going to have to prove that you're not.
No.
Or
you prove malice.
Because in order for me to defame you, you're going to have to prove that what I said was inaccurate.
You have to prove that the preponderance of evidence has to show that you thought it was inaccurate. Whether it is or isn't even necessary to prove
that's not
a
how Robert's
defamation case.
rules work.
But even regardless of that, when you make a claim, you have to substantiate it. It's that simple. Okay, this is just basic logical principles.
And when you make a claim that counters that claim, you have to provide, the
difference
other
is
side
that
of that.
you never provided proof, so I can't disprove the proof that you never provided.
I made a claim. You're the one that's saying I'm wrong.
I'm saying you're wrong because you don't have evidence. There's no evidence to substantiate what you're saying.
So I have to come with like 1,001 receipts?
No, I'm saying that you need to have some sort of information about the claim that you're making. And if you don't have any, then, and I found an article that is describing the exact situation that you're explaining and says that it didn't happen or that it was a misunderstanding, then you have to prove malfeasance. So in this case, if you're saying that the Dominion machines were that is how debate works. That is how the burden of proof works. Yes, it is. If you are claiming that the Dominion machines were hacked,
that didn't pertain to what I was talking about.
If you are claiming that the Dominion machines are hacked, you have to substantiate that.
You have to substantiate that they weren't.
No, no, this is just not how the burden of proof works. If you make the positive claim, you have to substantiate that positive claim.
Listening. I'm still not hearing what you're saying because you've never done.
I understand
anything. You've never done anything to the point where you made an affirmation to anything that's anything other than, oh, Trump, bad orange man.
Okay. There's a unicorn at the side of my room right now. Do you believe me?
I have a unicorn.
There's a unicorn that's all-knowing.
Mine's a female.
Wait, hold on. No. There's a unicorn that's all-knowing. It's telling me that the Dominion machines weren't hacked. Prove that that's not happening.
Well, like, my unicorn has a micro horn. And
mine is
likes
all-knowing. It knows everything, and it says that the Dominion machines were not hacked in 2020.
Understand how a woman is.
One more time?
I said, you sound like you know what a woman is.
Are we just here to troll? Like,
no, I'm being dead ass. Like, because you're making a preponderance. I can't even fucking say that word right. like you're being facetious.
I'm not being facetious. There's a unicorn in my room and I'm making the claim and I don't need to substantiate it. You need to prove that it's not happening. There's an all-knowing unicorn at the side of my room and they're saying that the Dominion machines were not hacked in 2020. Disprove it.
Then give me your phone number so I can come, IRL debate.
Wait, I need to come with receipts? I'm sorry? Disprove it.
There's no such thing as unicorn.
Yeah, what's disprove that there's a unicorn right now. This is the only unicorn that ever has existed. And it's all-knowing.
Send me a picture.
No, I don't need to bring receipts. It's not my job to prove it to you. You need to disprove it.
Oh.
Now, do you understand?
Well,
do you understand why? Do you understand why when you make a positive claim?
Animal, well, you're making up a fictitious animal.
No, I'm not making up anything.
And obtuse for dag, I'm sure.
No, what I'm showing you is that when you make a positive claim, it's not just assumed to be true. When you make a positive claim, you have to substantiate it.
I don't agree at all.
You're wrong. It's not a matter of agreeing or disagreeing. It's just that this is just you're just engaging in logical fallacy, right? Like this is just illogical thinking.
It'd be more like an illogical fallacy.
Do you want to Google who, like, in an argument, who holds burden of proof? The burden of proof, the person making an assertion or claim holds the burden of proof following the principle that following the principle, okay, I don't know how to pronounce any of this fucking philosophy shit. The point is that the person making the assertion holds the burden of proof.
It literally just told you what I said, and you couldn't read it out loud.
What, following the principle that one's is on the individual proposing a new proposition rather than questioning it or denying it? That's saying that the person making the proposition holds the burden of proof.
I was making a statement. Those are two different things.
What's a proposition to you?
A proposal.
Okay, listen, I love you, buddy.
Stating an obvious fact is not a proposal.
There's like not even there's not an engagement I can have with that.
Yeah, as far as the topic goes, I would say Trump has been terrible for the people who didn't vote for him, who wanted to go towards a socialist, more society, more like free everything kind of.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a socialist, but
okay. Would you consider you agree with democracy then? Are you communist? Are you
big
anarchist?
Democrat? I'm a Democrat in the sense that I believe in democracy. I'm a big liberal. Okay. I believe in free markets. I believe in democracy. I believe in liberal ideology. I believe in pluralism.
What's pluralism?
The belief that like everybody is intrinsically equal.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I agree. I believe people are equal too.
Okay, good. So that's the foundations.
So would that be like your argument, like a pluralism as far as the immigration? I'm assuming that you think the immigrants
I don't think
allowed to stay, or?
I don't think pluralism has much to do with immigration, because I generally don't think that the immigration stuff is driven by racism, or like that kind of thing. I think Donald Trump is absolutely anti-democracy and has signaled towards that multiple times. I think he believes in like this theory of a unitary executive, which I think is anti-constitutional and just not good. I do think his immigration policy is really bad, because he likes to exceed his authority and he likes to do bad faith invocations of emergency powers in order to do a lot of the policy that he wants to do, and doesn't have any actual long-term solution or goal in mind for fixing the border like the Democrats did. Yeah.
Like the Democrats did. That's kind of funny. So would you agree with the platform of the Democratic Party?
Not really. I think, like, for instance, Kamala Harris proposing the tax on unrealized capital gains was fucking insane. Really didn't like that. I think they go a little too far on the identity stuff, which granted, so do the Republicans, but I think identity politics genuinely is just stupid. I don't know. I feel like they neglect a lot of economic, language and patriotism to appeal to the far left, which isn't good. But I would take a kind of foul, trashy scent over being shot in the balls like a billion times.
I mean, honestly, man, you're probably the first reasonable Democrat that I've listened to in a while. I'd be curious about some of the other topics, I guess. How do you feel about the Constitution?
Big constitutionalist. Big constitutionalist.
Okay, cool. That's the difference. And a lot of the Democrats, hate the Constitution. Or at least that's what it comes down to. They like to use it for rhetoric, but I
think Donald Trump hates the Constitution much more than any Democrat I've ever seen. But
I think that both sides have misused the Constitution throughout the years, and part of it is because of the rhetoric that they put in. How do you feel about a president being able to put in 150, 200 judges every year?
If those vacancies are open, then that's probably the job of the president. I'm pretty sure the president fills vacancies in federal judgeship. I guess that probably most of Biden's appointments were better than the Judge Janine appointment that we just saw. That's fucking crazy, but
I'm not familiar with that one in particular.
There was a vacancy in the. I think there was a vacancy. I think in the D.C. court, and Donald Trump put like a Fox News faux judge lady to be there. One of the ones that was sued by the Dominion in 2020 for spreading so much disinformation about their voting machines that Fox News had to settle out of court in the biggest settlement in American defamation suit history.
They did, but are you familiar with the actual case where they didn't actually investigate most of the case? It was like basically they got sued for defamation, but they weren't even allowed to basically pursue the case. Most of the court hearings,
because they settled out of court. They specifically made an effort to not bring it to court. That's why they didn't get to investigate.
My point is the judges wouldn't hear it. Most of the judges, when it was brought before state judges or federal judges, wouldn't hear the cases.
For the Dominion defamation case or for the election challenges from Trump?
No, for the idea that Dominion was I don't know what the word, basically that it could be manipulated in a sense. Not necessarily that Dominion itself had done it, but that the devices could be manipulated, the digital devices.
Well, the reason is that you have to show some sort of demonstrable harm, and you need to show standing in order to bring a case like that. And a lot of the cases...
And eventually they did. Well, a year later, they showed a digital guy down in Florida who was in SeaWorld showed. They did, though.
There were audits done on the Dominion machines. There was not anything found. All of the lawsuits, the plaintiffs were not able to show standing. They either were suing from a different state or were not able to bring any evidence that any wrongdoing had happened at all, or that any perceived wrongdoing violated any law. It's just none of the lawsuits were dismissed because they weren't good lawsuits. And even John Eastman. Well, real quick, let me put a bow on this. Okay. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's a lawyer that was working for the Trump campaign in 2020. His name was John Eastman. He was basically coming up with this plan that they would submit these other electoral votes and then get the vice president to throw them out. And one of the grounds by which he said that they could do that, get the vice president to throw out the valid election results from the states, is if they have pending lawsuits in the separate states' courts. And he's explicitly said it doesn't matter the merits of these lawsuits; they just have to be pending while the election challenges while the elector challenges are brought up. So that seems to imply to me that the Trump administration didn't really care about winning any of these lawsuits. They just wanted them pending by the time January 6th came around.
They all do that, right? They use every bit of information and everything that ever happens around them for their political gains.
Yeah, but this is bad faith, though.
Well, I would say both parties are in bad faith all the time, generally. I think they lie to the Americans about what they're really doing. For instance, do you remember the reparations thing where the Democrats were pushing heavy, we're going to give reparations to all the African Americans in the country?
I don't recall a heavy push for reparations, but I'm a younger guy, so maybe it's just outside of my time. But in my lifetime, I don't remember a heavy push for reparations. No.
Yeah, like probably it was. I think it was the Trump Hillary thing. During that, a lot of the Democrats were speaking on it. Like, so what I'm saying is, it's rhetoric. They knew there was no way to push that because you got 83% of the nation that, in one scale or another, is not African American, now paying taxes for reparations that are going to go to 13% of the community.
Yeah, sure, but I
what
mean,
I'm saying.
like,
So,
and
it's
now
different. They're using it.
Campaign promises, like, saying I'm going to end the Russia-Ukraine war on day one, are a separate thing than bad faith things to like as a contingency to go through with a illegal plot.
But he tried to fulfill that promise, and I can prove it because our U.S. President Biden hadn't seen Putin or even gone to the table with him in over 3 years, and he did it within a month.
Well, I mean, I'm sure the Democrats, if they were elected, if Hillary Clinton was elected, I'm sure they would have tried to do reparations. They just wouldn't have had any pathway to it. Just like Donald Trump is never going to end a war and negotiate out of what was it at the time, like almost 10-year-long war. In a day. That's just a pipe dream. He couldn't negotiate the end of the occupation of the Donbass in his first term, so why would he think that an actual full-scale invasion could have been negotiated out of in a day? Because he was lying.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody knew that he wasn't going to stop a war in a day. I think people hope because he had a good relations with Putin, though, so there was at least a chance. I mean, other than what the Democrats did, which basically, even during when the 2016 run, the Russians did this, the Russians did that. Well, our military stuff and I know DC's been hacked a few times over the last few years, so I guess my question for you then would be, like, if this stuff can happen, right, and our IT can be interfered with, don't you think paper ballots would be more reasonable for voting as far as than digital?
I think this illustrates a problem with the Republicans a lot, is that they like to come up with solutions in search of a problem. We haven't seen any evidence of any electronic ballots being tampered with. There's so many checks in between. There's so many checks in between and so many security measures that these people take. I don't know if you know this, but every Dominion machine, after they count the ballot, they keep the paper ballot. I'm not avoiding the ballot. I'm not avoiding the question. We do both. There's a paper every electronic vote gets a paper receipt.
My whole question is, you can understand, though, with all the things that have been hacked in our country just in the last 4 or 5 years, with all the major corporations that get hacked and everybody that does that, in person or in paper would make more sense than digital.
Every
right?
electronic ballot prints a paper receipt. It has, you can see the history.
They use the USBs to register them, right, and document them, right?
They use what to document them?
The USBs.
They use USBs to document.
They're not, I don't know if they're USBs, but they have the board that they came and got. That's how they collect all of the data files on it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Like in the machine. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, paper may not be as.
Well, what's your claim then? Are you saying that, like, the people who are collecting the data are manipulating it?
No, what I'm saying is if the digital world, which we know can be hacked, which we've had a ton of stuff hacked just within the government. If it can be hacked, we should just stay away from it and do something that's handwritten, like let people sign paperwork.
This is just it is truly just a solution in search of a problem. There hasn't been a demonstrated problem with this. These voting machines aren't really hackable. I'm pretty sure most Dominion people say that the only way that you could hack a Dominion voting machine is with physical entrance into the machine.
By saying it hasn't happened yet, though, right? Isn't that what you're doing? You're just saying, well, it hasn't happened yet, so we don't need to worry about it.
If you have to demonstrate that there's a problem, like if we saw that there were hackers breaking getting physical entry into the machines that is required to hack the Dominion machines, then I would say, okay, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be using the Dominion machines right now. Or if there was like a giant lawsuit that found actual imperpropriety with any of the Dominion machines, I would say, yeah, probably we should move away from the voting machines. There hasn't been any demonstrated problem.
Do you believe we've had any IT issues with any of our, like, CIA, FBI people have hacked their systems?
Yes, there's obviously been IT issues, but the CIA and FBI systems. Wait, hold on. The CIA and FBI systems are completely, substantially different than the Dominion machines. It's like saying, oh yeah, don't you think instead of using a microwave, I should just cook it by hand because the microwave could get hacked? It's like, that's not how it works.
So you don't believe that anything, conspicuous happened during any of our elections, but we somehow lost 40 million voters between, 20 and 24?
No, I mean, again, this is just speculation. There were much more incentive for people. There was much more incentive. There was much more incentive in 2020 for people to vote than 2024. And there was much less. There was much less incentive for Democrats to go out and vote in 2024 because Kamala Harris just wasn't a candidate that a lot of people felt motivated by. It's completely explainable. I don't understand how Republicans can say on one hand that this was a terrible candidate and she ran a historically bad campaign, but they also can't comprehend that less people voted for her.
You're telling me people that were freaking out during COVID in 2020 were more likely to run and vote, especially the Democrats were like, "Oh, the world is falling apart."
There was a big spike in a particular kind of voting in 2020.
More likely they went and voted in 2020 than they would have gone in 2024 because there was less for them to vote for now.
The Democrats voted by mail-in ballot in 2020. They didn't need to leave the house to vote. COVID motivated people to vote more because they were off work. There was more public messaging in regard to mail-in voting.
I mean, that's your opinion. I think it's
no, that's not my opinion. That's obviously what's true. It's your opinion that somehow the entire 2020 election was stolen. It's your opinion that somehow it's your opinion that the entire 2020 election was stolen, even though there's not a shred of evidence of it, even though there's not any hacking, even though the theory that you came up with that the Dominion machines were hacked isn't even conceivably possible without physical entry into the machines.
Completely around if you thought they could be hacked. And you're like, well, it hasn't happened yet, so don't worry about it.
You need physical access to the machine. Chewy, you just don't understand how these machines work, and it's really easy to get scared about a mysterious system.
Did they run through the same technology that IP and our security and stuff does in like CIA, FBI? Same shit.
No, they
just
don't.
A different computer.
No.
Yeah, they do. Okay, when they take all of the boards back or whatever they take from the...
This is why I made this comparison. It's like, don't you feel like your microwave could get hacked because your computer can? No.
Are you comparing our voting machines to a microwave?
It's my impression that the Dominion voting machines are not these like incredibly high sophistication machines that are connected to the internet.
That gather information that's collected after voting. This is exactly what they are. I don't know why you're having a hard time with this.
Do you understand that Dominion has come out and said, do you understand that Dominion has come out and said, do you understand? I'm going to keep repeating myself until you let me ask my question. I'm going to keep asking this, repeating myself until I get to ask this question. I'm going to keep repeating myself until I get to ask this question. Do you understand that Dominion came out and said that the only way for you to hack this machine is if you had physical access to the back of the machine, and that they print paper trails for the votes that they count through the Dominion machines? Do you understand that?
Do you understand Dominion built the machine?
Okay, so you're just not going to answer that.
I'm just wondering, it's like me saying, do you understand my Ford Escort never blow a balloon?
Who do you think understands the machine more? Who do you think understands the machine more? You or
you're
Dominion?
Saying you can plug into the back of the machine, but it could never be hacked? Is that what you're saying?
You plug into the back of the machine through physical access to the machine.
Okay. So how are they collecting the
That's what I just said.
Right. So it can be hacked, obviously, because you can plug into the back.
With physical access to the machine. Are you not listening?
So, okay. So you're saying that they don't collect
you can't hack into the machine without physical access to the machine. And if somebody is fucking plugging shit into the voting machine, all of the poll watchers are going to be like, oh, hey, that's not normal. We should probably stop this guy from fucking plugging into the machine.
You think they had like 24-hour surveillance around the machines right after?
While they're voting, yes, that's what poll watchers are.
I didn't say while they're voting. I've been talking about after when they were collecting all of the information from them.
Yes. That's
so you don't
what they are.
You don't think anybody could have messed with any digital machine in the future then? because of that reason. Those are your reasons. I'm just wondering, do you think anybody could mess with these?
This is a solution in search of a problem. Unless you think that there's going to be like these fucking cat burglars that Mission Impossible style scale down from the roof and plug something into the back of the thing without ever being detected by the cameras that are monitoring these voting places, and while bypassing the fucking security monitoring. It's insane. Wow, this is ridiculous, buddy. This is ridiculous. All right, bye, buddy. These fucking Tom Cruise is gonna come down Mission Impossible style, scale down from the fucking thing, bypass all the cameras, bypass all of the security, and put this thing in the back of the Dominion voting machine, and then do that across 7 different states to actually have any effect on the fucking election. Okay, bud.
True. You just didn't see it. You just didn't know what was happening.
It's a solution in search of a problem, and it's just conspiracy bullshit. It's like, oh well, don't you think it's weird? Don't you think this is strange? Don't you think there's like reason to be concerned? Like,
maybe Chewie
demonstrate
was talking
anything.
about the trillionaires we didn't know about that can hack everything.
Don't you think it'd be a problem if right as soon as I walked out of my house, a big anvil fell on my head? Don't you think that would be a problem? Don't you think that we should probably put a giant metal net over top the U.S. so anvils don't come falling on somebody's head? Don't you think don't you think that would be a problem?
Really shouldn't have counted because they legally did not. They didn't meet the threshold.
When you say legally, when you say legally should not have counted, are you saying based off that original count? Or are you including the recounts that happened after the fact?
They were still counted in the recounts.
Correct, and you're saying they shouldn't have been recounted in the recounts.
Yes, because they still did not have what is required to count as a vote.
Based on what?
Based on the law of Fulton County, Georgia.
Is there any precedent for Fulton County or Georgia statewide, like throwing out votes based on procedural problems?
Well, I mean, I don't know the specific answer to that, but I mean, why is literally, I think it's like 40% of the votes in Fulton County didn't meet the threshold to be counted. So why is the Fulton County Election Board so bad at running elections that like half of the votes aren't even legally meeting the threshold to be counted?
Okay, so if this were to have gone, if they would have found this and it were to have gone in court, okay, they probably would have looked to the SCOTUS precedent for Bush v. Gore of what a legal vote is. And the SCOTUS in 2000 ruled that a legal vote, the main thing that determines if the vote is legal is the intent of the voter. If the intent of the voter was to legally vote for the candidate that they chose, then that vote generally counts. That's what SCOTUS said. So I'm not saying that this is what Georgia has ruled officially, but if states are looking for precedent on what votes should count based on the law, they're probably going to reference precedent, especially if it's the Supreme Court. So I'm not seeing anything or any evidence that these votes should have not legally counted. Just because you break the law doesn't mean the remedy for that is to disenfranchise 315,000 voters. I don't think that you've demonstrated that at all.
Got it. Law about how we should do the voting in elections. Even if one of the election boards just completely violates those laws, we should still just count the election as is and not question that at all.
Can you tell me what the nature of that violation was, please?
Read it yourself.
Can you tell me what it was? I know what it was.
Read
I don't
it
think you
yourself.
do. I don't think you know what the. I don't think you know what the nature
poll watcher
was.
Signatures on them, so the votes were invalid.
What did those signatures do?
Just tell me this: is it required in the law that they have to have a poll watcher?
That didn't answer my question. What did those signatures do?
Yes or no?
What did those
Just a
signatures
yes or
do?
no?
I asked my question first.
I don't know. Why do poll watchers have to sign them?
The tabulator. So the reason that these get signed is because the tabulators count the paper ballots, right? That's what the tabulators do. They didn't sign the tabulator tape, which means that they didn't sign the tape, like basically verifying that the votes went through the tabulators. But how would that not be?
Which is against the law.
How would that not be mitigated by a hand recount of the paper ballots that the tabulator counted?
Yeah, I don't know how difficult this is for people to understand. If the votes were cast and they were counted and they lacked the requirements to be counted as valid votes, you're just arguing that they should have counted anyway. That's
you didn't answer my question.
Even though there's a law, it doesn't really matter. We don't
that was not an answer. That was not an answer to my question. How would counting the paper ballots not mitigate the problem with not signing the tabulator tape?
Well, if they don't have the poll watcher signature, it doesn't matter who counts them. They're not valid
That
votes.
also didn't answer my question. How does it not mitigate the problem with not signing the tabulator tape to just recount
You just
the
asked
ballots?
a question with 2 double negatives in it. How does it not? I mean, say that one more time and just try again.
How does it not mitigate the problem to count the paper ballots? The
It
problem
doesn't
that was
mitigate the problem because it doesn't remedy the fact that those votes did not have the standing to be counted in the first
how
place.
not? Wait, how not?
Because they don't have a signature of
Were
a poll
those
watcher.
ballots improperly cast?
If they do not have a poll watcher signature, they legally are not allowed to
Do you
be
think the poll watchers
verified.
signed the ballot?
Is it okay? You just keep asking questions further and further. Let me ask you a
Because
question.
you're painting a conspiracy and you don't understand any of the verification process, right? The one thing you're pointing to is
Okay.
that they didn't sign a tape that comes out of the machine to count the ballots. In no way does that nullify the
If I don't understand it
ballots.
properly, okay, if I don't understand it properly, then let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Is it legally required that in order for those votes to count toward the election, they had to have had a poll watcher signature? Yes or no?
No. The ballots themselves? No.
Okay, so you're saying that that's not the law.
Correct. They don't need to
Okay,
sign
so
the ballot.
what did the Fulton County Election Board say was the issue in the first place? Why is there articles about this? Why did they
didn't
come
sign
out?
the
Why did they have a
tabulator
legal
tape.
battle about it? Why did they have a legal battle about it?
Because they didn't sign the tabulator tape.
Which is what?
The thing that counts the paper ballots.
But you already said that doesn't violate the law. So why would there
No,
be
I said you don't
articles?
need a
Why are people
signature.
fighting
No,
in
hold on.
court
I
about
said you don't need a signature on the ballot. You do need a signature on the tabulator tape.
it? Okay, so yeah, semantics wording. Okay, so those
No, that's
votes,
not semantics. In no way is that semantics.
Okay, TikTok user, one question. Do you think that if any law is broken in counting the votes, you think the remedy is to throw out the votes that it affected in all cases?
Yeah, redo the election, yes.
Wait, isn't a recount
What's the precedence for
redoing
that?
it?
No, make people vote again, yeah.
What's the precedence
Yeah,
for
wait,
that?
what's the law or precedent? Or...
You asked me what my opinion was.
No, what's you said what should happen? He asked what happens. What's the precedence for
I
rerunning
said,
the
is
entire
it-
U.S. election?
Yeah, my question was...
I know this is really, really hard for you guys to understand. If 50% of the votes lack the legal standing that's required for that to be a
The
valid,
votes didn't lack the
valid
standing.
vote,
This is a tracking issue. You didn't read it, right? This is the problem. This is why I was asking you if you read anything about this.
why are
Because you don't have no
why
idea
are
what
there
you're talking
laws on
about.
tracking the votes?
The votes don't get invalidated. It's the tabulator tapes.
Why is there tracking laws on the votes in the first place?
The tracking laws have nothing to do with this.
You just said them. You just said it's a tracking law.
No,
That
I
was
said you
violated.
have a
You just said
tracking
that out of your own
error.
mouth.
I said you're having a tracking error.
So what was the issue then? Was there no issue about those 315,000 votes, or what was the problem?
There was
'Cause I
no
seem to
problem-
just not
there was
know,
no
even
problem-
after I read the Fulton
There is
County
no
Election Board
problem.
statement.
There is no problem with the way that the ballots were cast. The problem is that one of the poll watchers didn't sign the tabulator tape.
Got it. And if they don't sign them, what happens? What is the issue there?
They get fined.
You have it. Yeah, it's your claim that the law requires those votes to be thrown out, and you have not demonstrated that there's a law that says that or any precedent for that.
Which, by the way, what happens and what did happen, because this is how I also know
I'm
you
actually
don't know, is that
convinced
they just
people
fined
like
Fulton
this,
County.
are
That's all that
simply
happened.
Unable to read articles or read statements by the Fulton
Okay,
County Election
TikTok.
Board.
Just to be
Wait, hold
clear,
on.
it's your.
Real
Okay, go
quick,
ahead.
do you acknowledge that all that happened is that Fulton County got fined?
Here's what I acknowledge. I acknowledge that 315,000 votes lacked the
Non-answer.
requirements that they legally need to
That's
be
not true.
part of
That's
the
not true.
actual
You don't
count.
understand that. I'm asking you, when the thing that you're bringing up right now, you
I'm gonna
acknowledge
Google
that
it. Hang
all
on,
that
I'll be
came
right
from
back.
that. You acknowledge that all that came from that was a fine towards Fulton County, correct? Do you think an election board even has the standing to tell the U.S. government to rerun an election that already saw the entire term be served? It makes no fucking sense.
I'm curious about this quote and if he's gonna like represent it fairly.
Sorry, by the way, Jordan, the reason I came up is that this guy came on my live saying the same exact shit, and he got blown out exactly like this, so I don't know why he's still going around asking other people about it.
He debated Parker too.
he debated Parker on James Comey and got humiliated, but he debated me on like this particular thing and got humiliated. So I don't know why he's bringing it up to you.
I tried to look. I don't think there's any like court cases in Georgia that are that we could look to like decide what they
It was a complaint to an election board. The election board found misconduct on one of the Fulton County poll watchers, and they fined them, and that's it. Right? Like, there's no standing to throw out election results or rerun an election, and in no way does a certification error of running it through a tabulator and then signing that tape nullify the ballots that got counted by the tabulator. That makes no sense. You're asking to throw out 300,000 votes on the grounds of a clerical error.
Yeah, and the other question is, like, if this were the legal case that these votes would not count, could a Democrat in Georgia go to like the most red county and be a poll watcher and just not sign the tapes so that all the red votes don't count? That seems like something that would be a problem.
But this guy doesn't even know what. By the way that our last conversation ended, I said, "What is a tabulator?" and he didn't know. So this is how I know that he didn't read any of the articles that he's pretending to know about.
I don't know exactly how states would look to SCOTUS as a precedent, but I know when I read the relevant parts of Bush v. Gore, they always said that the intent of the voter is what matters most when they're looking at if a vote counts.
Well, here's what we do know, Jordan, is that any effort to rerun a federal election is going to go through the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's probably just going to rule the same exact thing, that it's the intent of the voter, so there's no need to. So you could just look at the ballots, hand count the paper ballots, which they already did, and that'd be it.
Poutine tell you he got banned?
No, but with the kind of prompts he runs, I'm not...
He got banned for his prompts that he flashes right before he leaves.
That's so sad. That's a good prompt.
Okay, yeah. So I still want to ask you the question. So why do they need the three signatures on the poll ballot, on the tabulator?
Wait, did you find the quote?
What'd you find,
yeah,
buddy?
well, I just found a lawyer who said that if those... Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm obviously still correct, but
yeah,
I just want to ask you the question. So do you know actually mechanically why they have to sign the tabulators at the beginning and the end of the day?
Go ahead, tell me.
So do you know or not?
You can tell me.
Okay, well, the actual reason why that has to be done is because that proves that the tabulators were set at 0 for that day. So what that means is it prevents them from counting votes from previous elections or votes that were cast the previous day.
So the tabulator does what?
So it's
What does the
actually
tabulator itself
a mechanical
do?
step to make sure that when they're counting up the votes, they're not double counting or triple counting votes.
So the tabulator.
So if you don't follow those rules,
so we
then
agree.
you can't possibly say that you
put
didn't count any other votes. So that would invalidate the election. Yeah.
So you put the paper ballots in the tabulator, and the tabulator counts those paper ballots, right?
I think you need to read more into this, man. I mean,
Wait, am I correct?
Cannot
That's a yes or no
believe you guys are
question.
not
That's a
aware
yes or no
of how this
question. That's what the tabulator does, right? He has to go look up because he doesn't even know what he read, right? He needs to go make sure that that's what the tabulators do.
You still didn't answer my question, and then you just ask a question.
You answered the question that you gave.
Yes,
you asked
Liberal
what
Hawk,
they do,
they
and then you
counted
told me
the
what they
same
do.
vote,
So
same
those
tally.
tabulators, those count paper ballots, correct?
Sure.
So the tabulator malfunctioning has nothing to do with those ballots, right?
Well, the tabulator, what is
So
the
if they
function of
recount the
tabulator?
ballots,
What does it do?
they recount the ballots without the tabulator, then that mitigates any of the problems with the tabulator, correct?
Okay, without interrupting me, I'm going to try to explain
Oh
this to
boy, you
one
just
more
walked
time.
yourself into that one, buddy. Good job.
Into what?
If the problem is with the tabulator miscounting paper ballots, then a hand count of the paper ballots would mitigate all of those problems.
Well, not if you counted the ballots that were not signed by the poll. Do you understand the reason why they need the signature? By the way, laughing and being smug doesn't make
Just take the L. This is embarrassing.
TikTok, I'll answer your question. They need a signature to make sure that the tabulator didn't malfunction. So they usually look at the total numbers for each candidate and make sure they match up with the total number of votes casted through or run through the tabulator. So it's just basically making sure the numbers add up, and then they sign off on the tabulator, which a hand recount, they don't need the machine at that point. would mitigate that problem.
A hand recount, you don't need the tabulator. So any issue with the tabulator is washed out if you hand count them because you don't need to run them through the tabulator.
Again, you're entirely missing the point of this.
No, you're entirely missing the point of this. You have no idea what you're even pointing out.
Is the point that it was illegal? Is that what you're going to say?
Why do they have to do the signature on these things?
To make sure that the tabulator counted the votes correctly.
I just answered that.
Why do they have to do it?
To make sure that
Because
the
they have
tabulated
to-
counted the votes correctly.
Yeah.
And to make sure that the voting count is reset from the previous day, correct?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Got
Which
it.
is the yeah.
So
but
then
that's-
if they
but that's
recount
in our answer.
if they recount the ballots by hand without the tabulator, how does the issue with the tabulator interact with that?
Yeah, the issue
Can
really
you cook
stems
food on your
from-
oven if your microwave is broken?
Yeah, I mean, you just keep fucking talking. You don't shut up. I mean, you literally just keep talking over me and then laughing as loud as you can.
You
into the
deserve to
mic.
be laughed
Like,
at, by the way. Everything you're saying is completely laughable.
Got it. Okay. So when an election board admits that they made a mistake, I should just shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
in my mind.
you're asking them to rerun the election. What did the election board do? What did the election board do about it?
Well, they couldn't run their elections properly. So at
What
least
did the election board do about it?
Well, they didn't do anything. I mean, no one went to jail that I know of.
Yeah, what they did and what
They
you're
hid-
supposed to
they
do
hid
is
the
fine
actual-
Fulton
they
County.
hid the
They
paperwork
fined
on
Fulton
this for
County.
5
That's
years.
all that happens. They fined
Why'd
Fulton
they, okay,
County.
why'd they hide this for 5 years?
They didn't hide it.
Why did they have to get a court order to get these documents in?
They had no reason to release the documents without a court order?
So if somebody's asking for them and then you have to fight them for 5 years to get them to release it, why didn't they just release it if there was no issue?
Because they'd have no reason to release it. Why would they release it?
Yeah, but if you could literally just immediately release this and prove that there was no laws violated, that the election was totally smooth and there was no issue, then why wouldn't
There was
you?
no issue with the election, by the way. It was just the signing of the tabulator tape, which, again, you didn't even know what meant.
So
when you
why
came
did they
up
issue
here.
a statement on 315,000 votes?
Because the tabulator didn't count them correctly. That doesn't nullify the ballots.
So why didn't they just openly state that during the election season?
Everybody
why didn't they just
has.
tell everybody
Because
that when it
wait,
happened?
because hold on, probably because a recount would mitigate any of the problems, so it wasn't relevant.
And they did a recount. Weird.
Okay, so you think that if an election board does not verify the votes the way that they're legally supposed to, you don't think that that really matters at all?
They didn't. No,
say
hold
that?
on. It wasn't a problem with verifying the votes. It was a problem with verifying the tabulator tape. Nothing. You keep implicating that the votes were improperly cast. That's not true. The votes were properly cast.
Yeah, I mean, this is just pointless. I mean, you guys don't
Wait,
understand.
you agree with that, right? The votes were properly cast, correct?
He left.
Yeah, LOL. Buddy, TikTok user.
Yeah, it's going good.
Good. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I don't think Trump's terrible.
Do you want me to give an argument as to why I think he's terrible? Do you want to give an argument as to why he's not? Where do you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, do you just want to do like one policy? I don't really care for the thing where people say, well, here's why he's terrible, and then they just go on like a 10-minute rant about him being a racist.
Yeah, we can. I mean, I think his lack of action on any sort of policy is one of the main reasons why I don't like him. It doesn't seem like he's been a politically successful president. I think the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was really bad. I think him pardoning the J6ers was really bad. We can go in a lot of different directions, buddy.
Sure. So, like January 6th, why do you think it's so bad that he pardoned them?
Because they tried to lead an insurrection for him. A lot of them attacked police officers. A lot of them were clearly unhinged people, right? One of the people that he pardoned was the leader of the Proud Boys that was, literally plotting to occupy multiple buildings in Washington in order to use it as leverage over the electoral certification. I think that's really bad and shouldn't be rewarded by the president just because they're Trump supporters.
Gotcha. Do you think that he's the one who invoked January 6th?
It depends on what you mean by invoked. I don't think, like, whether or not he incited a riot, I'm agnostic to that. I do think that he tried to crumble our democracy.
Why are you agnostic to him starting the riot?
Because it comes to question, like, I think any reasonable person should have known what the results of his speech was, but I don't think Donald Trump is a reasonable person, so I don't know if he knowingly sent people to the Capitol, because I don't know if he can knowingly put his pants on in the morning. Like, I don't think very highly of Donald Trump's
Did
cognition.
he ever like state or like say publicly to his followers like let's invade the Capitol or anything like that?
I mean, it depends on how you take like the march on to the Capitol, but it would be a more like scatastic, is that the word? It would be like a more indirect way, right? So if you're saying that, you know, the left is stealing this election, there's no way to.
Did he like?
He never made
no,
he never made a direct incitement. No.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I don't think that he started it then.
Well, but I mean, all of that, like all of them were there on behalf of Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump never told them to like, never told them to call down, right?
That's kind of the entire idea, yeah.
Well, it wasn't just a political rally. It was to rally outside of Congress in order to decertify the electors, right? It was in furtherance of a plan that Donald Trump was pursuing.
Yeah. So did he ever say in clear terms, "I want to decertify the election to the people at January 6th," like on the
Yes.
mic?
Yeah. It was literally called the Stop the Steal rally. What do you think?
Can
they
you
were
play the clip where he says decertify the votes?
What do you think they were stopping?
I'm just asking you to play the clip.
What do you think? Why do you think it was called Stop the Steal?
Yeah, well, as I understand the Stop the Steal, it was because the voting in all the swing states, I think literally they all stopped counting at like 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, so how do you stop how do you stop the steal?
That wasn't him saying it. That was like
that was the name of the rally.
Weren't working and stuff.
That was the name of the rally. The name of the rally on January 6th at the Capitol was Stop the Steal. How do you think you stop the steal?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm just asking you, do you have a clip of him saying to decertify the votes?
Can you actually engage with what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that I don't think that I think Donald Trump did genuinely think that the election was being stolen.
Yeah, so how did he plan on stopping the steal?
Yeah, well, so that's kind of, I think, where me and you differ. I think that having a rally and speaking publicly and saying, I think that the election is illegitimate, or I think that these votes are being counted and they shouldn't be counted. I mean, I think that that is one thing. And then I think saying like, let's go raid the Capitol.
Sure, I already said that he didn't. I already said that he didn't explicitly make a call to violence. I already said he didn't explicitly make a call to violence. What I said is that they were there to decertify the election results. That was the whole point of.
So how were they going to decertify the election results?
By pressuring Mike Pence to choose Donald Trump's fake electors.
Got it. And so how are they going to pressure Mike Pence?
Through being outside. It's a show of force.
Okay, so essentially by protesting.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think about it when the?
Wait. Do you acknowledge that that's the case?
That what is the case?
That the reason that they were there is in order to protest on behalf of Donald Trump to decertify the election.
Yeah, I think they were protesting that they felt like the election was being stolen illegitimately.
Okay, so when the invaders had invaded the Capitol successfully, do you know what Donald Trump's first correspondence to the people in the Capitol was?
Well, see, I think that we should kind of go in chronological order because it's really important. Like,
we are going in chronological order. I'm asking you, do you know what Donald Trump's first correspondence was to the people in the Capitol?
What was it?
It was that Mike Pence doesn't have the courage to save the country, right? It wasn't telling them to go home. It wasn't telling them to be peaceful. It wasn't telling them to exit the Capitol. It was further inflaming violence against his vice president, right?
Sure. So he is speaking within his First Amendment rights and telling what he believes.
I'm not asking you what he has the right to do. I'm asking you what you think he should have done. What was not right of the president to do is to further inflame the mob that's there trying to pressure Mike Pence to decertify the election results after they had broken into the Capitol. What he should have done is said, hey, go home, and he should have federalized the National Guard. That's what he should have done.
Got it. So I think you're kind of missing the entire point.
I think you're missing the entire point. Do you agree that that's what he should have done?
No, I don't.
Okay, what should Donald Trump have done after all of his invaders invaded the Capitol? Or all of his supporters invaded the Capitol?
Actually okay, because I think that if you're the sitting president of the United States and you genuinely in your heart of hearts believe that the election is being stolen from the people, I don't think that what you should do is basically say, hey, everybody should be peaceful and let's go home. I mean, I think that if you feel that a democracy is being overthrown in front of you, I think you should say something about it.
So if Donald Trump was trying to violently overthrow the government, like by like forcibly taking over the election results, you wouldn't have a problem with that, right?
Well, from his perspective, he was actually
From your
stopping.
perspective, do you think would you have a problem with that? Yeah, because I'm not talking to Donald Trump, I'm talking to you. Would you have a
Yes.
problem with Donald Trump doing that?
So considering that I genuinely believe that he thought that he was stopping the overthrow of the government, then I feel like what he did was okay.
I'm not asking you if what he did was okay. I'm saying you believe that Donald Trump, even if he had resorted to violence because he thought the election was stolen, you would be fine with him inciting an insurrection, correct?
Should you incite an insurrection if you feel like the democracy that you're a part of has been overthrown?
So I'm sorry, you're answering my question with a different question. I'm going to ask
because
it
it's a
again.
rhetorical
Do you
question.
think
The
that's
answer is
just
obviously yes.
Okay. So then we go on to, do you believe that Donald Trump actually thought that the election was stolen when he kept making up justifications for the election to be stolen and he had no evidence that the election was stolen?
Yeah, I think that I think he genuinely believed that.
Okay, even though he was calling his advisors like Star Trek and insane whenever they brought up particular claims of fraud, and then he would go on to bring up those particular claims of fraud in public anyway?
I believe that he thought it was stolen.
Or the fact that when he was asking his attorney general, hey, do you have any evidence of fraud that you can show me? And they said no. And then he told Mike Pence that the DOJ was finding fraud anyway. You think that that speaks to his honesty?
I think that there's a couple of people that are involved here, like Anthony Barr is the attorney general. I think that a lot of these
Bill
people,
Barr, right? But it wasn't Bill Barr at that point. It was Jeffrey Rosen and Richard Donahue as the deputy, right?
Sure.
Who Donald Trump specifically picked after Bill Barr resigned.
Yeah, so it's still not going to change my opinion on if I think he was being genuine or not.
Well,
I've
no,
already
he's
decided that.
explicitly lying, right? He asked the attorney general, hey, has the DOJ found fraud? The DOJ said no, and then he told the vice president that the DOJ was finding fraud. That's not a matter of interpretation, that's a lie. You can't do that in good faith.
I get to believe what I'd like to believe. So, I mean, regardless of what you sit here and tell me.
Well, you can't.
you're not
If the
going
head
to
of the
change
DOJ tells you if the head of the DOJ tells you we haven't found fraud, and then you tell somebody else that they found fraud anyway, that's not a matter of interpretation. That's not a matter of belief. That's a lie, right? You were explicitly told by the person with the most authority that the DOJ did not find this, and you lied and you said that the DOJ did find this, right?
Yeah. Has the DOJ ever lied?
He had no reason to believe that they were lying.
No,
Donald
just
Trump
answer the
lied.
question. Has the DOJ ever lied?
It's irrelevant.
Just answer the question.
Who do you
if
think?
It's irrelevant. Just answer the question.
Who do you think has better understanding of the
Answering a
Department
question
of
with
Justice?
a question. Here we go.
Yeah, who do you think has a better understanding of the investigations of the Department of Justice between Donald Trump and the Attorney General? Can you answer
Has
that?
the DOJ ever lied?
Yeah, sure. Now, can you answer my question?
Has the DOJ ever played politics?
Can you answer my question now that I answered your question?
Sure. What's the question?
Who do you think has a better understanding of the investigations of the Department of Justice between the Attorney General and Donald Trump?
I guess it could be either or.
What reason do you have to believe that it's Donald Trump?
Well, one of them is the sitting president of the United States. The other one
Yeah.
is the sitting head of the DOJ. So
Right.
either
So
one of
as
them
it
would have access to the same
pertains,
information. If they personally wanted to get involved, they could get involved.
as it pertains to the Department of Justice, who has more information than the president or the head of the Department of Justice?
I believe that they would have access to equal information.
Okay,
I don't
you're
think that
wrong.
the
You're
head
incorrect.
of the Department of
You are
Justice
incorrect.
has more information than the president
If
does.
they had equal amounts of information, Donald Trump wouldn't be asking his attorney general about investigations. He would just know. Why did Donald
That's your
Trump? Why do you
assumption,
think? Why do you think Donald Trump would have asked Rosen in the first place?
I don't know. Maybe he was asking him publicly.
He wasn't
To say
asking him
something
publicly. It was
publicly.
privately. These are the reason we know this is because of testimony from Donahue and Rosen, right? So why was he asking Rosen private questions about investigations if Donald Trump already knew about all of the investigations?
What was the question again?
Why would Donald Trump ask Rosen about status updates for particular investigations if Donald Trump was already aware of all of these investigations?
Why would he ask for a status update?
Yes, on these investigations if he already knew. Why would you ask for a status update if you knew?
Maybe to see if there's any additional information.
He would already have it. They have access to equal information under your worldview, right? But they actually don't. That's why, is because the president isn't in tune with the entirety of the DOJ. the attorney general's job is to be in tune with the entire DOJ, right? So when he goes to his attorney general, that's a principal officer. They have expertise in what they're heading, right? So that's who you go to. If you're asking about inner workings of the DOJ, you go to the attorney general, right? He went to the attorney general. He said, hey, have you found any evidence of fraud? Has any of these investigations turned up with fraud? The attorney general said in unclear term or in very clear terms, no, we haven't found any evidence. And then Donald Trump went to his vice president, regardless of the fact that he was told that there was no fraud, and he told the vice president that the DOJ was finding fraud. That is a lie.
Yeah. So, I mean, let me ask you this.
Do you agree? Wait, do you agree that that is a lie? Do you agree?
What is specifically the lie?
That the president went to the vice president and told him that the DOJ had been finding fraud, even though the DOJ explicitly told him that they didn't find fraud.
I guess you'd have to have access to literally every single person at the DOJ who ever talked to Donald
No, you wouldn't.
Trump,
No, you would have to. Yes, you would have to have access to the people who talked to Donald Trump. The people
You
who
seem
talked to
like,
Donald Trump was
interrupt a lot.
three
You don't
people.
really let people get their point out.
Yeah, because you don't know what you're talking about, but you're still coming up here with bravado as if you do, right? Like that's the problem. You're making claims about things you don't understand. So the only
You just
three
keep
people,
talking. So
the
I-
only
even
three
if I did
people.
understand, I wouldn't
Yeah,
be able
because
to
you
show
have
that I
you have
do
nothing
because
to,
you
you
don't
have
let
nothing
me
to
talk.
offer. So you have to sit down and you have to listen to me because I know more about this than you
I don't
do,
want to sit
okay?
here and be chastised by you.
Okay,
I
then
wanted to have a
leave.
conversation with you.
Then leave. But you're clearly not here for a conversation, right? But if
clearly
you don't
am
want to
here for a
listen to it,
conversation.
if you
It's-
don't
I
want to
couldn't
listen
be
to
more
it,
clear about
if you
that.
don't want to listen to it, then leave, okay? But it's very, very simple, right? The president is only supposed to be in communication with two people in the DOJ, the attorney general and the deputy attorney general. That's it, okay? So if both of them told
Okay, where
Donald
is that a
Trump
law?
no fraud, that's
Where's that a
DOJ
law?
policy.
Where is it a law that the president can only
It's
be
not a
in
law,
contact
it's DOJ policy.
Okay, so it's their policy.
Yes.
Okay, so why are there memos coming out about the DOJ under Obama where he's talking to the entirety of the DOJ himself? Like, why is that happening?
How do you talk to the entirety of the DOJ? That doesn't even make
Like,
sense.
he's talking to a bunch of people at the DOJ. I mean, so we have like the previous administrations prior to him
Directly?
doing it. I mean, have you seen the stuff with like Comey, the DOJ,
Yes.
Hillary, all that
So
shit's coming
the
out?
The thing is that the president isn't directly communicating with people within the DOJ. He may be able to read memos, but that's not how it works. You're not supposed to have direct lines of communication to the president unless you're the attorney general or the deputy attorney general.
Okay. So, like, for instance, did you see the, and it was James Comey, was he DOJ?
I don't know Comey's specific position. I think he may have been the attorney general, but I'm not certain. Or
Yeah,
no.
so,
Wait, no.
like,
Wait, hold on.
he-
Comey was the FBI. I'm sorry.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, so I'm just genuinely curious, like, because I think that there's a lot of history here, and I feel like if you've been following it since like maybe around 2014, I feel like there's a
I'm
lot
curious
more
why
lore
you
than
feel
just
the need to
day that
pivot off to
happened on January
2014 in
6th.
order to. I'm curious why you feel the need to pivot off of 2014 in order to justify Donald Trump's actions here.
Yeah, because I think January 6th is like one day, one really important day in like a multi-year long saga between the Trump camp and the establishment politicians camp. So
Yeah, can you tell me what the Eastman memo is?
no, you tell me.
Okay, so when you say January 6th is one day, that's not true, right? It was an entire plot to take over the election, right? That's what the false electors plot was. That's what the Jeffrey Clark letter situation was. That's what all of this wasn't just isolated to one day. It was Donald Trump undermining every single result of an election he's been a part of since 2016. It's been Donald Trump basically lying to the American people knowingly about
Here we go on the
instances
rant,
of fraud.
man. This is what I was trying to not do. I mean,
Okay,
you've just been
do you
going
disagree
on a
with any of that?
20-minute rant about
Do you-
how much
wait,
you hate
do
Trump
you-
for 20 minutes.
Do you
Literally,
disagree with
haven't
anything
stopped.
that I said?
Listen, I mean, like I was just saying, and you keep doing that. Anytime I have a thought, you say, well, what about this? I mean, you literally,
Do you
at the very
disagree with
beginning, I'm
anything?
like, hey, let's
this
pick
is a
one
long way of
policy,
this is a long
and
way
it's
of
just
saying no. You
25
don't
minutes of
disagree
you
with anything that
interrupting, saying how much
this
you
is a
dislike
long
it.
yeah. This is a long way of you saying no. I don't disagree with anything that you say, but if I let you keep talking, then it's going to look really bad, right?
Yeah. Well, if I bring up
please-
anything
please allow
else,
me
you
to
just
continue.
immediately bring the conversation back to where you want to have it. So you're
Yeah,
not,
because
you're not
because you
willing to
started
have the
off
conversation
you started
any
off
other
the
way than
you started off
the way you want to have it.
You started off the conversation with the pardoning of the J6ers. I think getting into J6
Yeah.
is important in that conversation. No.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so why is it that you spurg out every time I get into the details of J6?
Well, it kind of seems like you want to get into specific details and then other details you don't want to, like the federal agents in the crowd who are antagonizing people to go in the Capitol. What
we
about
can
that?
we can go into that. That's just not true, right? Where did you find that federal agents were antagonizing people to go into the Capitol?
All right. Yeah, I mean, let's just Google it. Let's just see if it's
Also, keep in mind that this thing that you told me that I was afraid to go into depth in, or that I was avoiding going into depth in, you never brought up, right? So how the fuck was I supposed to go into depth on a point that you never brought up, buddy?
I wasn't listening to you. What was it?
Yeah, I believe it.
Well, I was looking this up because you want me to look it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so FBI's Patel clarifies role of hundreds of agents on January 6th, says Ray lied to Congress. Says they were sent there for, quote, crowd control, although there's multiple videos of people who are suspected feds yelling, storm the Capitol.
Wait, where are you reading this?
I'm just reading a couple of different articles, like pieces of different articles.
Where from? Where are you reading it?
Bing.
Bing, okay. So do you, I don't believe you, by the way. I think you're citing the search engine isn't going to provide you an article, right? The article is going to be hosted on a different website, right? So where are you reading the article is what I'm asking you.
One of these is Fox News.
With like in reference to the part of Ray Epps trying to instigate people going into the Capitol, right? Like, where are you reading that?
What about Ray Epps?
Where are you reading that a suspected Fed was telling people to go into the Capitol?
No, I've just seen the videos myself. I mean, I lived during January 6th. I was alive.
Did you see the video of Ray Epps, like, being an FBI agent?
I'm not sure who Ray Epps is. What do you mean?
Yeah, so the videos that you saw and you didn't contextualize at all, right? You just took it like a fucking retard, or sorry, I can't say that. Like just a person with zero critical thinking skills, right? You just took that video and you didn't critically think about it at all. The person that you're referencing is Ray Epps, okay? And there's no evidence of him being affiliated with the FBI.
Okay, and what is he? I mean, obviously, if he's not FBI, I'm sure they have like regular information on him, right?
He's just a guy.
Okay. Didn't he get a lower sentence than all the other J6ers though?
Yeah, because he's a snitch.
Okay, okay, so hang on. So your logic is that Ray Epps, the guy who is at January 6th, who is yelling at people to go in the Capitol and do this and do that, he's encouraging other people who maybe otherwise would not do that to do it, and he gets a deal at the end.
For information, yeah.
What information would he have?
It's firsthand account for people that went into the Capitol. What do you mean? Of course they're going to give like shorter shorter sentences to people who are informants.
Dude, if you don't think that he's a Fed because he got a shorter deal and he was
I don't think he's a Fed because there's no evidence.
You are out of your mind.
The reason I don't think he's a Fed is because there's no evidence, right? And him getting a shorter sentence because he snitched on all of his people, like literally everybody else in the criminal justice system, isn't evidence of him being a Fed.
Getting a fucking deal is.
Getting a plea deal is evidence of being a Fed?
For a J6er, yeah, it is. Actually.
What about a J6er makes it evidence of being a Fed?
Because there were other people that they've been like holding in solitary confinement for like months and months on end. And this guy got a sweetheart deal and he's the one yelling at them to go in?
Yeah, because he's a Fed.
Okay, so you agree he's a Fed.
Like a Fed as in like an informant, right? But he's not like an FBI officer.
I mean, dude, yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously,
yeah, I know you don't know. I understand that you don't know. I just want to, like, is there any evidence that he ever worked for the FBI?
Well, I'm pretty sure if there were evidence that he worked for the FBI, they wouldn't release that, given the fact that he's yelling at people to go into the Capitol.
So how do we know that he's a Fed then?
Well, that's the whole thing is I guess you wouldn't know. That's kind of the whole ordeal.
Right. So when you read out that thing saying suspected Fed, what that means is just I made it up, right? So you're just like kind of pointing at things. What the feds were actually there to do is exactly what your own deep state said that they were here to do, right? They were there for crowd control. They were there in response to the people already entering the Capitol.
Yeah, so if they didn't know that this was going to happen, why would they have hundreds of people in the crowd in the first place? And why
They were
would someone
there
like
in
Joe
response.
be telling
They were
people to
there
go
in
and then they get a
response.
sweetheart deal
Which, by the
phone?
way, all of them knew it was going to, like, people knew that the rally was going to happen. Donald Trump literally tweeted ahead of time that it was going to happen. So people knew that it was going to happen. And we were tracking the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys prior, okay? And, like, we were tracking the involvement in January 6th. That's absolutely true. I don't know why you got the impression that anybody said that we weren't. But on top of that, the feds were there in response, right? They came after the people already invaded the Capitol.
Yes. Okay. So, like, but none of this kind of adds up. Like, for instance, you're saying, like,
What
well,
doesn't
they knew
add
it was
up?
gonna. Okay, dude, you have to let me finish.
No, I want like a specific, like, what did I say that doesn't add up?
Yeah. Well, you're like, so they knew that this rally was going to happen. Blah, blah. So
Mhm.
why is Nancy Pelosi saying, "quote I take responsibility for not having National Guard at Capitol on J6"?
They didn't think it'd be as bad as it was. Does that add up?
I don't know if that adds up for me now.
Why not?
Well, one, because Nancy Pelosi is a massive documented liar in the first place, so I'm not sure we should trust her at her word any time.
So you're citing a quote from her?
Well, no, the quote actually agrees with what I think, though.
Oh, wait.
She takes
Oh, okay. So we could only trust liars when they agree with what you said. That explains why you're a Trump supporter,
So
right?
let me explain. So she earlier was saying that she takes
I'm
no.
good.
Do, do, do.